Chapter 81. If it weren't for the playground, it would have been eaten alive. As Chongqing scored a goal after another, the shouts from the sidelines became more intense. A group of girls took out their cell phones and took pictures of Chongqing, their faces flushed with excitement. Chen Wenyang on the field, however, was sweating profusely. He finally realized that something was wrong. Could this guy be a fake tiger? This time, it was Chongqing's turn to attack. Chen Wenyang took a firm stance, leaning forward with a concentrated look on his face. Chongqing's eyes showed pity, and after a dribble, he jumped in place. Chen Wenyang saw the situation was not good, and quickly jumped up as well. But his jumping ability is not on the same level as Chongqing's. He watched helplessly as Chongqing swung his hands back, the basketball popped out of Chongqing's hands, and passed over his head. Clang! Chen Wenyang landed and turned around, just in time to hear the sound and see the previous scene. The ball slipped through the net and bounced on the ground. The difference this time was that a face seemed to appear on the basketball, laughing at him. Honey! Come on! Guan Yu didn't care about her goddess image, and shouted directly to her husband with a face full of excitement. If it weren't for the crowd, she would definitely give Chongqing a reward. Brother! Come on! Han Jingjing was also very excited. How could she not be excited when her man showed his face? Chongqing! Come on! Even Su Yuqing couldn't help but shout out. No matter how dignified and composed she usually is, she is still just an 18-year-old girl, and in the face of Chongqing's explosive performance, she is also somewhat in awe. Big scumbag! Come on! You're the best! The girls looked at Joyna together, their faces full of question marks. Joyna's face was flushed, and she was shouting excitedly. She was a little embarrassed when she saw everyone looking at her. Only Han Jingjing looked a little uneasy. Joyna explained sheepishly. Oh, no! Calling a scumbag means that he is liked by girls. It's no fun if everyone is calling the same thing. The girls ignored her and continued to watch the competition. After all, Joyna was usually crazy. Seeing that Han Jingjing was still looking at her, Xiao Yana was embarrassed and stuck out her tongue. This scene on the court directly changed the perception of the girls watching. Basketball is not a bunch of smelly boys chasing each other around? But how can the evergreen ball be so elegant? Yes, it is elegant. The girls all felt the urge to go up and shoot a few times. Basketball seemed really fun. At this moment, Chongqing, with his bare back and black belt glowing faintly under the incandescent light, looked at Chen Wenyang and asked with a blank expression. Do you still want to play? Chen Wenyang's eyes were red and his face was covered in sweat, but he still said stubbornly. I haven't lost yet. Really? Since you're not giving up, let's spice things up a bit. Chongqing dribbled a quick sidestep, bypassing Chen Wenyang, and like a cheetah, he took each step with surprising distance. He approached the basket, his body powering up, like a white heron in the waves, jumping up quickly. His body is stretched back like a bow, his streamlined muscles suddenly tense, and his right hand slams down on the ball as it passes over the basket. Clang! Bang! The sound of the basketball entering the hoop and hitting the backboard. Chongqing, who had just made a slam dunk, grabbed the rim with his right hand, and the force of his body falling caused the basket to shake. The rims creaked, and Chongqing's lower body exerted force and his arms stretched out. His body swung back and forth with the basket like a pendulum, and he landed with style. The muscles on his body, due to the sudden burst, caused his skin to turn red, showing the terrifying power contained within. The scene just now had a huge impact on the crowd watching from the sidelines. So much so that many people were petrified, their mouths agape, but not making a sound. Ah! After a few seconds of silence, there were piercing screams. So handsome! So handsome! So handsome! The girls outside the stadium jumped and danced, unable to contain their excitement. The scene just now was too shocking for these young men and women, and it was simply handsome beyond the sky. The boys were all hot and bothered, and the girls were all starry-eyed. It didn't take long for the girls to rush into the basketball court, surround Chongqing, and ask for his phone number or profess their love. I love you. I like you so much. Wow. His abs are so hard. Are they 8? Let me count. I'll be your girlfriend. Mine. Mine. She groped all over Chongqing's beautifully sculpted muscles, and her unrestrained personality led her to embrace him and kiss him. Changqing was pushed around, and soft touches were everywhere. Handsome guy. What's your phone number? Hey, you. Get off. It's my turn. A girl was hugging Changqing, and even Changqing's face, under the pressure of being squeezed by a group of girls, couldn't hold out. It felt like he was being eaten alive if he wasn't on the playground. He quickly ran out of the crowd, grabbed Guan Yu's hand and ran out. Hey, handsome, don't go. A group of girls were shouting behind him. Damn. He's so damn handsome. Hey, Jingjing. Have you ever touched him? Joanna was so excited that she couldn't help but blurt out a few words. Her face was flushed and she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Can't you be serious? Han Jingjing was speechless at this girlfriend, who dared to say anything. Oh, you're shy. Were you shy when you kissed? Joanna pursed her lips and felt like trying it. Han Jingjing was annoyed. You want to die. Chasing after the girl in front of her, she looked like she was going to teach her a lesson. Joanna was laughing and shouting as she ran. Hey, girls. Hurry back to the dormitory and eat the fruit. This is from a handsome guy. If I'm late, I'll eat it all by myself. Su Yuqing also followed her to the dormitory, her expression extremely complicated. Changqing's perfect figure and handsome face had deeply imprinted themselves in her heart. Not only did her heart feel like it was going to jump out of her chest, she thought she would never forget it. The two ran to an empty corner and Guan Yu tightly embraced Changqing's waist, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch him away. Honey, you look so handsome today. Were you not handsome before? You were handsome before, but you're even more handsome today. Guan Yu's eyes were full of stars. Guan Yu's emotional intelligence is really high, and no matter when, she can make Changqing feel a sense of accomplishment. Is that guy in your class today? Yes. He's been saying he likes me since the beginning of the semester. It's so annoying. It's okay, honey. I don't think he'll bother you anymore. Honey. You win. Why don't you make that Chen whatever kneel down? He's so annoying, he deserves to be humiliated. Guan Yu bit her red lips and her bright eyes and white teeth were very cute. Okay, baby, don't be angry. Changqing hugged her slender waist and coaxed. The reason I let him go is that the timing was wrong, and I was afraid that if I pushed him too hard, he would do something to hurt you. Our Yuer is beautiful and kind, so don't worry about this kind of person. Ha ha. Guan Yu was very happy. Every time she was unhappy, Changqing could always make her feel sweet and happy. Chapter 82, Peaceful, Warm, and Romantic. The two of them hid in the small forest on campus. Guan Yu posed like a queen and began to hint to her boyfriend. Honey, you've been so good today. What do you want as a reward? Can I not? No. You have to. The Queen's Majesty is inviolable, and she uses her royal sister's tone. It's a pity that Guan Yu didn't become a voice actor. Changqing hugged her arms and looked indignant. You're a female gangster. I don't want it. You're so annoying. I'm not going to ignore you anymore. The two young lovers were having fun in this deserted corner. It was already past 9 when they left the park. They took out their cell phones and called Joey. Iman, are you resting? Joyman, not yet. I'm painting. Oh, I'm passing by here, I'd like to stop by and see you. Is that okay? Joyman, yes. When she heard that Changqing was going to visit her, Joyman was a little surprised. After she realized what she had done, she felt that she had behaved too indiscreetly, so she added. It's convenient. Okay, I'll come see you in a bit. In the dormitory of the Academy of Fine Arts, Joyman hung up the phone, her expression a mixture of joy and nervousness. She started to look for clothes, changed the pajamas she had already worn, took out a small mirror and put on some lip balm. Her roommate Wang Yanmei, seeing that Qiaoyaman was still getting ready at this late hour, asked curiously. Man, where are you going? Oh, no, nothing. Joyman's expression was a little unnatural. Seeing her flustered, Wang Yanmei was even more puzzled. She's getting ready at this hour. Could she be going to meet her boyfriend? No, it's not. Oh, you're so silly. Don't talk nonsense. I'm leaving. Joyman got up and hurriedly walked out. Hey! Are you coming back tonight? I'll be back in a little while. Hearing Wang Yanmei's words, Joyman stumbled and quickly ran out of the dormitory. It took about 20 minutes to get to the Academy of Fine Arts by taxi. The taxi stopped at the entrance to the Academy of Fine Arts. Changqing got out of the taxi and paid the fare. When he looked up, he saw a pretty young girl standing at the entrance to the Academy of Fine Arts, waiting expectantly. Her long black hair was tied up in a ponytail, and a small, delicate hair clip was pinned to the right side of her hair. She was wearing a very college-style, dark blue denim skirt with 2 large white round collars and the skirt reaching to her calves. White silk socks and a pair of white shoes. Her eyes and eyebrows were like a picture, pure and tranquil, giving the impression that she was standing there, and that place was a painting. When Changqing got off the bus, Joyman came up to him, greeting him with a shy smile. Mr. Chang. You're a young girl, it's not safe for you to be out of school so late. You can just wait for me near your dormitory. Seeing the obedient little girl standing here alone, Changqing was a little worried. Joyman lowered her head and twiddled her fingers. No, it's fine. This little girl always talks to Changqing like this. I don't know where she looks when she talks to me, but I think she looks at my legs. Won't you invite me to your school to take a look around? Oh, yes. The two walked along the green path to the playground. Joyman, who was walking with her head down, glanced at Changqing and saw that he was also looking at her. She quickly lowered her head in a panic. The shy look on her face, and the way she was looking at him, made him feel like a thread was pulling at his heart. How was the military training? If you can't stand it, don't force yourself. Joyman replied softly, it's okay, it's not too tiring. Although she is usually quiet, she is not the type of introvert who cannot communicate well. It's just that she feels more nervous around Changqing than around other people. Changqing took out some money from his pocket and handed it to Joyman. This is your salary. It was supposed to be paid on the 8th, but I brought it to you in time for your military training. Ah. No, that's not necessary. I didn't do much work, and I was given a lot of bonuses. Joyman hurriedly waved her small hands, and she was a little nervous and stuttered. Is it not enough? No. Joyman looked up at Changqing with sincere eyes. Take it. You won't disobey me, will you? Seeing that Changqing looked unhappy, Xiao Yiman quickly took the money and held it in his hand, not daring to speak. I have a favor to ask you. What is it? Joyman looked up at Changqing with a pure look in his eyes. The new company has a project that needs some animation characters as models. I want you to find some people who are good at drawing animation at your school and help them draw some animation characters. What kind of characters? The kind with a big head and a small body, the kind that is fresh and cute, and silly and cute. This is easy. I can draw it. Joyman was confident in his drawing skills, and this type of drawing was indeed very simple. I know you can do it well. What I mean is that it would be best to find a few people and have them each draw their own version, so that we can get a wider range of ideas and styles, and then choose the one that suits us best. Well, that's good. When do you need it? It's not urgent. It can start after the military training is over. I mainly came to see you. When Changqing said this, Joyman blushed and lowered her head and pursed her lips. It's getting late. Shall I take you back to your dormitory? No, that's not necessary. Joyman instinctively refused, but regretted it after she said it. She blushed, embarrassed and angry, but unable to speak. Changqing could see her embarrassment, so he said gently. I'll walk you back. It's a good chance to take a look around your college. Joyman nodded her head and replied softly, feeling a little happy. The art school was not large, but the scenery was very nice, with various types of flower beds and trees, large areas of grass for sketching, and the fresh, pleasant smell of nature. The moon was high in the sky, and the two figures were not too close or too far apart. Neither of them spoke, and they enjoyed the tranquility that was unique to the two of them. Joyman liked this atmosphere very much. She liked painting in silence, immersing herself in the painting. She enjoyed her own world, and at that moment, she thought of Changqing appearing with her in the mountains, rivers, and forests. She was painting in front of the canvas, and Changqing was hugging her from behind. It was peaceful, warm, and romantic. As she thought about it, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a nice arc, and her face turned redder. When she arrived at the dormitory, Chang Qing said goodbye. Go inside. I'll see you again next time. Oh, yes. See you again, Chang. Joyman woke up from her reverie and hurriedly said goodbye to Changqing before entering the dormitory building. After walking a few steps, she looked back at him again, as if it were a fateful glance, with a mixture of longing, reluctance, and cowardice. Changqing waved at her, revealing a gentle smile. The little girl then ran up the stairs in a panic. Chapter 83, A Woman of Extreme Gentleness and Charm. It was almost 11 o'clock when she took a taxi back to Jinshan Community. Opening the iron gate to the garden, he saw that some flowers and plants had been planted in the small courtyard. After putting on slippers next to the door cabinet and entering the living room, the family has changed a lot since Chen Shangyun moved in. Women naturally pay more attention to the beauty and comfort of their homes than men, and this is especially true of a virtuous woman like Chen Shangyun. Everywhere is filled with the warm scent of life. As soon as he returned home, he felt relaxed and comfortable. Chen Shangyun was the second woman to give him this feeling. An extremely gentle and charming woman came to mind. I wondered if she was okay. Walking into the room on the second floor, Chen Shangyun, leaning against the bed reading a book, revealed a gentle smile. Honey, you're back. Well, it's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Changqing naturally knew that she was waiting for him, and it was full of affection, so he naturally couldn't expose it. After dinner, I had nothing to do, so I thought I would read for a while. Chen Shangyun closed the book, looked at her phone, and pretended to be surprised. Oh, it's already 11 o'clock. I was so engrossed in reading. Changqing looked at the clock on the wall opposite the bed, which was more decorative than practical, but it was very accurate. He went into the bathroom, took a shower, dried his hair, and just walked to the bed. Chen Shangyun thoughtfully helped him lift the thin quilt, and as soon as he was in bed and lying down, she snuggled up to him and hugged him around the waist. The black silk nightgown had a V-neck line with white lace trim, and her skin was as white as snow, soft and feminine. Holding her soft and supple body, smelling her intoxicating body odor, I felt really comfortable. Honey. Chen Shangyun rested her head on his chest, her tone a little despondent. I haven't been home for more than 4 years. Why? Changqing was a little surprised. He really didn't know, and he also felt a little guilty. Since Chen Shangyun had followed him, he should have cared more about her. He had only thought about giving her material things and neglected these. I didn't have any money. My family didn't pay for my tuition, so I had to work everywhere. Chen Shangyun was born in a mountainous area with poor roads, so it has always been a relatively backward area. Her parents basically earned their income from farming, and her father occasionally did some odd jobs in town, but the income was very meager. Her grandmother was very prejudiced against girls, and when Chen Shangyun was born, her grandmother turned her back on her and left. Although her parents were not as extreme as her grandmother, their attitude towards her and her younger brother was very different. If it weren't for Chen Shangyun's part-time job, she would have dropped out of school long ago. Later, she was admitted to university, and she paid her own tuition fees, working her way up to where she is now. It's okay, baby. Don't cry. It's all over now. Changqing patted her back, his face full of concern. Yes, honey. Do you know what? What? I really love you so much. You must never leave me, okay? Chen Shangyun raised her tearful, soft cheeks, her deep affection tinged with a plea, like a young girl in love, torn between happiness and worry. Changqing could probably guess why she was so emotional, so he hugged her close and comforted her gently. Silly. How could I ever leave you? I love you too. When she had calmed down, he asked. Are you homesick? Yes. After more than 4 years, how could she not miss home? Every time she couldn't take it anymore, she longed to see her parents, even if it was to be scolded. Then go back. Whenever you want, just go back. You are the president, everyone listens to you. The company is so busy, how can you just leave whenever you want? Besides, I still have to listen to you. Chen Shangyun spoke with a hint of coquettishness, pouting and lightly touching his cheek. She was obviously in a much better mood. I'm here, aren't I? Seriously, you can go home whenever you want. I'll ask Master Yao to take you back. That won't do. I'll just take a bus back myself. Chen Shangyun felt that Changqing was too indulgent with her. Although she was very happy, she couldn't be too thoughtless. You are the CEO of the company, do you think it is appropriate to take a bus by yourself? What's wrong with that? No one back home will know. Chen Shangyun didn't care at all, but Changqing thought otherwise. His thinking always led him to think the worst. And with Chen Shangyun's current status, it really isn't appropriate for her to travel alone. Okay, this matter is settled. Chang Chang made the decision and Chen Shangyun had no choice. Fine, I'm your property anyway, so you can do whatever you want with me. He turned his back and looked like a little wife who had been bullied, which amused Changqing. Oh, Miss Chen, you're angry. Yes, I've never seen a student bully his teacher like this. Really? Then tell me how I've bullied you. You're so annoying. Ha ha ha. Chen Shangyun was attacked in a vulnerable place and giggled with laughter. After a while of playfulness, Changqing said in a serious tone. It's time for the company to get a new car. What do you mean? Aren't all the company cars new? Chen Shangyun turned her head and looked confused. Think about it. We have so many employees, and those in management, the wealthy ones, should have some too. They probably have their own cars. What kind of cars do you think they drive? You mean, the car I drive is too cheap, and they have no choice, just like you said my salary was too low? Yes, my dear, you are so smart. Peck. Changqing pecked her on the cheek. Chen Shangyun is actually very smart. After this period of time, she has become very perceptive. What? You think I'm a child? Chen Shangyun pouted. In fact, she really likes Changqing spoiling her like this, but she is older than him, so she always feels a little embarrassed. Tomorrow, you go to the company and purchase 2 new cars in the company's name. Why 2? Who else needs a car? I've already got my driver's license, it's not convenient to not have a car. Okay, then. What kind of car should I get? If you're going to drive it yourself, you'll naturally choose a nice-looking model. If you're going to ride in the back, you'll naturally choose a comfortable one. You should get a Mercedes. Okay. What's the approximate price? Around 2 million. It's cheaper if you buy it in the company's name. Okay. What about yours? Is it the same? I like big cars. Get me a Land Rover. The standard equipment is fine, but it has to be black. Okay, I'll talk to Yuan Jie tomorrow. Changqing didn't ask about the price. As long as it's for Changqing, it doesn't matter how good it is. You can go home whenever you want. Don't think too much about it. Okay. I'm going to go back for the National Day. I'll go with my brother. Thinking of his brother-in-law who licks dogs, Changqing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. I wonder how things are going with her pursuit of Min Ro. Chapter 84, maybe it was youth, or maybe it was just loneliness. In the 302 dormitory of the University of Science and Technology, there were only 2 people, Chen Shang and Yang Zhonghua. Since entering the dormitory, Yang Zhonghua has been on his own journey to the west, cursing and complaining, and it doesn't look like it's going well. Li Mingfeng was also not in the dormitory. After his failed confession at Yuan University, he was thrown out by a group of boys, causing this young man who had always been smooth sailing to suffer a great psychological setback. Coincidentally, the older sister he met at the beginning of the semester sent him a message to meet up with him. He couldn't resist the temptation and went to discuss life with her in the car. Chen Shang was very happy today. He finally got the phone number of the monitor. Min Ro, from another classmate. Lying in bed, he held the phone in his hand and scrolled back and forth. He wrote and deleted messages on the phone, and then deleted and wrote again. Hello, class president, I am. It feels too formal, so I deleted it. Hello, Min, this is Chen Chang. It feels weird. Hello, Min Ro, I like you. It feels too direct. If she rejects me, won't I lose the chance to get to know her? Finally, after a long struggle, I sent the following message. Hello Min Ro, I'm your classmate Chen Chang. Can we be friends? The writing is standard, but to someone with more experience, it seems very humble. We were classmates, so we are friends. When Chen Chang was feeling anxious and even a little desperate, Min Ro sent him a text message. In fact, it was only 5 or 6 minutes, but it seemed like half a century to Chen Chang. Chen Chang was overjoyed, chatting with his dream goddess. In no time at all, he had told her about his life story from childhood to adulthood. Then the enthusiastic goddess sent a message saying that it was too late and she was going to take a bath and go to bed. After sending a few goodnights, Chen Chang held the phone in his hand and lay on the bed with a hopeful look on his face. He felt that the goddess had told him such intimate things as going to the bathroom, which must mean that she also had a good impression of him. That night, Chen Chang was unable to sleep, full of anticipation. There are basically two reasons for insomnia in adolescence: one is games, and the other is love. That night, Changqing played the game of drumming and flower picking with Chen Shangyun twice, and fell asleep in each other's arms. Guanyu was in a good mood because her boyfriend was showing off, and she fell asleep in a sweet dream after lying in bed for a while. Su Yuqing, who was in the bed opposite, had a much more complicated mood. It was the first time she had developed a strong interest in a man. She is a proud person and would never do anything to steal someone else's boyfriend, but she just couldn't help herself. The image of him kept popping up in her mind. Especially today, it was even clearer and indelible. When she looked at Guanyu, her eyes also flickered, leaving her at a loss. Today she did a lot of difficult yoga moves, just to make herself fall asleep as soon as possible. But her body was too tired to support her, and she still couldn't sleep. This night was the first time in 18 years that Su Yuqing had insomnia because of a man. Han Jingjing was very unhappy when she returned to the dormitory. A few days ago, Chang Cheng had said that he would take her home. But now she was suspected by Qiao Yana, and she and Chang Cheng's relationship was in trouble. But Qiao Yana definitely didn't know how far it had gone. If she doesn't come home at night, won't it be confirmed that she and Changqing have a relationship beyond friendship? Han Jingjing looked at the opposite side of the bed, where Qiao Yana was lying in a big, wide-open position. Han Jingjing's eyes were full of resentment, and it wasn't until Chang Qing sent a message saying that he could take her out during the day after the military training was over that her mood improved. There was not much difference between her usual self and this time, except that she was thinking about when she could touch Changqing's abs. It's not that she has any thoughts, but she's simply envious of Changqing's body, and she falls asleep after chatting with her sister for a while. Although Joyman didn't show it on her face, she was very happy about Changqing's arrival. She is the type of person who rarely speaks, but has a rich inner life. When you talk to this kind of person, you may not have said a few words, but you may already have associated a lot in her mind, and may even have already finished a movie. But she only says a few words, such as and okay. Li Mingfeng was very happy and tangled up that night. He would have acted in his usual way. Every girl he had ever dated, he would find an excuse to break up with her as soon as he got her, so that he could go after the next one. He likes the feeling of making a girl fall for him little by little. After he gets her, the thrill is gone. It's just that the older sister's gaze is too gentle, the only one he has ever seen in his life. The words break up stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. He had dated many girlfriends, and the first thing he said to each of them was, "I like you. Can you be my girlfriend?" The success rate was very low. But once he confesses to more girls, the success rate will be higher. There are always girls who like his type. Maybe they were young and confused, or maybe they were lonely and empty, but no matter what the reason, it was all the same to him. But this schoolmate made him feel like he couldn't get rid of her. He couldn't resist the temptation, and he was in the car with her again, sweating all night. The older sister was lying in his arms, her eyes moist, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The tender and considerate way she treated him made Li Mingfeng feel for the first time the urge to truly love someone. Yang Zhenghua was very happy that night. It was the first time he had tasted the sweetness of love. Once in a game, he identified a piece of equipment worth a little money, but he wasn't sure of the exact price, so he posted a message in the internal bulletin. Then he accidentally saw a post seeking a marriage partner. The moderator claimed to be a female university student and to be in the same university town as him. With a nervous feeling of making friends, Yang Zhenghua added the other person as a friend. What he didn't expect was that the other person was very enthusiastic and proactive, and they established a romantic relationship after a short time. Every time they went online, they called him husband and sent him a kissy face. Under the witness of the matchmaker, the two held a grand wedding. There were so many friends from the group who came to congratulate them that they ran out of the candy that the matchmaker had given them. On this day, Yang Zhenghua was very happy and bought cigarettes for everyone in the dormitory, except for Changqing, who did not share in his joy. Yang Zhonghua's game character is a swordsman, and the girl is a bone elf. They team up together, fight monsters together, and go into dungeons together. When the bone elf was killed by a monster and fell to the ground, he was so anxious that he almost cried, frantically sending messages to his friends to send medicine. At that moment, he felt that he was really in love with that girl. He bought the girl colored fruits, dyed her clothes, and asked the girl to dance for him on Fengsuan Mountain. The scenery of Fengsuan Mountain is beautiful, with clouds and mist swirling around the mountain peak. The bone elf dances gracefully, as if in a dream. He controlled the swordsman and slowly approached the bone elf, as if to embrace him, and the bone elf did not refuse. At this moment, Yang Zhonghua felt that he and the character had become one. Is this the feeling of a hug? He bought the girl 2,000 points. He said, "From now on, I'll pay for your points." This is a man's promise to a woman. Chapter 85 Teacher Chen. I'm going to school. At the end of September, the sun rose early and the scorching sun still shone brightly. The military training life that had been perfunctorily completed at each campus finally came to an end. The students gathered at the school gate to say goodbye to the instructors. Many girls went up to hug the instructors, some of them even crying, as if they were reluctant to part with them. The boys were a bit more perfunctory. After seeing the instructors get on the bus, they immediately started discussing, playing games, staying up all night, and whether or not they should drink. In fact, for these students, military training is a very important memory in their lives, but at the moment they don't care. In the Jinchang community, Changqing stood by the bed and watched as Chen Shangyun, like a little wife, tidied up her own shirt, teasing. Teacher Chen. I'm going to school. Oh, you're so annoying. Even the mature and dignified Chen Shangyun blushed when she heard Changqing say such things, and she pouted and hit him on the shoulder a few times. Changqing raised his eyebrows and smiled wickedly. I'm telling the truth. Don't you dare say that. Chen Shangyun blushed and went to cover his mouth. Usually, the two of them would joke around, and Chen Shangyun would find it quite interesting, but this joke was a bit too much for her, and it was too embarrassing to say. After all, Changqing was really her student. After a while, Changqing hugged her and whispered. Okay, baby. No more. Chen Shangyun was wearing high heels, so she was afraid that if she twisted her ankle, it would be bad. Now, Chen Shangyun has slowly adapted to wearing high heels, and she is becoming more and more feminine. Whenever he thought of her wearing stockings and high heels, with her calves resting on his shoulders, Changqing felt a tightness in his throat. Who's your baby? I'm your teacher. After spending so much time together, Chen Shangyun has become more and more natural when she acts like a spoiled child. After all, she is a woman. No matter if she is a CEO or a strong woman outside, in front of her man, she will still show her feminine side. Chang Cheng hugged her waist and asked softly, Are you ready to go back to school today? Of course. I made an appointment with the school. That's fine. Just do whatever you want. I have to go back to school for a few days to make an appearance. I can't just not go. Chang Qing has been gone for 2 days since the start of the semester, which is really a bit unreasonable. Well, don't worry about the company. I'll take care of it. Besides, he's Shujia, Li Lingling, and the others are all very capable. I think I can make them permanent employees, and then promote a few deputies. It should be easier to run things. Chen Shangyun really thinks that these people are good at their jobs, but they have only been with the company for a short time. If they had been here longer, she would have considered promoting one of them to vice president. I'll just take care of the technical aspects, and you can handle the rest. Don't worry, even if something goes wrong, I'll cover for you. Chang Chang looked like he had everything under control. My husband, you are so good. Chen Shangyun pursed her lips, smiled gently, and spoke in a sweet tone. Although she is several years older than Chang Ching, he always thinks of everything for her and treats her like a little girl. How could she not be enchanted by such a man? After breakfast, the company's new Mercedes-Benz was already parked at the door. Master Yao never thought that he would be driving a car worth 1 or 2 million yuan so soon after starting work. He hated having to polish it several times a day and was very careful with it. The warmth is still there. Short hair, a mature and capable look, Changqing helped open the car door. Good morning, Mr. Chan. Good morning, Mr. Chang. Wenxing greeted the two men. A few people standing next to the two artists behind them also came over to say hello. There were Li Lingling from the sales department, He Shujie from the marketing department, and several other employees from the company. After greeting them, they each got back into their cars. The Mercedes-Benz led the way, followed by the two Autos, giving the impression of a domineering female CEO. After seeing them off, Chongqing walked to the underground garage. At this moment, in the dimly lit underground space, there was a steady, domineering, and oppressive steel beast parked. This black, textured exterior really has a lot of feeling, and it is the kind of man's most primitive love of power. When he opened the door, the interior was also calm and restrained. Although he said that the general configuration would be fine, Chen Xinyun still chose the top configuration. As the saying goes, you can't hide your love for someone. A steel beast like this should get a lot of attention on the street. According to Chongqing's previous personality, he would not be so high profile. But since he has chosen to start a new life, he has to try to make some changes. Press the switch on the CD player, and a gentle female voice begins to sing, coming from the speakers that are full of texture. At this moment, Chongqing felt that he had become a part of the times. Although the later generations are more technologically advanced, and many functions bring people a lot of convenience, they lack a lot of feeling. For example, the smell of the world, the soul. With a low growl, the Land Rover roared out of the garage, kicking up a cloud of dust. The car was parked in the parking lot of the University of Science and Technology. Around 9 a.m., there were many cars coming and going in the parking lot. Most of them are teachers or school leaders, and there are also some students driving, but relatively few. Chongqing got out of the car, which still attracted the attention of many car owners. After all, Chongqing's car was too eye-catching, and it was hard not to pay attention to it. They speculated about what kind of rich second generation or prince Chongqing was. Walking into the campus, the young men and women passing by were wearing handsome and beautiful clothes after the military training, showing their own charm. Hey, Chongqing! Chongqing! After seeing off the instructor in the morning, Minro and Yin Shuhan went out together to buy some snacks and milk tea. On the way back, Minru, who was drinking milk tea, saw a figure in front of her that looked familiar. When she got closer, it was indeed Chongqing. She was a little surprised and naturally grabbed Chongqing's arm. Long time no see, beautiful class monitor. Seeing it was Minro, Chongqing casually praised her, and then inadvertently took a small step back and pulled his arm away. Minro was over 80 points in appearance, wearing a short skirt and showing off her long, white legs. She was worthy of being called a beauty. Minro said with a smile, "You're so sweet. Why didn't you come to military training? I was a little delayed by personal matters, but I'm here now. You're only coming now that the training is over. You didn't want to go to training, so you made up an excuse to get out of it, didn't you?" Minro's eyes twinkled, as if she had already seen through you. "You can tell?" "Of course." Seeing Chongqing and Minru chatting happily, the neglected Yin Shuhan couldn't stand it anymore and said in a bad tone, "Chongqing, this is not good. If the school finds out, you will be given a demerit for lying about avoiding military training." Chongqing and Minru turned their heads at the same time, revealing a look of being taken for a fool. "You're still taking this seriously? I have something to do, so I'll be going first." Chongqing said hello and continued walking towards the campus. Minro, who was having a good time chatting, was upset by Yin Shuhan's interruption and her face turned gloomy. "Hey, Minru. What's your hurry?" Yin Shuhan chased after Minro, who had suddenly quickened her pace, shouting, not understanding why she had suddenly changed her expression. Chapter 86, The Female CEO's Attribute Blessing is Really Too Strong. When Chen Xiangyun and her entourage arrived at the entrance of the university, Director Zhao and several other university leaders had already been waiting for a long time. Vice President Tan had ordered that they must cooperate with Chen Xiangyun's company recruitment, so Director Zhao naturally did not dare to be negligent. "President Chen. Welcome." Director Zhao, with his eyes squeezed into his meaty cheeks, stepped forward to shake hands with Chen Xiangyun. "I'm so sorry, Director Zhao. And thank you for coming to pick us up." Chen Xiangyun held the edge of her small handbag with both hands and did not raise her hands. Director Zhao was not embarrassed either, and he withdrew his hand and smiled, saying, "It's all part of the job." Looking at the radiant Chen Xiangyun, Director Zhao was full of emotion. How could he not have made his move earlier? He felt remorseful. Chen Shangyun, surrounded by a group of people, walked into the campus of the University of Science and Technology with a confident and elegant pace. It was a bit like a visit by a leader to the grassroots, and it was very impressive. On the stage in the playground, the student union had already arranged the tables and chairs, as well as a large umbrella for the leaders. It could have been done one by one in the meeting room, but Vice President Tan thought that it would be better to slowly build up the impact and form a business card for the school in the future. Today's interview is for students who have just entered their senior year. Those who have graduated before were contacted by their respective counselors, and those who are interested can go directly to the company for an interview. A group of fourth-year students sat in the audience, Chen Shangyun, Wen Xin, and He Shujie, sitting on the right side of the stage, and Li Lingling on the left, along with several other employees of the company. Director Zhao took the lead in speaking on stage, first giving an official opening speech, bragging about his school and how many years of history it has. Under the leadership of the school leaders, we have achieved so much. To say that Director Zhao is also a talented person. After more than 10 minutes of this, the students in the audience were almost asleep. It was really boring. At the end, Director Zhao began to say that the school had finally invited Mr. Chen and his entourage. How great their company is, and how good a future the students will have if they can get into their company. He is indeed a capable person, and he is a great advocate. After a round of enthusiastic applause, Chen Shangyun took the stage. She was wearing a beige business suit, with high heels and her long hair neatly tied back. Her already soft and beautiful cheeks were even more dignified and charming at this moment, and she was radiant. It has to be said that the attributes of a female CEO are really too strong, and she attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. Hello, everyone, teachers, and school leaders. I am the president of Qingyun Software Company, Chen Shangyun. Chen Shangyun made an opening speech with a smile on her face, and then changed the subject. You may not know, but I am also a student at this school, and I am actually your senior. Wow! As soon as she said this, there was a flurry of discussion from the audience. I said, she looks so familiar. It's her. Yes, I didn't dare to admit it just now, but I've seen her many times before, wearing black-framed glasses and very plain clothes. Yes, I've seen her too. Chen Shangyun is a well-known academic at the school, and she has long appeared on the bulletin board. Naturally, there are many younger students who know her. At first, I didn't dare to admit it, but now that Chen Shangyun has admitted it herself, the direction of the discussion is becoming more and more biased. Isn't she a poor student who has been receiving a scholarship? Yes, how did she suddenly become the president? Could it be? One girl was hesitant to speak, while the other was blunt. She's being kept by someone. Look at the watch on her wrist, it's at least worth 100,000. There are many students from wealthy families, and some people recognized that the suit she was wearing was high-end and also very expensive. This is human nature. Whenever someone around you stands out, there will be all kinds of rumors and gossip. It's like the girl on the internet who said that she hadn't been home for a few years after going out to work, and the version of the story that the village had been talking about her had been updated countless times. Some of the comments were so vicious that it was as if you had dug up their ancestors' graves. Faced with the whispers from the audience, Director Zhao turned pale. These students who have not yet left school have no idea of the dangers of society. They just say whatever they want, and people are sold to them for money. Just as he was about to stand up and say a few words, he heard the soft but authoritative voice of Chen Shangyun. In order to give back to the alma mater, the company has decided to raise the salary of all employees who passed the interview by 30%. When this was announced, the audience was even more shocked. This was a matter that directly affected their interests. After all, at this time, many large companies are only paying their new interns a little over 1,000 yuan. According to Chen Shangyun, the base salary is almost 3,000 yuan, so how can they not be tempted? No one dared to say anything, and the looks they gave Chen Shangyun turned eager. Changqing stood at the edge of the crowd and raised the corner of his lips. Who says that gentle women aren't backstabbers? Those who were rejected later probably couldn't figure out why they didn't pass the interview. After looking at them for a while, he felt that it was not interesting, so he turned around and went back to the dormitory. Li Mingfeng, who was lying on the bed editing text messages, was a little surprised when he saw Changqing walk into the dormitory. Hey, what a rare guest. Isn't this the fourth brother? Changqing glanced at him and didn't reply. Although he had seen many people confess their love to Guan Yu, Li Mingfeng was at least his roommate, and he didn't take him seriously. He took the opportunity to say that he would have to get him into the woods and beat him up. At this moment, Chen Shang, who was washing clothes in the bathroom, also looked up. Damn. It's really the 4th. I thought you dropped out of school. No. I had some family business, so I took a leave of absence. Seeing his brother-in-law, who was acting like a lapdog, Changqing's mouth twitched. The clothes in the basin are all brand-name goods, so they can't be Chen Shang's. They must be Li Mingfeng's. Come on, Xiangzi, have a cigarette. Changqing took out a cigarette from his pocket and saw that Chen Chang's hands were wet, so he put it directly into his mouth and took out a lighter to help him light it. Wow, the cigarette is good. Changqing had originally called him Xiangzi, and he had been a little unhappy, feeling that he had not received the respect he deserved as the second in command of the dormitory. But when Changqing lit his cigarette for him, his vanity was satisfied and he sighed that the cigarette was good. Yang Zhenghua has not slept since the evening. He has been in love in the game. He helps his girlfriend every day, doing quests, betting on darts, and practicing skills. Today is the weekend, so he has to lead 2 groups and complete today's activities. His eyes are bloodshot and his gaze is vacant. This is what happens when you stay up too late. Want a cigarette? Changqing patted Yang Zhenghua on the shoulder and handed him a cigarette. Yang Zhenghua was startled by the slap on his shoulder and turned around to see Changqing, who was also surprised. 4th brother? When did you get back? Just now. You've been through a lot. Get some sleep. Seeing Yang Zhenghua, a grown man, with panda eyes, Changqing was speechless. Chapter 87, You can only get to know a man better by talking to him more. Yang Zhenghua didn't even lift his head and said, "Ah. It's nothing. I was sleeping after the martial arts challenge ended." With so many weekend activities, Yang Zhenghua had no intention of sleeping. Seeing that Yang Zhenghua wouldn't listen to reason, Changqing didn't say much. His bed had been slept in once since the start of the semester, and there was already a slight layer of dust on the bed frame. Changqing was too lazy to clean it up, so he moved over a chair and sat down. Chen Shang wrung out the washed clothes and asked Li Mingfeng, "Hey, brother Feng. Anything else to wash?" "Oh, no." Li Mingfeng didn't even look up, and casually replied. Chen Shang hung the clothes on the clothes rack and hung them on the balcony to dry. It seems that Chen Shangyun has been gone for a few years, and Chen Shang has also learned some life skills at home. In fact, most rural children are very capable, especially during the busy farming season, when they race against the weather, working early and returning late. If the children are at home, they basically have to take care of themselves. If they have grandparents, they mostly go to the fields with them. Just when he was bored, Changqing's phone rang. It was a text message from Guan Yu. "Honey. The military training is finally over. I'm so happy." Changqing, My dear, you has suffered. What arrangements does the school have? If you're free, I'll take you out to play. Guan Yu, oh, school is so boring. The student council asked me to perform at the welcome party in a couple of days, but I said I couldn't. They said I could be the host instead, and I was going to say no, but then the senior student said something, and I agreed. Changqing, what did she say? He's a bit curious too. Guan Yu, she said I was the prettiest girl in school, and it wouldn't be right if I didn't go on stage. I thought it made sense, so I agreed. Changqing's mouth twitched. Even if what he said was true, he should still be a little more humble. Although he was thinking this, Guan Yu's face was getting thicker and thicker, and he still replied. Yes. That senior student really has good taste. Guan Yu, honey. We're having lunch at noon. Are you coming? Changqing, who's coming? Guan Yu, just the 2 of us from the dormitory. Changqing, there are no men, so forget it. I'll go to the company later and come find you tonight. Guan Yu, okay, see you tonight. In fact, Guan Yu didn't want Changqing to come either. After the last time they played basketball, the way the girls looked at her boyfriend was a bit naked. After Guan Yu finished the call, Fangya asked hopefully. Hey, yeah. Is your boyfriend coming? He still has work to do at the office, so he won't be coming. Ah. Fangya was a little disappointed. She didn't have any unwholesome thoughts about Changqing, but she just thought that when a handsome man and a beautiful woman were together, it was just like watching an idol drama, which was addictive. Su Yuqing was changing clothes next to her, with no expression on her face. But her full figure was like a peach, and it made Guan Yu look at her a few more times. She subconsciously leaned back her shoulders, as if she wanted to compare something. Han Jingjing had breakfast with Xiao Yana and returned to the dormitory to watch her put on makeup. After all, Xiao Yana is a girl from a big city, and unlike Han Jingjing, who goes out every day with her face unadorned, she always dresses up carefully when she goes out. Han Jingjing naturally envied her and wanted to learn from her, but she didn't understand anything about what Xiao Yana was talking about, such as eyeliner, foundation, and sleeping bags. Anyway, she had nothing better to do, so she followed Xiao Yana in doing stretching exercises while listening to her talk about how women should dress in order to make men unable to leave them. She looked like an expert in love, which made Han Jingjing curious. "Nana, how many boyfriends have you had?" She had already asked this question when she first met Joina, but Joina had spent a long time counting and said she couldn't remember. Actually, there weren't that many, just a dozen or two. What? This is too many. Han Jingjing's eyes were wide open and her mouth was wide open, almost petrified. Even if she started dating in the first year of high school, that would be 5 or 6 a year, and they broke up every 2 months on average. That's too much. She's lucky that she only likes Chongqing. What's the big deal? The more you date, the more you can understand men, and the less likely you are to be cheated on. You're too simple, that's why Chongqing cheated on you. Xiao Yana's face was not red, her heart was not beating, and she spoke without shame. Ding ding. Han Jingjing was about to retort when she heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw it was from Chongqing. She was overjoyed. Jingjing, don't go to the lunch gathering this afternoon. There's something at the office that needs your attention. Also, that skirt you wore last time looked really good. Han Jingjing, who had been pleased to see the message from Chongqing, frowned slightly. She knew that Guan Yu must have told him about the lunch. If he said there was something at the office, he must have wanted to use that as an excuse to talk to Guan Yu. Otherwise, she could have gone to the office at any time. Why would she pick a lunch gathering? As for the short skirt, Han Jingjing thought for a moment, as if she had suddenly figured something out. Her face turned red, and she glanced at Xiao Yana. Seeing that Joina looked normal, she let out a sigh of relief and said, "You dirty rascal." Han Jingjing said with a somewhat unnatural expression. "That. Nana, I have to go out for a bit." "Why are you going?" Joina knew what she was asking, and when Han Jingjing was absorbed in reading the message, she also glanced over. At first, she didn't understand either. When she realized what had happened, her heart was pounding, but she kept her composure. She knew very well what Han Jingjing usually wore, and there was no short skirt. The only time she wore a short skirt was the night she was hugged from behind by Chongqing. Now Chongqing is sending a message asking her to wear a short skirt. In her heart, Xiao Yana scolded Chongqing for being a scumbag and a womanizer, but she couldn't help feeling excited. "Oh, it's nothing, just a little personal matter. I'll be back soon." Seeing that Han Jingjing refused to say anything, Xiao Yana didn't ask, thinking to herself. "You stupid white girl, you still want to lie to me?" Han Jingjing changed into the pink t-shirt and pleated skirt she had worn the other day. She was a little more plump than Joina, and wearing Joina's small t-shirt, she looked even more plump than Joina herself. Seeing that Han Jingjing was indeed wearing this outfit, Xiao Yana deliberately said, "Jingjing, I'm going out later and I want to wear this too. Why don't you wear your own clothes?" "Ah." Han Jingjing's face froze, then turned red, that. She hesitated for a long time and couldn't come up with an answer. Seeing her best friend in this state, Xiao Yana couldn't tease her anymore, and just said it was a joke. Han Jingjing let out a sigh of relief and left the dormitory happily. But there was a gaze behind her, extremely complicated. Chapter 88, Honey, let's get a swing here. After sending a text message to Han Jingjing, Chongqing left the dormitory and drove to the original parking lot. After waiting for a while, he saw Han Jingjing in front of him on the left, with a bun hairstyle, wearing a small t-shirt and a pleated skirt that undulated as she walked. Her two long, straight, white legs were very eye-catching. A delicate baby face like Han Jingjing's, pure and a little bit flirtatious, with a slender and sexy body. In the eyes of those who like lowly, she is simply a beauty. As for why she always wears her hair in a bun, it's because she has a lot of hair and a small face. If she let her hair down and cover her face on the sides, it would make her face look smaller and she would look more childish. Sometimes she wears her hair down and wears a t-shirt, and people think she's a high school student. So she always ties her hair into a bun, exposing her whole pretty face, in an attempt to make herself look more mature. This is the mentality of young boys and girls. When they are young, they want to look mature, and when they are mature, they start to look young. Changqing originally wanted to hide behind the car to scare her, but when he thought about it was Yuanda, he gave up the idea. He pressed the button to lower the window and honked the horn. Han Jingjing, who was looking around, heard the horn and looked over. She had noticed the car a long time ago. After all, it was so big that it was hard not to notice it. After seeing that it was Changqing, she was overjoyed and quickly ran over. Her pleated skirt fluttered, just like a butterfly in flight. Honey! Honey! Han Jingjing stood outside the window, jumping and dancing with joy. Changqing opened the driver's door and carried her up directly. The car had a lot of space. After picking her up, he adjusted her position and sat her on his lap before closing the door. When their eyes met, Han Jingjing could no longer hold back her emotions and lowered her cherry lips. After a while, she asked with a flushed face in his arms. Honey! Where did you get this car? I just bought it. Really? Han Jingjing looked up and said with surprise. Then you can come over and we can be in the car. What do you want to do in the car? Changqing teased her. Han Jingjing was not taken in. We don't have to do anything, we can just talk. Then I'd better go find you air. She won't just talk to me. You want to die. Han Jingjing flew into a rage and started hitting him all over. After a while of playing around, Changqing said, let's go. Where to? You'll know when you get there. After Changqing said that, he started the car. In the Jinxiang community, Changqing bought villas 20, 21, 22, and 3. Chen Shangyun lives in the 22nd, which is the last one, and is adjacent to the 21st on one side. On the other side, there is the green space of the community, and the scenery is not bad. When Changqing bought it, he already had a plan in mind. Chen Shangyun lived in 22, he lived in 21, and Han Jingjing lived in 20. In this way, when their family or friends come to visit, they can stay in the middle house. This is convenient and will not cause any unnecessary trouble. As for Guan Yu, Changqing had other plans in mind. Changqing parked his car in the garage of Villa 20, and as soon as he turned off the engine, Han Jingjing pounced on him. She had been a little out of control in the open, but after all, there were many cars coming and going, and she didn't dare to go too far. Now in the underground garage, it was dark and she couldn't care less. Her eyes were full of tears and her breathing was quick. Honey. I miss you so much. Is it me you miss, or is it this kind of thing? Changqing smiled wickedly. Both. Is that not allowed? When they were alone, Han Jingjing was not shy at all and took the initiative to stroke his neck. Han Jingjing turned around on the back seat, glared at him, and began to clean up the mess. Tell me the truth. Do you have bad intentions for Nana? She had already suspected something. Just now, Changqing was holding her waist, and she felt more excited than usual. What nonsense! You and I can't even feed ourselves, so where would we have any other thoughts? Hearing this, Han Jingjing pouted and still didn't believe it. Then why did you ask me to wear her skirt? Don't tell me it's just because it looks good. He just spilled it on her skirt. What's the big deal? It's just a bit of a bad taste. Everyone does it. Changqing replied lightly. He had already thought of an excuse when he made the request. This is how old men do things, emphasizing the word steady. Really? Han Jingjing was still a little skeptical, but she had never been with another man, so she had no way of verifying it. Of course it's true. Let's go. Let's go see our new home. You can't discuss any issues with a woman in depth, or you'll regret it. Changqing, who knew this well, decisively changed the subject. Is this the new home? Han Jingjing looked around with excitement, and was perfectly distracted. Changqing got out of the car, walked around to the front, opened the passenger door and carried her down. The doors of this car are slightly higher than those of ordinary cars, but they are not so high that they need to be carried down. But in Han Jingjing's eyes, this kind of behavior is a sign of tenderness and love. So in love and in life, what girls care about most is the details. What dreams and ideals are, for girls, are not of much interest. In the garden, Han Jingjing looked around with a look of curiosity. Honey, let's put a swing here. We can also build an open-air hut here. It would be so romantic to hold each other and look at the stars. And here, we can dig a small pond and keep a few goldfish. It will be so beautiful. Changqing was not interested in any of this, and he just nodded his head in agreement to whatever Han Jingjing said. When they entered the villa, Han Jingjing was also very excited, but she was much more calm than Chen Shangyun. It's not that Han Jingjing has more knowledge than Chen Shangyun, it's just that she grew up with Changqing and is too familiar with him. The house was a gift from Changqing, so it was a normal thing for her. She was just excited because she had a home with Changqing. If she had the money, she would give it all to Changqing, and she wouldn't feel anything. Their feelings from childhood had long since surpassed these things. Chen Shangyun is different. She has known Changqing for a short time, and although she loves him very much, she still lacks the accumulation of time. So at first, Changqing's kindness towards her made her feel a bit overwhelmed, but after the two of them lived together every day, they slowly got used to it. Han Jingjing looked around and said that this place should be changed into something else, and that the furniture here was not very nice. Changqing said, "You have money, so you can change it yourself. If you like it." Chapter 89, A Rich Woman Who Favors Her Daughter Over Her Son. Han Jingjing earns 50,000 yuan a month, plus 3% of the company's shares, which means she gets hundreds of thousands of yuan in dividends. When she got to the second floor and saw the large room, she said happily that she would give the best room to her child in the future. She wants her child to be the happiest child in the world. Changqing felt a little sorry for her innocent and naive expression. Changqing had witnessed the whole process of Han Jingjing's growth and knew how deep the wounds in her heart were. He also knew why she always talked about children. It was because she wanted her children to be happy, and in this way, she could make up for her own childhood regrets. Changqing didn't want her to dwell on these bad memories, so he laughed and interrupted. "We've given it to the child, so where are we going to live? Is there no room upstairs?" Han Jingjing looked at him blankly. "Yes, there are 2 rooms, much smaller than this one. What's the problem?" Han Jingjing rolled her eyes. "As long as there is room for a bed, it's fine. If I have 2 children in the future, I'll let my daughter live in the largest room and my son live in the small room upstairs." "Then you are favoring the daughter over the son. What's wrong with that?" Han Jingjing's face was full of certainty. "Girls should be spoiled, but boys should be allowed to suffer a little. Just like you suffered a lot as a child, and now you've become so successful." Changqing said she was too double-standard. Han Jingjing said that she would spoil her daughter no matter what. Changqing said that if they had a son in the future, they would teach him to flirt with girls and let him fall in love with all kinds of girls. Han Jingjing said that was a scumbag and played with Changqing in the room. But as they played, the atmosphere became a little awkward, and their faces got closer and closer. Han Jingjing was wearing a pleated skirt, standing on her tiptoes, her palms supporting the glass of the French windows as she swayed, her eyes unfocused as she looked out the window. After standing for a while, she felt her legs getting a little weak, so she raised her hands and hooked her neck behind his neck. Although it was already autumn, the weather was still extremely hot and stuffy. Especially through the glass, the light hitting the body was hot and burning. Han Jingjing took a shower and poked her little head out and shouted, "Honey, can you blow dry my hair?" "Oh, yes." Changqing ran downstairs to find a hairdryer and began to blow dry her hair. Although these 2 villas are uninhabited, they are regularly cleaned by a domestic helper and are well equipped with common items. Han Jingjing in the mirror was still the same as before, with her upper body slightly tilted back to make it easier for Changqing to blow dry her hair. If there is a difference from before, it may be that she used to wear a t-shirt. But this also confirmed his idea. Although Joyna has long legs, her size is smaller than Han Jingjing's. She is even more inferior to Qin Wenjing. Among the girls that Changqing knows, she is the most majestic. Qin Wenjing is about the same size as Su Yuqing, and you need both hands to measure her. Guan Yu is a little more than 1.5 hands, Chen Shangyun is close to 1.5 hands, Han Jingjing is more than 1 hand and 1 finger, and Xiao Yana is just right. Nana's clothes are all dirty. Why don't you buy her a new set? Han Jingjing replied in a soft voice. If she knew Changqing's true thoughts, she would probably turn her back on him immediately. "It's so hot, don't use too much air." Han Jingjing walked out of the bathroom, picked up the t-shirt on the floor, put it on, and then took it off again. This is how it is in the summer. It's uncomfortable to wear clothes after a shower. Changqing said, "It's still early, so why don't I wash it for you? Hang it on the roof, it'll dry quickly." Han Jingjing had no choice but to say, "Okay." She had nothing to do during the day anyway, so it was fine for her to spend time with Changqing. Han Jingjing wrapped a bathrobe around her and hugged Changqing from behind as he hung clothes on the balcony. "Honey, how is the company doing now? I hired a teacher from our school to be the manager. Now she handles all the trivial matters of the company, and I oversee the big picture and manage the technology." Changqing was not stupid enough to say Qin Shangyun directly, so he changed the concept. "Oh. How many people are there in the branch office now? With the 300 people we're hiring today, it's probably about 300. Changqing wasn't sure, but it should be about the same. After all, the pay is good, so it shouldn't be hard to recruit people. Han Jingjing was a little surprised. So many people? Well, when you graduate, there might be tens of thousands of people, and you can be the chairman of the board. In fact, Changqing wasn't lying. It was only a matter of time before there were tens of thousands of people. I don't think I can handle tens of thousands of people. I'm not sure I can handle a few hundred people. Han Jingjing is actually not very interested in doing business, but she is willing to do it if it can help Changqing. So the premise is that Changqing wants her to do something, or that what she does can help Changqing. This is the logic of Han Jingjing's thinking. Changqing hung up the clothes and turned around to hug her waist. "Oh, that's right. We still have to register a company this afternoon." "What is it for?" "Nothing. It's just a holding platform, then we'll take over the current company, and then split up the subsidiaries. Paying taxes is the duty of every enterprise, and reasonable tax avoidance is also the legitimate right of every enterprise. I don't understand any of this. You just decide." Han Jingjing rested her head on his shoulder, enjoying the warm feeling of the sun on her body, which made her want to close her eyes. After a morning of tossing and turning, Han Jingjing was tired, and after being basked in the sun, she naturally felt tired and wanted to sleep. Seeing her in this state, Changqing picked her up and put her to bed, covered her up, and turned up the air conditioning. In a short while, Han Jingjing fell asleep with her mouth slightly open, her little face rosy and very cute. The Honghu fishing village near the university town is a very famous restaurant. The quality of the food is not high, but the dishes are authentic, especially the sweet and sour fish, which is very authentic. Qin Shangyun and the others had identified more than 40 people in the morning, and the number of interviews was less than half. It was estimated that the interviews would not end until at least 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon. As the host, the school naturally had to invite Qin Shangyun and her party to dinner at noon. Director Zhao, as the representative of the school, took Qin Shangyun and the others to Honghu Fishing Village. Lao Hong. A private room. As soon as they entered the door, Director Zhao said to a middle-aged man behind the counter. "Oh. Director Zhao, welcome. Welcome." The middle-aged boss got up to greet him. "Today, you are all honored guests, so I will arrange a larger private room for you," Director Zhao said to Qin Shangyun and her party. "This?" Mr. Hon looked embarrassed. "What? Not giving me face?" Director Zhao was a little displeased. "Director Zhao, the problem is that the private rooms are all taken. His restaurant is already doing well, and now it's back to school season, so business is better than usual." Chapter 90, The First Encounter Between the King and the Little King. At the moment when the boss was in a difficult situation, the voice of the female receptionist came from the entrance of the restaurant. "Welcome. How many people are there?" "7 people, we have a private room," said a flirtatious girl walking in front. This group of people were exactly the 2 roommates of Guan Yu and Han Jingjing. "Please follow me." The receptionist led the 7 girls to the front desk. "Boss. These people said they reserved a private room." "Oh, you booked a private room? What's your last name?" "Su Yuqing, my name is Su, and I made the reservation this morning." "Oh, good, it's the hibiscus room." "Xiao Zhang, you take them there." Mr. Hong looked at the record in the book and said to the hostess. "Hey! Wait a minute. How about a little discussion between the girls?" Director Zhao quickly stopped the hostess. He found this place, and if there isn't even a private room, he'll lose face in front of Chen Shangyun. Seeing that the other party was a group of young girls, although several of them were as beautiful as heavenly beings, it was not the time to admire beautiful women. "What are you discussing?" Su Yuqing asked in puzzlement. "Look, can you let us have the private room you booked?" Director Zhao smiled and revealed a smile that he thought was amiable. "Who are you to give it to you?" Xiao Yana gave him a displeased look. She was wearing a white shirt and a black leather skirt, with the hem of the shirt tied at the side of her waist, making her legs look particularly long. Director Zhao's eyes were shining, but this was not the time to be sentimental. He took on a commanding posture and said, "Which school are you from? These young girls are not old enough, they must be from that school in this area." A group of young girls, hearing Director Zhao directly ask about the school, subconsciously felt a sense of being in the presence of a school leader, and their momentum was much weaker. However, Su Yuqing was relatively calm and asked, "Are you a teacher?" "I am the director of the school office." Director Zhao didn't say which school he was from, just his position. Hearing that he was the director of the school office, the group of girls shrunk their necks. It seems that students are naturally afraid of teachers. Chen Shangyun couldn't bear to watch any longer and said, "Forget it, Director Zhao. We can eat in the lobby, too. Why make things difficult for the girls? These girls are all 18 or 19 years old, and she saw herself when she first came to the city a few years ago. Some of the girls were really pretty. The one in the lead was charming and attractive, with a plump figure that was very attractive, and a good temperament. The one who just spoke has such long legs. She has a good temperament and a bit of a masculine air about her. She looks beautiful and elegant, and has a very high-class feel." But when she saw a little girl at the back of the crowd, even she, as a woman, couldn't help but take a few more looks. Her naturally wavy long hair hung down to her shoulders, and under her willowy eyebrows, she had a pair of bright, peach-colored eyes. Her light blue princess dress had a cute bow tied at the waist and the skirt fell to her calves. She was tall and had a cold and elegant temperament. She looked like she had just stepped out of a painting, so beautiful that she was beyond compare. Is there really such a beautiful girl? Chen Shangyun felt a little unreal. Beautiful women are also attracted to each other. Chen Shangyun looked at a few girls, and the girls naturally looked at Chen Shangyun. They also thought that this older sister was really pretty, dignified and elegant, and looked like a successful businesswoman, which was exactly what the little girls admired. Joina felt that they were at a disadvantage, so she quickly jumped in to defend them. "This beautiful sister is so nice to talk to. And we booked the private room early, so it's not fair that you want to take it away with just one word." Su Yuqing, however, felt that her side was after all still full of students, and she was afraid that she would be given a hard time later. She said, "Then let you have it. We'll be in the lobby." Chen Shangyun felt that it was a bit uncomfortable for a group of adults to bully a group of young girls. After a lot of hesitation, they finally agreed to let Chen Shangyun pay for their meal. When Chen Shangyun and her group walked into the private room, Fangya sighed. "That sister just now, she has such a good temperament." Su Yuqing added, "Not only is she good-looking, she's also very rich. I also think the clothes she was wearing must have been very expensive." Luo Peixian said. "Not only the clothes, but the watch she was wearing was at least 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. And when she walked into the private room, everyone followed her lead. But judging from her age, it was unlikely that she was a high-ranking official. The most likely scenario was that she was the boss of a large company." Su Yuqing analyzed. She was very familiar with this kind of temperament. There were many people like this in her aunt's circle, but they were all over 30 years old. Damn! She's so beautiful and a big boss. How can she let people live? Fangya sighed beside her. Guan Yu was not very interested in this kind of thing and had not spoken up. She's so generous. She's paying for this meal, so go ahead and eat, sisters. Jingjing doesn't have this kind of luck. Xiao Yana said, taking out a paper towel to wipe the table, which was quite clean. Han Jingjing didn't come, and Xiao Yana didn't feel anything, still being very casual. But the other two roommates were a bit more reserved. Lu Chunyan and Pang Zhaojiu had not spoken a word. Hey, yeah. Why hasn't Jingjing come yet? Su Yuqing didn't know and thought that Han Jingjing was going to come herself. Guan Yu rinsed the cup with tea and said, "She sent me a message saying that she had something to do at the company." Su Yuqing looked confused. Company? What do you mean? My boyfriend. He opened a company, and Jingjing is the manager. She didn't go to military training for so many days, and now that she's free, she must be going to work at the company. Guan Yu said it in a light tone, but the others were stunned. It was still Qiao Yana who reacted first, exclaiming in surprise. Yeah. You mean your boyfriend opened a company and made Jingjing the manager? Shouldn't you be the one to be the manager? She felt that her brain was not enough to use. Changqing and Han Jingjing must have something going on, and she was sure of that. I guess the two of them are probably hiding somewhere right now. But Changqing has already started a company? And he made Han Jingjing the manager? Guan Yu actually knew about it? Is the world crazy? Guan Yu briefly explained how they had arrived in the provincial capital a step ahead of time, opened a company together, and how her boyfriend, who didn't want to be in the limelight, had made Han Jingjing the manager. Then your boyfriend isn't afraid that Han Jingjing will cheat on him? Su Yuqing was calm and direct, asking the key question. But after she asked, she regretted it. After all, in front of Han Jingjing and the people in their dormitory, it was a bit offensive to say so. But she also felt close to Guan Yu, so subconsciously, she considered things from Guan Yu's perspective. You're thinking too much. It's impossible, Guan Yu said with certainty. Chapter 91. The Queen's Surprise Inspection. Guan Yu also understood Su Yuqing's concerns. Han Jingjing was the company's legal representative, and it would be very easy to make money by doing something shady, but she was sure that Han Jingjing would not do that. Now Su Yuqing was really curious, why wouldn't she? Changqing made Han Jingjing the legal representative, which shows his trust in her, but why does Guan Yu also trust her so much? Their relationship is very complicated. Guan Yu said helplessly, we grew up together, almost every day. My boyfriend was a handsome boy from a young age, and many boys would bully him. Every time there was a fight, Jingjing would fight with them together with my boyfriend. Jingjing is weak, so she bites when she can't fight back. Anyway, it's hard to explain, so just think of them as brother and sister. At first, she also wanted to exclude Han Jingjing. After all, which girl would want to have such a little girl around her boyfriend all the time? But as time went on, the more she learned about their past, the more helpless she felt. It was impossible to separate them. If they were together, she would have nothing to do with them, so she might as well be generous and treat her as her sister-in-law. Su Yuqing heard Guan Yu say this and also found it very difficult. She simply changed the subject. What kind of company does your boyfriend run? It's a software company. Guan Yu smiled. She was proud of her boyfriend for being so successful. Oh. What kind of software? Have you been there? This. Guan Yu shook her head embarrassedly. She had no interest in business at all. Although Changqing would tell her about the company, she never cared. As the girlfriend of the real deal, you haven't even been to your boyfriend's company, that's ridiculous. Su Yuqing had a lot to say. Joina's eyes were also strange, as if she were saying, she's pretty, but she's not very smart. The other girls also thought that Guan Yu was too careless. Changqing is so handsome and has his own company. If you don't keep a closer eye on him, what if someone else steals him away? You are the boss's wife. If your boyfriend has his own company, you should go and take a look. This way, your boyfriend will also feel that you care about him. Su Yuqing came up with an idea. Yes, yeah. How can a girlfriend not visit her boyfriend when he opens a company? Joanna added. You're so good, Han Jingjing. You're already a manager, but you didn't even tell me? Feeling betrayed, Joanna also wanted to go to the company to take a look. If she wants to be bored at the company, she can only be in the office. When the time comes, Guan Yu will rush over and block them in the office. The image of that is exciting just thinking about it. Okay, I'll call and ask. Guan Yu took out her cell phone and was about to call Changqing. Seeing this, Joanna hurriedly stopped her. No, yeah. We can just go over there after we finish eating. It'll be a nice surprise for your boyfriend. He'll be so happy to see you. If we call them in advance, they will be prepared, so what's the point? Okay, let's eat first. Guan Yu put down her phone. How could she not understand what Joanna meant? She just didn't want to be in that situation, so whenever it came to that, she pretended to be stupid. He would never leave her, so why think about it so much? The sweet and sour carp was really not disappointing. The sweet and sour taste was very popular with the girls, and the other dishes were also very exquisite. A group of girls wouldn't do anything to kill people. They didn't order many dishes, and Su Yuqing was going to pay the bill. But the boss said that the bill was already hanging in the private room, so Su Yuqing didn't insist. After leaving the restaurant, the girls took 2 taxis and headed straight for the Science and Technology Park. At around 1 p.m., it was time for the factories in the Science and Technology Park to close for the day, and the streets were crowded with pedestrians. The girls in the taxi looked out the window at the passers-by and had no feelings for these migrant workers who had left their homes. Guan Yu's family was wealthy. Su Yuqing was the daughter of a government official, and Xiao Yana was also a second-generation official. Fangya, Pang Jiaojiao, Lu Chunyan, and Lu Opasian, although they come from ordinary families, they have no problem supporting their studies, so they naturally cannot understand the hardships of these migrant workers. In front of the Qingyun Software Office building, a group of girls got off the taxi and walked into the lobby on the first floor. The receptionist is a beautiful young woman in her 20s named Shinting. She graduated from an art school and has a great figure and temperament. According to Chang Qing, the front desk is part of the company's face, so it must have a good image. Shinting had just finished lunch and was coming down the stairs when she saw a group of young girls walk in. The leader was a girl wearing a blue skirt, so beautiful that she was almost too good to be true. There were also 2 other girls who looked like they could compete with Chen. Seeing so many beautiful girls all at once made Shinting, who was always confident in her looks, feel like she had been hit by a critical blow. Guan Yu walked up and said politely, "Hello? Excuse me, is Han Jingjing in the company?" Han Jingjing? Never heard of her? Shinting came back to her senses and said, "Did I come to the wrong company?" Guan Yu thought to herself and asked with some uncertainty, "Is Changqing from your company?" "Changqing? You mean Mr. Chang? What do you want with him?" Chang Qing must have known. Chang Qing is not only the company's technical director, but also very good-looking. The female colleagues have talked about this a lot in private. But General Manager Chang and General Manager Chen are a couple, so they don't stand a chance. Hearing that the receptionist knew Chang Qing, she knew she was in the right place. Guan Yu said, "He is my boyfriend. I came to see him. What floor is he on?" "Young lady, are you saying that you and Mr. Chang are a couple? Isn't Mr. Chang and Miss Chen a couple? How did a girlfriend suddenly appear?" Shinting was afraid she had heard it wrong, so she asked again. "Yes. What floor is he on?" Guan Yu didn't care about the receptionist's shock and asked again. Shinting politely smiled and replied, "I'm sorry. Mr. Chang is not here. How about this? I'll call and ask for you. This young girl in front of me is so pretty, she wouldn't lie like this on purpose, would she?" Shinting dialed the number with doubts, and Guan Yu's heart was not at peace. Chang Qing clearly said that he was at the company, and Jing Jing also said that she was at the company, but now one is not at the company, and one is not there. What is going on? For a moment, Guan Yu's mood was somewhat complicated. As soon as she heard that neither of them was there, she knew that they must have gone to a hotel to fool around. Chapter 92, President Chang. Where did all these pretty little girls come from? After Han Jingjing fell asleep, Chang Qing was bored and looked at the time. It was already noon. He walked back to Villa 22, changed his clothes, and asked Auntie Lu to make some food to take to Han Jingjing. Just as he reached the door of Villa 22, his phone rang. It was the company landline. Chang Chang hurriedly answered. "What's the matter?" "Mr. Chang. A very pretty girl is here looking for you. She says she's your girlfriend and is now in the reception area on the first floor with a group of 7 or 8 other girls." Chang Qing's heart skipped a beat. Goodness, this is a surprise inspection. He calmed down and said, "Okay, I know. You take care of them." Ring ring ring. Meanwhile, in the villa room, a sudden phone call woke up Han Jingjing from her sleep. She opened her eyes dazedly, looked around in a daze, and picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table. The caller ID showed Guan Yue, and Han Jingjing was startled, and she immediately woke up. She quickly sat up, adjusted her posture, and picked up the phone. "Hello, Yue-er?" "Guan Yu, yes." "Jingjing. Where are you?" There seemed to be a hint of coldness in her tone. Me? I'm at the office. Han Jingjing felt a little guilty. Guan Yu, I'm at the company. How come the receptionist said she didn't know you? This time the voice was even colder. Front desk? There is no front desk in the company. Did you go to the wrong place? When Guan Yu said he went to the company, Han Jingjing's face instantly lost its color, but when she heard that he said the front desk, she calmed down. Guan Yu, that's right. They know Chang Ching, they call him Mr. Chang Ching. Han Jingjing was puzzled, but when she looked up and saw Chang Ching entering the room, she quickly covered the microphone, signaled him to be quiet, and thought of something at the same time. You are. You're not in the Science and Technology Park, are you? Guan Yu, yes. That's the branch office. I'm at the head office, near the college. At this point, Han Jingjing was completely relieved, and Guan Yu's voice softened a bit. The two of them chatted like old friends and then hung up. Han Jingjing patted her chest, looking like she had just escaped from a disaster. Did you know that you went to the branch office? Yes. The receptionist just called me. I brought you some food. You should go to the head office and take a look. I have to go to the Science and Technology Park. Okay, then check if my clothes are dry. Chang Ching went out onto the balcony to check. The clothes were thin, so they would dry quickly in the hot sun. He put the clothes away and put them on the bed, but he didn't have time to admire them and quickly went downstairs. He first called Chen Shangyun and learned that she had gone straight home after the interview. He then started the car and headed for the Science and Technology Park. On the way, he called Guan Yu again and was surprised to hear that Guan Yu had suddenly attacked him, giving Chang Ching a reminder. Everyone has many sides, and you can't always look at a person with the same eyes. If Chang Ching knew that it was Su Yuqing and Xiao Yana who were behind it, he would probably have to deal with them. On the sofa in the reception room, Xiao Yana sipped tea and asked Guan Yu. Yeah. How are you? Where is Jingjing? She acted like she really knew tea. Jingjing is at the head office, this is the branch office. After making the call, Guan Yu felt much better and thought that she had been worrying for nothing. What should we do now? Should we go back now? The others also looked at Guan Yu. No, Chang Ching will be here soon. We just need to wait here. On the coffee table, there was coffee, juice, tea, and some fruit. After all, knowing that she was the girlfriend of the general manager, Shin Ting was eager to entertain her. Su Yuqing looked at her and asked, Miss, is this whole building your company's? Yes. Shin Ting said proudly, not only this building, the whole building next door is also our company. The company is doing well, and for the employees, it is also a source of pride. Su Yuqing was a little surprised. She didn't expect Changqing Company to be so big. There must be a lot of employees. Not only was Su Yuqing surprised, even Guan Yu was a little surprised. She had only heard Changqing mention it, and didn't pay much attention, but now that she heard that both buildings were owned by the company, she felt proud, but also felt that she had been too concerned about her boyfriend. There are currently more than 200 people in this building, and the other building is hiring, so it should eventually exceed 500 people. This is not a secret, and Shin Ting naturally knows it. Xiao Yana swallowed a mouthful of tea and almost choked. This Chang Ching is handsome and also so rich? No wonder Jingjing is so infatuated with him. She would probably be infatuated too. As they were chatting, Chang Ching opened the door and walked in, smiling and saying, Wow! So many beautiful women have come, making our company shine. Seeing Chang Ching come in, Guan Yu hurriedly got up and hugged his arm. You're finally here. I went with Jingjing to the head office. I got the call and rushed over here. Changqing said, and then he raised his leg and shook it. Look, my leg is all worn out from running. You're so annoying. Guan Yu was suddenly amused. Shen Ting. You've worked hard. I'll take care of things here. You go ahead. Okay. Mr. Chang. Shin Ting left in response, and was full of envy for Guan Yu. Chang looked at everyone. Ladies, what's next on the agenda? Su Yuqing said, if it's convenient, you can show us around the company. She was curious about the company that Chang Cheng had started, and in fact, the others were thinking the same thing. Next, Chang Cheng took Guan Yu's hand and led everyone on a tour of the company. There was nothing to see on the first floor, so they just took a quick look and went to the second floor. The second floor has an open view, with two departments connected together, all young and beautiful. The employees who were working saw Changqing walking over with a group of young girls. The girl in his arms was even more beautiful than he could imagine, and they were all a little confused. Changqing is the company's technical director, and he never gets involved in anything outside of the technical department, so although these employees call him Mr. Chang, they don't really fear him. On weekdays, a few female employees with a lot of courage would tease Changqing a little, but he didn't care. He didn't like a too dull working environment. He thought it was good to relax a bit by joking around. A female employee in her mid-20s teased him. "Mr. Chang, where did you find so many pretty girls? These girls are all very young, so it is unlikely that they are new employees. Most importantly, Changqing is actually holding a girl's hand? Everyone in the company knows that Changqing and Chen are a couple." Her strong sense of curiosity made her ask, "Do I still need to use a cane?" Changqing raised his head and looked smug. "With my handsome appearance, they followed me back to the campus." She talked nonsense and made everyone laugh. Changqing knew that it wouldn't be long before the company was full of gossip, but he had to face it. It was impossible to keep him out of the company when the moon was coming. Chapter 93, I'll introduce you to some more handsome guys. Changqing chatted with the employees on the second floor for a while, and then continued to show Guan Yu and the others around. Joina asked deliberately, "Hey, Changqing, why are there only girls here?" She was just waiting for him to say, "You're a pervert." The girls were also puzzled and looked at Changqing together. This is the marketing department and sales department, so of course there are more girls. Seeing that Joina was about to pick a fight, Changqing deliberately teased. "Later, you can go to the technical department and see for yourself. There are hundreds of handsome guys there. If you want, I can introduce you to a few more." "Ah. You're so mean." Joanna blushed and kicked Changqing's calf with her foot. "What do you mean by introduce a few more? What kind of person do you think she is?" Guan Yu pinched the soft flesh on Changqing's waist and frowned. In Guan Yu's impression, Changqing was exceptionally gentle with her, but was especially rough with other girls, including Han Jingjing. This was also one of the reasons why she felt at ease. "This is a restaurant." Changqing led them to the third floor and looked at the entire floor of the restaurant. The group of girls looked around and felt like they were back in the university cafeteria, but it was a bit more luxurious than the school cafeteria. Su Yuqing asked with some doubt, "Is the whole floor of restaurants too extravagant?" The other girls had no concept of business at all, but Su Yuqing was very sensitive to this aspect because her aunt was a businessman and she was doing well. Changqing explained to her why it was like this. After listening, Su Yuqing also had some admiration for Changqing. Su Yuqing asked casually, "Isn't Han Jingjing the general manager of the company? How come no one at the front desk here knows her?" This is a question that Guan Yu also wanted to ask, but after seeing Changqing, she forgot about it for a while. Jingjing is not as smart as you are. How can she manage such a big company? When the company was first established, it rented a storefront near the school. There were only a few people, and Jingjing was the manager. This place is managed by professionals. She has never been here, so of course no one knows her. After hearing Changqing say this, Su Yuqing also felt that it made sense. If she were to manage such a large company, she would feel quite stressed. Guan Yu was also sweet-talked by these words, and the slight uneasiness in her heart before had also disappeared. The fourth floor is the entertainment center. There are no expensive facilities, just some facilities for running, cycling, playing ball games, dancing, etc. There is a lot of open space. The girls seem to be more interested in this kind of scene. Even Guan Yu got on the treadmill and after playing for a while, she said she was tired. Changqing took her off the treadmill and taught her how to play billiards. Changqing stood behind her, holding her left hand with his left hand and helping her with her posture, while his right hand taught her how to aim and exert force. Although Guan Yu didn't like billiards, she was very happy playing with Changqing. When no one was looking, the two of them even kissed, which was both sweet and exciting. Lu Chunyan and Pang Jiajiu were playing indoor basketball. They shouted with excitement when they made a shot, and the ball would automatically come back if they missed. Fanya took Luo Peijian with her to ride a bike, saying that she was determined to lose weight. Joina is practicing her dance for the welcome party in the dance room. The welcome party is a joint performance by freshmen to juniors. There are 15 programs in total, with 5 from each grade. The other grades are not clear, but freshmen can sign up for themselves. Guan Yu was appointed to be the host, so Qiao Yana signed up to dance. She had been very disdainful when a girl danced during military training last time, thinking that she was far inferior to her. This time, she wants to impress the whole school with her charm and maybe replace Guan Yu and become the #1 beauty queen. After all, Guan Yu is only good-looking, and I haven't heard of any talents. Su Yuqing was bored and wanted to go for a walk, but then she thought that if she sweated too much, it would be inconvenient to take a shower. She did some simple yoga exercises next to Qiao Yana. Su Yuqing was wearing a white t-shirt and dark blue skinny jeans today. The plump and full curves show a dynamic and seductive look. Changqing stood behind Guan Yu, his hands around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder, and asked softly, "You are? Why did you suddenly come to the company to find me?" "No, nothing. I just suddenly missed you." Guan Yu's voice was soft and tremulous. It was mainly the hot breath that Changqing deliberately exhaled as his lips touched her earlobes. She felt a tingling sensation, and her whole body felt weak. But she didn't betray her best friend for the sake of a man. Men and women have different desires. Men always have them, but women can get by without them. Once they touch them, they can't get enough. Changqing blew a hot breath in her ear again and whispered, "Why don't you come to my office?" "I'm not going." She said that, but her hand was being pulled out of the door, and she didn't put up a fight at all. She looked around and saw that her friends were all playing, and her nervous heart relaxed a little. "Mr. Chang." As Changqing and Guan Yu were about to enter the 6th floor, someone with a sharp eye saw Changqing and greeted him. Guan Yu was a bit embarrassed to see so many people, and followed Changqing with his head down. Seeing that Changqing was leading such a pretty little girl into the office, the outside world immediately exploded with chatter. There was a lot of envy and jealousy, saying that Mr. Chen was already so beautiful, but Mr. Chang was still not satisfied and was flirting with other girls. Men's mentality is still different from that of women, and envy is the most common feeling. I guess the female colleagues on the 2nd floor are more likely to call Changqing a scumbag. His gossip company will spread sooner or later, and Changqing doesn't avoid it, and directly takes Guan Yu to his own office on the 6th floor. As soon as he closed the door, he pushed her against it. Guan Yu also liked having such a strong boyfriend. She felt like she was being forced by the boss, her heart beating faster and her blood rushing to her head. She also thought of the first time she met Changqing, when she felt her heart racing and her blood rushing. That handsome young man had captivated her with just one glance. From that day on, Guan Yu has been paying close attention to Changqing, but at that time, Changqing was introverted and unsociable, and he was always hanging out with Han Jingjing. The budding love of Guan Yu was very tangled for a while, and she was so happy that she didn't sleep all night until she figured out their relationship. When you truly fall in love with someone, you will really do anything. Self-esteem, shame, and even the bottom line are all forgotten. Guan Yu was particularly thorough in this regard. Although the strange looks of other classmates made Guan Yu feel very uncomfortable, she still suppressed her shyness and found all kinds of excuses to talk to Changqing. She often made a show of admiration, and this gradually helped the sensitive Changqing find confidence and become more and more cheerful. Chapter 94, Guan Yu, Where Love is Supreme. Changqing did not disappoint Guan Yu's expectations. He confessed to her when he was taking her home. Although his speech was stuttering and not at all romantic. But it still made Guan Yu feel incredibly happy and sweet, because this was the result of her going against all odds. At that time, Changqing was still a straight man, and on the way home, he was still a few steps away from her. It was Guan Yu who, overcoming her shyness, took the initiative to guide Changqing on how to fall in love. As the two gradually got to know each other, Guan Yu would say what a guy should do at this time so that a girl would feel valued and needed. She would also tell Changqing about the romantic scenes in idol dramas, and the two would act them out together. For example, the girl accidentally falls down, the boy reaches out to help her up, the girl leans back, and the two look at each other. There are also all kinds of domineering wall kisses, and Changqing likes to kiss a woman against the wall, which is also when he learned it. It was Guan Yu's unremitting efforts that made the originally sensitive Changqing become confident and composed, and he also became more and more understanding of girls. Not only could he fully understand Guan Yu's hints, he could also take the initiative to provoke. This also gave Guan Yu great satisfaction. It was as if she had personally cultivated a perfect boyfriend, and she felt a sense of accomplishment. At that time, Guan Yu was just a teenage girl, but she did everything she could. If it weren't for her bravery, there would be no Changqing. As the two's relationship blossomed, Changqing also became curious about her clothes. Although Guan Yu was so nervous that she was sweating and could hardly stand up straight, she still satisfied his curiosity. People are greedy, and Changqing was no exception. Gradually, he was no longer satisfied with looking at her through her clothes, and this was also due to Guan Yu's favoritism towards him. As time went on, Changqing became more and more excessive, both physically and verbally. Guan Yu had been brought up with strict discipline and had always been a lady in the eyes of others. Facing such behavior, the inner torment can be imagined. But she simply couldn't resist Changqing because she loved this man so much. It was like when they first met, when Guan Yu asked Changqing what kind of girl he liked best. Changqing said, "I like girls who like to wear skirts." Changqing said this because of his childhood memories, but it was this unintentional remark that completely changed Guan Yu's life's clothing. Although Guan Yu also liked to wear skirts, she didn't wear them in winter, but after Changqing said that, in spring, summer, autumn and winter, Guan Yu always wears skirts. Changqing didn't know this, and he complained about it for a while. He thought that Guan Yu had a strange temper, and that she wore skirts in the middle of winter and walked very slowly. At that time, Changqing didn't think that the main reason Guan Yu walked slowly was to make the way home longer. This way, he could spend more time with her. This is how Guan Yu's love brain works. From the moment she decided to be with Changqing, she had already completely opened her heart. In her heart, there was never anyone but Changqing. The kind of person who would do anything for love. Once, when she was brought home by Changqing, her whole body was covered in saliva. When she thought she couldn't hold back any longer, he stopped. Because in Changqing's heart, he also loved Guan Yu very much. He saw the nervousness and fear on Guan Yu's face, even though she didn't say a word. Changqing's sudden realization of his mistake also brought great comfort to Guan Yu's heart, and she became even more convinced of her choice. Guan Yu's inner resistance stems from her traditional education and her perfect view of love. Guan Yu felt that the perfect ending to a first love was when two people reached adulthood and the final step of a relationship came naturally. It was precisely because of her persistence in love that when she saw Changqing and Han Jingjing being somewhat intimate, she chose to ignore it or tolerate it. Because she didn't want anyone or anything to ruin the beauty in her heart. The two of them haven't been intimate in the true sense of the word for a long time, and in Guan Yu's memory, it's been more than 2 months. In Changqing's memory, it was 2 months and also 18 years, so distant that the memory had begun to blur. At this time, the warm autumn sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the office. The slight dust in the air enveloped the people, as if they were covered in a layer of fine light. Changqing sat on the sofa hugging her, his tone a little urgent. "Baby, why don't we move out?" "No. What would my roommates think if I didn't come home at night?" Guan Yu wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand and spoke in a particularly gentle tone. In fact, she was also very confused. When she was in a relationship before, she didn't feel anything. But after having intimate relations, she would always think about it from time to time, feeling shy and a little eager. As time passed and her longing for Changqing grew, this feeling became stronger and stronger, and she naturally wanted to move out. But she was worried that if the two of them lived together every day, Changqing would definitely get bored after a long time. Maintaining an appropriate distance was the only way to keep the love fresh. Guan Yu is a romanticist in love, and she thinks a lot about these things. During the military training period, she had already thought of a way. She untied the bow that was holding his hand and said softly, "Honey, I want to rent a small apartment near the school, and then every weekend, we can go there for 2 days. When we are studying, we can stay in the dormitory, so that we won't be criticized by our roommates." In fact, last time she heard Changqing say that he had rented a house outside, but Guan Yu felt that Han Jingjing had lived in that house and she didn't want to go. At this time, Changqing had no time to think about it. He thought that it would take a lot of persuasion to convince Guan Yu. But thinking about himself at this time, he really did have a lot to say. "Then it's settled. Don't back out on me." "Yes." Guan Yu pushed him softly, "Let's go out. Qingqing and the others must be worried." She felt that if they continued, they would definitely be unable to control their emotions, which she did not want. In this environment, she had psychological barriers and felt very uncomfortable. "Okay." Changqing naturally understood Guan Yu. He didn't really want to load the gun, but it was just a natural action. Guan Yu's heart is pure. She doesn't like simple desires. She needs sincere emotions as a foundation and a romantic atmosphere as an aid. Every time is without regret, and every time is worth remembering. If she doesn't meet the person she wants, she would rather be alone for the rest of her life than settle for someone. She is somewhat naive, loves to daydream, and is romantic. She should be lively and cheerful. But in front of strangers, she is a bit paranoid and indifferent, acting like a goddess and keeping people at a distance. She is aloof in front of Changqing, but lively and clingy in front of strangers, and easygoing in front of familiar friends. It can only be said that people themselves are multifaceted, and in the eyes of different people, there will be different answers. Chapter 95, More than 100 handsome guys upstairs. After a while, Changqing took Guan Yu's hand and returned to the entertainment room on the 4th floor. What are you ladies going to do next? Joina said with a smile, Yo. Yeah. Your little face is so flushed. What have you been up to? At this time, she was doing a one-legged stand on a soft cushion, and her leather skirt naturally moved up, but she was wearing matching colored leggings, so it wasn't too revealing. Su Yuqing quickly went over to pull her up. It was fine for the girls to do this before, but now that Changqing was there, it was too indecent. Guan Yu countered with a smile, there are more than 100 handsome guys upstairs. If you want to go, I'll let my boyfriend take you over to pick one. Oh, yeah. You've gone bad too. Joanna's face turned red immediately. In fact, with her personality, she doesn't feel anything about talking dirty. It's just that recently she watched a romantic movie on the browser, and there was a scene in it where a group of boys surrounded a girl. One of the boys even said, Madam, you don't want to. When Changqing said he would introduce her to a few more boyfriends, that image immediately came to her mind, and she couldn't help blushing. She only watched the beginning of the movie, and didn't dare watch the rest, but just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. Now that Guan Yu also said that, she was even more embarrassed. The image in her mind just wouldn't go away. Su Yuqing looked at the other girls and said, It's getting late. Why don't we go home first? Fangya was reluctant to leave. Okay then. Yes, let's go back. We still have a class meeting to attend. Pang Jiajiao interjected. She was a girl with glasses, quiet and reserved, and looked very ladylike. She rarely spoke. Class meeting? What time is it? Are we electing class officers? Xiao Yana was very interested in this. She didn't get to be class monitor last time, so this time she would at least get to be an officer. Around 6 or 7 o'clock. Pang Jiajiao replied. These Evergreen didn't know that he had originally planned to take the girls out to dinner that night, but now it seems that it won't work. Then I'll take you back. When they got downstairs, they faced another problem. If they weren't afraid of breaking the rules, Changqing's car could fit all 7 girls. But if something really happened, Changqing couldn't take responsibility. Joina looked around the car with curiosity. Hey, Changqing. Is this your car? It's so cool. You're a little girl, and you like this kind of car? Changqing was a little curious. Usually, little girls are all about looks. They like sports cars and the like. But the exception is the domineering woman Qin Wenjing. Joina smiled, this car is so domineering. Those small cars will definitely not be able to beat it. Damn. Changqing couldn't help but swear, what the hell is this shit? If it weren't for Guan Yu, Chang would have wanted to spank Joina on the car. Guan Yu also took a few more looks at the car, but outside, Guan Yu never said much, and didn't ask Changqing about it. On the contrary, since Qing had a car, the passenger seat would definitely be hers. Su Yuqing also looked at the car and said, There's no room for one car. Why don't you give Yuer a few, and we'll take a taxi? Although it is not far from the campus, if you have to take 2 trips back and forth, it will take 40 to 50 minutes each way. Whoever leaves first will have to wait. Changqing was thinking about it when he looked up and saw a yellow minibus. His eyes lit up. Hey, ladies, why don't you experience the employee benefits of our company? Guan Yu asked, what kind of benefits? The other girls looked at him curiously. Changqing pointed to the yellow minibus in front, our company's shuttle bus. Su Yuqing smiled gently, your company is really good, with good food, good fun, and a shuttle bus. When I graduate, I'll come work for you. Great. You're always welcome. To be honest, Su Yuqing is a very calm and level-headed young lady with a good sense of the big picture. If she weren't so young, Chang Chang would really like to recruit her. Su Yuqing laughed lightly and covered her mouth. Then you have to give me a high-level position. I won't come if it's low. No problem. Changqing also laughed and said, you as the president, and you are the vice president. The position is not low, right? We do all the work, what do you do? Guan Yu was displeased. Of course I'm at home taking care of the kids. Changqing said seriously, making Guan Yu blush. You're so annoying. She raised her hand to hit her boyfriend, but Changqing dodged. Guan Yu chased after her and the two of them played around as if they were alone, making the other girls envious. She called Wang to drive the minibus and take the girls back to the campus. Su Yuqing said understandingly that it would be fine for Guan Yu to go back with Changqing on the minibus. Guan Yu couldn't bear to leave them and go off with her boyfriend, so she laughed and said no. She reluctantly said goodbye to Changqing and then got on the minibus and left. Joyna was a little upset. She wanted to ride in Changqing's car, but she had never ridden in such a powerful car. But she didn't dare to say it. After watching the minibus leave, Changqing turned around and went back to the 6th floor, calling Zhang Kai into the office. Zhang Kai came in and said, "Hello, Mr. Chang. Sit down." Changqing sat behind the desk and gestured for Zhang Kai to sit down and speak. How is the point card platform? The framework has been completed. These kinds of websites are not very technical, they are just a transit station, with some registration and other functions. The focus is not on technology, but on promotion. Even if someone imitates it later, they won't be able to achieve the same speed of promotion as Changqing's. Similar to many later routines, they first promoted it for free, and then slowly charged after users got used to it. It's not high-tech at all, it's just another form of business. The difference is that Evergreen provides convenience for users provide data for him, he uses the data to negotiate with game companies, and then gets discounts to make a profit. Changqing then called in the leaders of several other teams to find out about the progress of the project. The other teams were all working slowly and couldn't produce results in a short time. Only the one-click installation has made progress. The biggest difficulty at the moment is that there are too many hardware brands on the market, and the models are also complicated. After the machine is reinstalled, the driver is a problem. Many hardware components are not compatible with mainstream drivers and need to be installed manually. If you skip this problem, you can burn the disk very quickly. Changqing thought for a moment and said, then we'll make a universal driver. A system disk and a driver disk will make a set. When we've solved the problem, we can just burn it again, right? Changqing suddenly thought that this was even better. He wanted to achieve multiple goals with one arrow, and now he had one more goal. Chapter 96, The Queen of the Sea. As for the extra millions of costs, they are not worth mentioning compared to the results that will be achieved. Back at the headquarters, he picked up Han Jingjing and had a casual meal near the school. Han Jingjing was also a little scared today, afraid that she had made Changqing difficult. However, after hearing that Guan Yu was not angry, she finally let her guard down. After dinner, Changqing took Han Jingjing back to school and returned to the university. It was almost 6 o'clock. On the way, Chen Shangyun called to ask if Changqing was coming home for dinner. Chen Shangyun had just returned home after an interview. Changqing said he had already eaten and would be going home after class that night. When he arrived at the classroom, many people had already arrived. When they saw Changqing walk in, many of them showed surprised expressions. These people, Changqing had only met twice, and he hadn't paid much attention to them, so naturally, most of them didn't know him. The only familiar face, Chen Shang, hadn't arrived yet. Changqing walked to the back row and found a corner to sit down. A few minutes later, Min Ro walked into the classroom, followed by Chen Shang. After Min Ro sat down, Chen Shang put the milk tea he was holding in his hand on her desk. Min Ro said thank you in a lukewarm tone, and Chen Shang quickly smiled and said, "You're welcome," and the like. Seeing his brother-in-law in this state, Changqing was also helpless. Although whether a man is confident comes from the thickness of the money in his pocket. But now, after all, he is still a student, and it feels too humble to lick like this. Especially when it comes to love, apart from the two-way rush, almost whoever pays more is the one who is inferior. And if someone doesn't like you, you keep licking and groveling, even if she agrees one day. It is estimated that she will not like you because she has no good prospects, and she will keep you around as a spare tire. If she agrees because she is moved, that would be good. That is why there is the saying that if you lick a dog, you will end up with nothing. In Shuhan was sitting in a seat not far away, glaring at Chen Shang, who returned the glare with equal intensity. A cough, and the counselor walked into the classroom. The counselor is a middle-aged man in his 40s named Lu Shuebing. When the counselor came in, the two cocks quickly sat down. Lu Shuebing introduced himself, then took out a notebook and started calling the roll. Halfway through the roll call, the last two students walked into the classroom. It wasn't a formal class, so the counselor didn't make a fuss and let them in. After the roll call, he welcomed them to the university and said a few words about how they would get along in the next 4 years. The military training is over, and the temporary class officers elected earlier are now invalid. Today, we will re-elect the official class officers. You can either nominate yourself or be nominated by others. When it came to running for class president, everyone immediately became excited. Some people may be thinking that it would be nice to spend the next 4 years at university just playing games, reading novels, and having a good time. But there are also motivated students who run for class officers. Not only can they exercise themselves, but they can also gain some organizational experience for later in life. Teacher, I was the temporary class leader before. I believe that my performance these days has been obvious to all of you. I hope you will vote for me so that I can continue to serve my classmates. Minro walked up to the front of the stage and confidently solicited votes for herself. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, a cotton t-shirt, and denim shorts that showed off her long, white legs. She looked young and beautiful. Especially that innocent, first love face of hers, which had charmed many boys. When Minro volunteered, many boys already raised their hands to show their support. Class monitor Min has always performed well and is very helpful. Yes, during the military training, when a classmate fainted, it was Min who organized the boys to take him to the infirmary. She even bought water for everyone in our class. There was an outpouring of praise, and it seems that Minro has put in a lot of effort in order to be the monitor these days. Seeing this, Lu Shuebing asked if anyone else wanted to run for the position. Seeing that there was no competition, he announced that Minro would continue to serve as monitor. In the applause that followed, Minro officially became the monitor of Class 1. The pressure to compete for the position of vice monitor was intense. In Shuhan thought he was as good as Minro. But then 5 or 6 people stood up at once, some saying they had strong organizational skills, and some girls saying they could help them find a boyfriend. The whole class burst into laughter. However, In Shuhan was not a pushover. After a speech, he still won the position of vice monitor with a slight advantage. The next competition was for the position of Youth League committee member, and in the end, a girl named Wang Xinyu was elected. She is a lively and cheerful girl. Next came the committee members, and there was another round of competitive speeches, which actually gave everyone a chance to get to know each other. Finally, amidst waves of applause, the group of class leaders was determined. Chang Qing was a transparent person throughout the whole process, never raising his hand, as if everything had nothing to do with him. When the class ended, the students left the classroom one after another. Chang Qing had just gotten up when he was seen by Minro, who had not yet left. Chang Qing. You're here too? What kind of words are those? You make it sound like I can't come. Chang Qing was at a loss for words. No. I was just surprised to see you. Have you eaten? Let's have dinner together. I've already eaten. Maybe next time. Oh. Really? You said that last time too. Minro was a little disappointed. I can't lie to you about whether I've eaten or not. I'll definitely do it next time. Okay, then. What are you doing later? I'm going back to the dorm. Hey, wait for me, fourth brother. Chen Shang had been watching silently, and since Minro had not left, he would definitely not leave either. He had heard Minro ask Changqing to have dinner with her, so he thought he could go with Changqing and get to know Minro better. But Changqing actually refused, which made Chen Chang a little disappointed. Chen Chang asked in puzzlement, fourth brother. The beautiful monitor is calling you to eat together, why don't you go? He really couldn't understand it. Minro was so beautiful, and if she had asked him out, he would have been so happy that he wouldn't have been able to sleep. I've already eaten. Why should I go? Damn it! No way! Fourth brother, are you pretending to be innocent? Is the point of this dinner? The point is to be with Min Ro. Chen Shang was speechless and felt that Changqing's emotional intelligence was a bit low. I'm not interested in her, and I advise you not to waste your time on her. She's not someone you can handle. After all, he is his brother-in-law, so Changqing still reminded him. In his opinion, Min Ro was undoubtedly. Chen Shang was a little smug when he heard this. What do you know? I feel that Min Ro has a crush on me. You just wait. I'll get her sooner or later. It's pointless to say anything about this, because it won't help. It's the same with many things. If you say too much, some people will think you want to harm them. Chapter 97. Whether it's doing business or chasing women, it's the bold who succeed, and the timid who fail. After leaving the classroom, the two walked together to the dormitory. Chen Shang asked as they walked, "Fourth brother, I want to tell you something." "What is it?" "Have you heard of the school's financial aid program?" "I know, what's the problem?" Chen Shang was a little embarrassed. "Do you know how to apply for it?" "There is one in every class. You can ask the monitor to fill out the application and have him give it to the guidance counselor." "Ah, you have to ask the monitor to fill it out." Chen Shang's face looked a little bad. Seeing his face change, Changqing asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean?" "If I ask the monitor, Min Ro will definitely look down on me. If I apply for it, how can I pursue Min Ro? Doesn't your family give you money to live on? 500 yuan a month is not enough to live on. Don't you have an older sister?" "Chen Shangyun is not short of money now, so she must have given it to him. When I first came here, my sister gave me 2,000 yuan. It's been less than a month, so I don't think I should ask her for more." "You spent all 2,000 yuan?" Changqing was a little surprised. Prices were still very low at this time, and many students lived on a few hundred yuan. Chen Shang had already spent 2,000 in less than a month, which was considered quite extravagant. "More or less?" Chen Shang looked dejected. "How did you spend it?" "It's just because I'm chasing after Min Ro. We eat, we sing, and we go out with her roommates. It costs a few $100s at a time." Chen Shang still felt a little sorry for himself when he talked about it. He had only been concerned with looking smart at the time, and now his heart was bleeding. "If you need money in a hurry, you can borrow it from me. Of course, it has to be used for a good cause. Drinking, gambling, and whoring are definitely not allowed. As for this little brother-in-law who licks dogs, Changqing is too lazy to waste any more words, but there is no justification for giving him money directly, so he said he would lend it to him. "Damn it, fourth brother. You're still a good friend." Chen Shang came over and put his arm around his shoulder, looking like a good buddy. "You're always hanging out with Li Mingfeng. Hasn't he given you any benefits?" Changqing was a bit uncomfortable with the man's hug, so he cleverly pulled away a little. "He only pays for my lunch and my cigarettes, and I do his laundry and stuff. It's not worth it for such a small amount of money. Don't do it anymore." After all, he is his brother-in-law, so Changqing couldn't help but give him another piece of advice. "If you don't need money, it's fine. With brother phone, a meal costs a few tens of dollars, but if I eat alone, it only costs a few dollars." Changqing understood this, but Chen Shang was not a man who would suffer for himself. You could tell by the mobile phone he used. He must be spending all his money on chasing girls. But he didn't care, and changed the subject. "Has your sister ever come looking for you?" "What do you mean, fourth brother? You're thinking about my sister too?" Chen Shang looked displeased. He was still hoping that his sister would marry Li Mingfeng. By then, Li Mingfeng's car might even be his. The two had different thoughts in mind. Changqing said disdainfully. "What do you mean by miss? I was just asking. Besides, I don't need to think about it. I'll be back in a while to tuck your sister in. But I can't say that kind of thing directly. No. I haven't had time to call him since the military training started. Chen Shang and I chatted like this on the way, and when we got to the dormitory, Li Mingfeng wasn't there. Yang Zhenghua had been up for a day and a night and couldn't hold out any longer. Changqing took out a cigarette and gave one to Chen Shang. "Xianzi, how far have you gone in pursuing Minru?" "It's not like I have anything better to do, so I asked him casually." how should I put it? I text her on my phone and then bring her breakfast in the morning. Then what? What then? Chen Chang looked puzzled. Not holding hands, kissing, or anything like that? What are you thinking? That's not going to happen. I haven't even told her yet, and what if I make a move and she gets annoyed? Seeing his innocent brother-in-law, Changqing was also speechless for a moment. You have to be bold when chasing a girl. If you want to get her, you should just go for it. You are single anyway, so even if you fail, you will still be single. But what if you succeed? These days, whether it's business or chasing women, it's all about being bold or being timid. Shen Shang was a bit tempted by what he had heard. After all, Shang Cheng had a girlfriend and should be more experienced than him. Women's thinking is not logical. They only care about emotional value. They like the person who can make them happy or the person who can make them blush. They are crazy about men who can arouse their emotions. As long as you can do these things, I guarantee she will approach you. Even if she is a reserved person, she will give you subtle opportunities. Think about it. At this point, Changqing had done his best as a brother-in-law and was about to go to Yuande to deliver the milk tea. Women like Min Ro are very smart. When seducing a man, there is no need to say anything. Just a casual glance or movement can make a person feel ambiguous. Thus, they feel that they have a chance and, without realizing it, enter the other person's fish pond. In the adult world, not giving a clear answer is a rejection. At this time, even if you like it, you have to learn to stop losing money and time. Seeing that Changqing was leaving, Chen Chang asked, "Fourth brother, where are you going?" "I'm going home." "Aren't you from out of town?" "Well, I rented a house nearby." "Damn, Lao Si. You're not living with your girlfriend, are you?" Chen Chang was shocked. Changqing thought to himself, "That's right. She's your sister. You're so lucky, little brother. I'm so jealous." Chen Chang was really envious. He was still chasing after Min Ro, and they hadn't even started dating yet, while his younger brother was already living with his girlfriend. "Well, think about what I said." Changqing threw the remaining cigarettes in his pocket to Chen Chang and turned and walked out of the dormitory. He went to the parking lot, got into his car, took out his cell phone and called Guan Yu. After the call was connected, Guan Yu whispered, "Honey, wait a minute." Then came the sound of footsteps. "Hello, honey, we were just having a class meeting. Is it not over yet?" "Guan Yu, it's already over. The elected class leaders had another meeting." "Oh, so you were elected to be a class officer?" "Guan Yu, yes, Xingqing is the monitor and I am the youth league committee. My baby is really amazing." "Guan Yu, hee hee. I didn't want to be elected, but Xingqing insisted that I be elected." "Oh. What time will you finish there?" "Guan Yu, I don't know yet." "Why, honey?" "Nothing, I was just wondering if I should bring you some milk tea." "Guan Yu, that's fine. If you're still here when it's over, just come to the classroom and find me." "Does it bother you?" "Guan Yu, it's fine. The students have all left, and there are only a few of us class officers left." "Okay, wait for me." Chapter 98, This Boy is Really Considerate. The giant steel beast idled in the parking lot of the original campus, and Changqing walked into the campus with 2 bags. He called Guan Yu and followed the instructions to find their classroom. "Changqing. Over here." His girlfriend was waving at him at the classroom door. There were 8 people in the classroom, 4 boys and 4 girls. Although Changqing brought 8 hot drinks, it was impossible to share them with them, so he found a seat and waited. Several of the boys looked at him from time to time with unfriendly eyes. Changqing didn't pay any attention to the provocations of these little boys. The conversation was about class fees, poor students, daily arrangements, and so on. Changqing listened to the conversation in boredom. After about 10 minutes, the meeting ended. One of the boys suggested a treat, but Guan Yu naturally refused, saying that her boyfriend was there. Even if Changqing hadn't come, Guan Yu wouldn't have gone anyway, but would have come up with another excuse. Su Yuqing also refused, saying that she had already eaten. The boy proposed to treat them to dinner, but since they both declined, he felt very embarrassed and his face turned a bit red. On the way to the playground, Changqing took out the flavor that Guan Yu liked and handed it to her with a straw. He then opened the bag and let Su Yuqing choose her favorite flavor. Su Yuqing picked a cup. She didn't want to drink a beverage today because she wasn't feeling well, but Changqing personally delivered it to her, so she didn't want to show it. She picked one out, thinking that she would just take it back to the dormitory, but when she started to drink it, she realized that it was hot. This made Su Yuqing feel very surprised. Could it be that Changqing knew she wasn't feeling well today? Then she thought, and a wry smile crossed her face. How could he possibly know when she wasn't feeling well? But this boy is really very considerate. The longer they get to know each other, the stronger this feeling becomes. She took the straw and drank it. After a few sips, a look of joy appeared on her face. She looked at Changqing and asked, "Changqing, have you chosen your class officers yet?" "No, I'm not interested in class officers. It would be useful if you were elected. It would be good practice for you and would also be helpful for your future work in the student union." "You have a point, but I'm too busy with the company to have time for that." "That's true. You're a big boss now. Being a class leader or not is meaningless to you." The three of them were walking around the playground, Guan Yu holding Changqing's arm and turning to talk to Su Yuqing about school matters. In this regard, Guan Yu did a good job, and she didn't ignore her best friend just because her boyfriend was there. She escorted them to the front of the dormitory building. In front of Su Yuqing, it was not good to say goodbye too intimately. She took the bag from Changqing's hands, waved her hands, and then walked back to the dormitory with Su Yuqing holding her hand. This kind of interaction between girls is difficult for Changqing to understand. The thought of him holding hands with a man makes him break out in goosebumps. Driving away from Yuanda, he looked at his phone and saw that it was only 8 o'clock. He called Joey. "Hey, Iman. Have you returned to school?" "Not yet. I'm still at the office." "Ah. Why are you still at the office?" "It's so late. I forgot the time while drawing that comic. I'm going back soon." "Wait a minute, I'll come pick you up. I'm just around the corner." This afternoon, when Changqing went to pick up Han Jingjing, he saw Joyman at the company. But in front of Han Jingjing, he didn't want to talk to Qiao Yiman too much. When he arrived at the Glory building, Joyman was already waiting at the door. With two pigtails, wearing a beige college-style long skirt, carrying a sketchpad, she looked quiet and pure, like an elf who had wandered into the mortal world by mistake. Changqing opened the car door and gestured for her to get in. Joyman sat in the car with her legs together and her body stiff, looking like a good and virtuous girl. Changqing sighed to himself, if this were Qiao Yana, her long legs would probably reach all the way to the windshield. "Are you tired today?" Changqing asked. "No, I haven't been here for a long time, but it seems like there are a lot of new colleagues that I don't know." Today, when she went to the company, she saw many unfamiliar faces, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Yes, we opened a branch office, and many of the old employees were transferred to the new company." Changqing bent down to help her fasten her seatbelt. "I'll take you to the new office to see it sometime." Joey's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and she was so embarrassed by Changqing's action of helping her fasten her seatbelt that she couldn't even look up. Looking at the curve of the seatbelt, Changqing could see that she was a little more well off than her sister. Although they are twins, there are still many subtle differences, such as height. Jiaoina is estimated to be about 1.73 meters tall, while Jiaoiman is about the same height as Guan Yu, and is estimated to be about 2 centimeters shorter than her sister. The only thing that Joey Man lacks is the heroic spirit in Joey Na's eyes. What Joy Man has is a gentle and quiet disposition that is free from worldly strife, and her eyes are as pure and bright as crystal. It is precisely this unique temperament that makes Changqing have some plans in his heart. Simple beauty simply cannot attract Changqing. With Guan Yu in front, no matter how beautiful Joyman is, she cannot surpass Guan Yu. Changqing's love for Guan Yu was deeply rooted in his soul, and he would never let her out in public. As for the other women, Changqing might like them, or even love them. But they can't be compared to Guan Yu. If they are compared, Guan Yu will win. Changqing drove the car to the vicinity of the Academy of Fine Arts, found a shaded spot to park, turned off the engine, and asked, "How's the painting going?" "I've already painted some. Take a look." Joyman handed the drawing board to Changqing. Changqing took the drawing board and flipped through it. The characters were well drawn, and there was a light in their eyes, as if they had a spark of life. "It's a good painting." Changqing really felt good about it. The craftsmanship was really good. Facing Changqing's praise, Joyman smiled shyly. Thank you. Have you found anyone else? I did. I asked 3 senior students, but they said that no matter if I chose them or not, they would charge me 30 yuan for each one. I didn't dare to agree, but today I asked Mr. Han, and he said I could agree. Joyman thought that the seniors were asking for too much. It's easy to draw small, cute characters. If you draw quickly, you can draw dozens of them in a day, which would cost thousands of dollars. Well, just reply to them as Mr. Han said. As long as the drawings are good and creative, it's okay to pay a little more. And your company will also pay you extra. No, this is my job. Joyman waved her hand nervously to refuse. Seeing her like this, Changqing gave up the plan of boiling the frog in warm water and went straight to the point. Why do you want to work for the company? He had to understand Joyman's background before he could proceed with his plan. Chapter 99 Girlfriend who doesn't want anyone to know. To Changqing's question, Joyman obviously didn't understand the essence, and her clear eyes revealed confusion. Changqing didn't beat around the bush and said directly. From your clothes and demeanor, you're obviously not from an ordinary family, but you're also very concerned about a part-time job. This is very abnormal. Do you understand? Plus, the other day at the pond, he saw the desolate back of Joyna. Changqing could basically determine that something major had happened in their family. What happened to your family? Can you tell me? I. Joyman hesitated, but she had thought many times about asking Changqing for help, but she had never been able to bring herself to do it. Today, when he asked her, in this quiet environment with only the two of them, Joyman's emotions, which had been building up for months, finally burst out, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She is the kind of girl who makes people feel like the sun is shining and flowers are blooming when she smiles. When she cries, she makes people feel that the world is wrong. Her heart felt as if it was being torn apart. Even Changqing was moved by her pitiful appearance and felt a strong desire to protect her. He took out a few tissues and wiped her tears, saying gently, Okay, Iman. Don't cry. Tell me what's wrong. Maybe I can help you. Are you really willing to help me? Joyman looked up at him with red eyes and a hopeful look on her face. Of course, we are not only colleagues, but also good friends, don't you think? Joyman pursed her lips and looked hesitant. Changqing gently guided her. Tell me, it's okay, I'm here for you. Under Changqing's repeated guidance, Joyman finally told him about the changes in their family. His father was the second in command in the district finance department, and his mother was a section chief in the garden department. A family like this is considered middle class in today's society. The two of them had good salaries and good benefits, and they had 2 twin daughters whom they naturally doted on. But in June of this year, a major incident occurred that completely changed this warm and happy family. His father was suddenly reported by someone under his real name for taking bribes, involving an amount of more than 10 million yuan. The 2 sisters and their mother simply didn't believe it. If their father had taken so much money, their family wouldn't have been able to live in such an old neighborhood. The sisters' expenses are usually within the range of their parents' salaries. Besides, their family was harmonious, and there was no need for their father to take the money. Later, the mother went around looking for connections and paid people to help, but there was never any result. All they knew was that a project manager had reported their father for corruption and bribery. They said that your father must have taken bribes. Do you have any evidence? Have you found the money? I don't know. Joyman shook his head. I heard that a construction boss accused my father of corruption, saying that he had signed some kind of document. Joyman didn't know the details. In his previous life, Evergreen would have handled this with ease, given his position in the secret organization. But now he is just a small businessman, and if he gets involved in this kind of thing, it will easily create a hidden danger for the future. He hesitated for a moment. But looking at the little girl with tear-stained cheeks, he felt sorry for her. Hey! It's said that heroes are weak against beautiful women. Seeing that Changqing had not said anything, Joyman thought that he was not willing to help her. She mustered up the courage to hold his arm and begged him. Mr. Chang. If you help me save my father, I'll do anything you want. She sat in the passenger seat, turned her head to look up at him, and looked at him with a shy but determined expression. Her clear eyes were filled with watery mist, and the long eyelashes flickered, hanging with fine, crystal-like drops, like a begonia after the rain, causing people to feel pity. Chang Chung unconsciously raised his hand and stroked her red, hot, pretty face. He traced the outline of her eyebrows and eyes, until the crystal tears flowed down his thumb. Chang Chung sighed, "Hey. Is it worth it? What difference does it make? If my sister can do it, I can do it too." "Your sister? What do you mean?" "My sister agreed to be Mingfeng's girlfriend if he could save my father, but he was a liar and just wanted to trick my sister." "So that's what it was." Chang Qing had sensed that there was something strange about the relationship between Xiao Yana and Li Mingfeng, and it turned out to be this kind of deal. "Then how can you be sure that I can help you?" The look in her eyes. "What does that mean?" Chang Qing was really confused now. "I see something different in your eyes. I've only seen this kind of look in the eyes of very important leaders. And you have already made tens of millions in such a short time since you started this company. Coupled with the way you usually act, I am convinced that you are the person who can help me." Looking at the determined girl, Chang Qing felt a sense of emotion. He had never thought that Joyman had such a keen observation. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Although this little girl is introverted, her powers of observation are much keener than the average person. Chang Qing looked at her seriously and asked, "Are you really willing to do anything?" "Really? As long as you help me save my father, I can be your girlfriend." Joyman's tone was very firm, completely unlike her usual timid and cowardly appearance. "But I already have a girlfriend." "I know." Joyman's voice was very low this time. "You know?" "Yes. Isn't that Mr. Han? Everyone in the company knows him." Joyman thought to herself. "Then why did you say you wanted to be my girlfriend?" Changqing couldn't quite figure out this little girl in front of him. "I can be the kind of girlfriend that no one knows about." This time, Joyman's voice was so low that if you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't hear it. Hearing this, Changqing sighed and understood Joyman's thoughts. They were both good girls with kind hearts. In order to save their father, what could two little girls possibly do? It's just... alas. Thinking of this, Changqing sighed again. The image of Joyna appeared in his mind again. She looked so carefree, but I guess she was also suffering. "Okay." Changqing finally agreed, "But I'll give it a try, and I can't guarantee the results." "Really?" "Yes." Puff. Joyman was overjoyed, and in her excitement, pouted her lips and gave him a little peck on the cheek. After she realized what she had done, she lowered her head and was too embarrassed to look at Changqing. After months, she finally saw a glimmer of hope, and in her excitement, she actually. Changqing didn't expect that this little girl would be so bold, but he still subconsciously looked at her pursed red lips. "Since I have decided to help you, I will certainly do my best. Tell me everything you know in detail." Changqing's personality is that she either doesn't agree, or once she agrees, she will do her best, which is a bit of a perfectionist. Chapter 100, The Changes in the Joyman Family. Since Changqing had promised to help Joyman, he would naturally do his best and ask him in detail about what happened. Joyman knew very little, except that a man named Fong Li had reported her father. The man was the owner of a construction company and had embezzled funds from a demolition project. It had been several months since then. They said that in such cases, the sentence was basically a prison sentence. Her mother was always worried, and she and her sister could do nothing about it. In the past, people often came to the family to make connections, and relatives from all sides also came and went frequently. Now, not to mention those who want to make connections, even relatives don't come to the door. The coldness of the world is a lesson for these two little girls. "Do you know what construction company it was?" "Yes, I know it. It's called Julie Construction Company." She knows some simple information. "Don't tell anyone about this, including your sister and your mother. Understand?" Changqing looked very serious. Whether or not this matter was successful, it would have a great impact on him if it got out. "I won't tell anyone." Joyman also knew the seriousness of the matter and answered very seriously. "Good. You go back first. I'll take care of the rest." Changqing helped Joey unfasten his seatbelt, and the latter looked at him sincerely. "Thank you, Mr. Chang. You can thank me after the job is done. Hurry back." As he watched Joyman's thin figure walk into the art academy, Chang Cheng wanted to smoke a cigarette, but after searching for a long time, he remembered that he had given all his cigarettes to his brother-in-law. He drove to a small shop and bought a pack of cigarettes. He opened the window a little, leaned his head back against the seat back, found a comfortable position, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. The faint light reflected red on his face, making him look somewhat deep and cold. Although Xiao Yiman didn't explain clearly what happened today, Chang Qing's experience led him to two conclusions. One is that Zhou's father, Zhou Guohua, did indeed embezzle money. Everyone thinks differently, and it's not to say that everyone embezzles money in order to make life better for their family. Some people do it for their own selfish reasons, or for strange reasons, which are not uncommon. The other is that he was indeed wronged, and there were whistleblowers and signed documents to prove it. In other words, the person who set the trap must be someone higher in rank than Xiao Guohua. A person of lower rank could not have done it. Even if they had real evidence in their hands, they would need to go through someone of a higher rank to operate. This is the system. Assuming that Xiao Guohua was wronged, then at least one person higher than Xiao Guohua's level would have to join forces with the project party to do it. Because it involves money in the project, the whistleblower is still someone from the engineering side. Then the facts are clear. Either Xiao Guohua took the money, or there was collusion between the inside and the outside. If it was the latter, then it was definitely more than just a little money. Because the benefits are not great enough to make so many people join forces to bring down a second-in-command of finance. Then the key person is Fong Li, the whistleblower, who is either a white glove or someone close to a white glove. Back in Jinchang community, it was almost 10 o'clock, and Shen Shangyun was still sitting on the bed reading. After he finished washing up, he helped him pull back the thin quilt. Changqing got into bed like Shen Shangyun, placing the pillow behind his waist and leaning his back against the headboard. She then bent over, pulled up a corner of the quilt, tucked it behind Changqing's arm, and covered him up tightly. When she bent over to pull the quilt, her arm went over his upper body and her face was very close. Changqing naturally pecked at her fair face, and Shen Shangyun naturally returned the favor without saying a word. She straightened up, leaned back into his arms, and continued reading. Shen Shangyun was a woman who was gentle, virtuous, and considerate, and always made Changqing feel relaxed. She never asked too many questions about Changqing's business. Just tell her where you are going, and don't let her worry. When you come home, she will take good care of you. If you don't come home, she will wait for you quietly at home. A woman like this can really make a man feel happy. Changqing put his hands on her belly and pressed his face against hers. What are you reading? Business management. Shen Shangyun gently turned her head and rubbed her cheek against his ear, tenderly and intimately. I saw your brother today. Yes, I know. Xiao Qiang called me. Did he ask you for money? No. I gave him 2,000 yuan when school started. That's 2 months of my salary. It's only been a month, he can't have spent it all. Shen Shangyun said, turning the page forward. From what I heard, Shen Shang seems to be planning to apply for a student grant. Hearing this, Shen Shangyun was full of surprise and turned to look at him. Why didn't Xiao Qiang tell me? Never mind. I'll give him a call. She said she was going to find a phone. Changqing quickly stopped her. Oh, don't worry. How can I not be anxious? He's a boy, and if he applies, other students will definitely look down on him. Besides, with such good conditions, there's no need to apply for a grant. Shen Shangyun was a little anxious. She had only one younger brother, and she always loved him more. Listen to me slowly. Changqing hugged her and covered her up, saying, I'm here at the school. I've already talked him out of it. Besides, if he runs into any problems, as his brother-in-law, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Changqing put on a good brother-in-law's manner. What kind of brother-in-law are you? Shen Shangyun raised her little fist and pounded him on the shoulder, her tone flirtatious. Isn't that true? Changqing raised his eyebrows. Shen Shangyun, however, did not respond, but buried her head in his arms. What she really wanted to say was, will you marry me? But she didn't dare to say it, for she was afraid that if she did, she would lose the happiness she had before her eyes. When she was doing his laundry, Shen Shangyun could often smell a perfume that didn't belong to her. She didn't know whose it was, but she had heard Changqing call out Yuer when he was on the phone, so she thought the smell must be from that woman. To love someone, you can really be humble to the core. She didn't want to know who Where was. She just wanted to live a simple and happy life like she was now, going to work during the day and waiting for Changqing to come home in the evening. Changqing also noticed her mood swings and changed the subject, saying, "You should give Chen Chang more money every month. After all, a young man needs money to chase a girl." "Oh, good." Chen Shangyun's thoughts were interrupted, and she casually agreed, then reacted in surprise and said, "What is he chasing after? Is Xiaoqiang in love?" "It's not really a relationship, but he likes the female monitor in our class and is chasing her. But I don't think it's going to work out. That little girl is very deep thinking, and Chen Chang can't handle it." Chapter 101, The Standard Female Sea King. Changqing didn't dare to tell Chen Shangyun the truth. From his experience, this Min Ro is a standard female Sea King. She was hanging out with Yin Shuhang, and she didn't reject Chen Chang. There might be other people that Changqing didn't know about, but he was familiar with this kind of play. "Is the little girl very pretty?" Chen Shangyun's tender and watery eyes were bright, and even if this didn't involve her brother, it would still arouse a woman's curiosity. Changqing saw that she didn't remember who Min Ro was, so he began to seriously grade her. If 100 is the full score, you are 95, and the female monitor is 80. In fact, Min Ro's appearance is worth 85 points. After all, her face of a first love is very deceptive, but unfortunately, it is not attractive to a. "You're the one who knows how to flatter." Chen Shangyun said this, but her face was still very happy, and she hugged him again. As if she suddenly remembered something, she looked up and asked, "Why is it 95 points? Changqing turned his head and rolled his eyes, then coaxed. "It was supposed to be 100, but I said 95 to keep you from getting too proud." He patted her smooth back, speaking in a tone of endearment, but in his heart he was thinking, "Hey! Even mature women will take their looks seriously." But he wouldn't be so stupid as to say something stupid like where your 5 points are lacking. "You're a good talker." Chen Shangyun smiled sweetly and came over to him, leaning in and rubbing her cheek against his ear. She was wearing a V-neck nightgown, and she leaned over him with her hands on either side of his body, looking down at him. For a moment, it was as if he had been transported back to his childhood. She pushed him away with a gentle smile, walked to the closet, found a pair of stockings, and slowly rolled them up on her long, white legs. She then picked out a pair of high heels to wear in the bedroom only, stepping on them with the straps of the high heels wrapped around her slender ankles. This made the dignified and elegant female CEO sexy and seductive at this moment. After returning to school, Han Jingjing hurried to her class and sat down next to Xiao Yana. "Hey, Nana, I heard you went to the branch office today. How was it?" "I haven't been there since the branch office opened." "Oh, it's so luxurious inside." Han Jingjing said this while poking her with her elbow, but Joyna didn't react at all, and even turned her head to the side. Han Jingjing looked in the direction she was pointing, but there was nothing to see. She poked her. "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" "Oh, you're so annoying. We're about to start class." Jaya replied impatiently. "Cut it out." Han Jingjing was also a little unhappy and muttered, "What's so great about it?" She wasn't the type to take things lying down, but she really couldn't think of what she had done to offend her best friend. But in the classroom, it's not good to say too much. After the counselor came, the class officer election began. In the past, Han Jingjing would have joined in the fun, but now she was too busy with work at the company to bother. She had no mood to take care of the class. She waited until the end of the meeting, but in the end, Xiao Yana chose a useless committee member. They were going to have a class meeting, so Han Jingjing had to leave first. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that Xiao Yana returned to the dormitory. Han Jingjing, who was doing stretching exercises, asked, "Nana, why are you just getting back?" In the end, Xiao Yana pretended not to hear and went into the bathroom to take a shower with her laundry. Han Jingjing was completely confused. She was fine during the day. What kind of medicine is this? When Joyna came out of the shower, she was wearing a small sling and cotton shorts, revealing a smooth belly that was the width of a palm, and faintly visible was a six-pack. "Nana, what's wrong with you?" Han Jingjing thought that the two of them must have some misunderstanding, and she wanted to find out what it was. "What's wrong? You're a big manager, and we're just a small family, we can't afford you." Xiao Yana said in a strange tone, resting her left heel on the edge of the bed and her right toe on the ground, doing a side split. To say that this Joina's body is really flexible, judging from this posture, she should be able to unlock many poses. What big manager? You know about it? Han Jingjing realized what it was about. I guess she heard it from Guan Yu. I thought you were my best friend, but I never thought you would do this. Are you afraid I'll ask you for money? Joina was really hurt. She really thought of Han Jingjing as her best friend, but Han Jingjing actually hid everything from her, which made her feel very bad. Yes, Jingjing. We only found out today that you became a manager. Lu Chunyan interrupted. Pang Jiaojiao, who was sitting on the bed with her legs crossed and combing her hair, also asked curiously. Hey, Jingjing. How much do you make as a manager? Han Jingjing didn't say anything, but held up 5 fingers. 5,000? That's a lot. Lu Chunyan said with envy, some of my senior classmates only earn 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a month after graduation. You're only a freshman, but you can already earn 5,000 yuan a month? Humph. What manager's salary? It must be Changqing, who came up with a legitimate name and gave her an allowance. Xiao Yana muttered to herself. Pang Jiajiao said with a smile, Jingjing. You're already a manager, shouldn't you treat us to dinner? Han Jingjing naturally said yes, walked over to Xiao Yana's bed, sat down, and hugged her arm and whispered. Oh, Nana. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. You know the company is Changqing's, and it's easy to get gossiped about if it gets out. Xiao Yana thought about it, but she had no intention of forgiving Han Jingjing so easily, but her face looked much better. Seeing that Han Jingjing was wearing her clothes, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. This little minx, wearing her clothes today, must have done something bad. So how are you going to make it up to me? Joina said, covering her heart with her hand, looking very hurt. Han Jingjing said with a smile, so what do you want in return? When Kioina said this, she forgave her, and she was relieved. Alas! Joina sighed, there is always a lack of clothes in this closet, which is really a pain. She glanced meaningfully at Han Jingjing's closet. Okay. You can pick whatever you want from my closet. Is that okay? Han Jingjing had long sensed her best friend's ulterior motives. Hey, I'll take it then. She had already set her sights on Han Jingjing's light yellow dress. Conflicts between girls are rarely resolved by a single beautiful dress. If there is, then two. Chapter 102. Qin Shangyun prepares to return to her hometown. The next morning, Chen Shangyun sat in front of the dressing table, looking up and closing her eyes, waiting for Changqing to fix her eyebrows. Looking at her, with her eyes closed and her rosy lips slightly pouting, Changqing thought of the 4 characters repay with a spring of water. Last night, she stood by the closet with her long hair flowing down her shoulders. Her soft face was enchanting, and the black deep V nightgown with its ultra-short design created the illusion that her legs were all the way down to her waist. The slender black silk tightly wrapped her long, straight legs, and the thin gaps revealed a pale complexion, making Changqing unable to help but be a good student and ask Teacher Chen for some idioms. Perhaps Changqing didn't learn it well enough, and Teacher Chen angrily covered her mouth and ran into the bathroom with a face of shame and indignation. When she came out, she threw her head into the quilt and sulked. It took a long time to coax her out of her sulk. When she thought about this, Changqing couldn't help but smile. She fixed Qin Shangyun's eyebrows, put on some light-colored lipstick, and helped her to tie her hair up. These kinds of things don't bore Changqing at all, but rather she enjoys them. Chen Shangyun sat in front of the dressing table, looking up at her beloved man, tenderly taking care of her, and her smile was always gentle. When a person's face reveals a smile from the heart, that must be the most beautiful time for her. What does the company have planned for the 11-day holiday? Except for the technical department, only a few people are left on duty in other departments. The technical department is voluntary, and those who are unwilling to take a vacation also receive triple pay. Chen Shangyun replied while tidying up the bed. She is not used to having a nanny enter her room, so she always tidies up herself. Well, that's good. How are things going with your return home? Changqing used to help her tuck in the corners of the quilt and smooth it out. The company is on vacation, and I don't have much to do. I'm just going to buy a few things and take them back with me. How far is your home from here? Changqing had only heard Qin Shangyun mention the name of the place, but had never actually been there. About 300 to 400 kilometers. Chen Shangyun wasn't sure either, but she gave a rough estimate. Where they lived, the closer you got to home, the more winding and mountainous the roads were. It seems like it's very close on the map, but when you really have to get there, it's farther than you think. In that case, even if you drive yourself, it will take at least 5 or 6 hours. I'll book a direct flight for you. When you arrive at the airport, you can take a taxi directly to your doorstep. When you return, you can call the airport and they will pick you up. Changqing thought that if they took a plane, it would only take an hour to get between the two cities, and it would probably take more than 2 hours to get home, so it would save half the time. Forget it, I'm going to take the train to our county seat, and then a minibus to our village. What do you mean? Isn't your brother going back? Xiaoqian said that he had just come from his hometown and didn't want to go back yet. Chen Shangyun was also very helpless. She called and persuaded for a long time, but Chen Chang just wouldn't go back. No. How can you manage on your own? Changqing had always thought that they would go back together. He was worried about Chen Shangyun being alone. Besides, Chen Shangyun hasn't been back for so many years, and her status is different now. If something happens, it will be too late to regret. Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry. Chen Shangyun also knew that Changqing was worried about her, so she came over and hugged him around the waist, pouting and acting spoiled. Changqing was too lazy to pay attention to her, took out his cell phone, and dialed Wenxin's number. Wenxin, what are your plans for the 11th? Wenxin was surprised that Changqing would call her and ask about her plans for the 11th. She replied uncertainly. Me, nothing. Reading, shopping. You're not trying to ask me out while Mr. Chen is back home, are you? I'm telling you, Mr. Chang. I'm not the kind of person who's easy. Get lost. Changqing was a little annoyed. Damn it. You make it sound like I'm easy. What I meant to say was, if you're free, accompany President Chen on her trip home and keep her company. Is that convenient? Wenxin definitely doesn't want to go. It's hard to take a vacation, and she wants to have fun. But it's not good to refuse directly. 10 times your salary. And after you come back, I'll give you a week's paid vacation. Changqing knew exactly what she meant, and she offered the price in a flat tone. On the other end of the line, there was a clear sound of swallowing. Is there such a good thing? Wenxin was a little excited. What a joke! A week is more than 2 months. Who wouldn't be excited? Just say yes or no. Changqing didn't have time to play house with her. Of course. Wenxin spoke quickly, Mr. Chang, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Mr. Chen. I have also studied. Before she could finish, Changqing hung up the phone. Wenxin knew exactly what he wanted to say. It was just that she had learned to do some sanda, and the previous boss who had touched her had made her glasses break. Then he called Master Yao again, with the same content. Master Yao was even more excited. He was a middle-aged man with a wife and children, and this kind of errand was like a pie falling from the sky. It's not that Changqing is extravagant, it's mainly the holidays. If it were normal, these would be their jobs, but it's not good to force people during the holidays. Paying money is the most straightforward. I'm just going home. You're making such a fuss, it's really unnecessary. Chen Shangyun complained in a tone, but the sweetness on her face was undeniable, and her little mouth was also moving towards his face. Hey! Miss! Spare me! How many times have you kissed me today? Isn't that enough? Changqing said, while tilting his head back. I just like it, so what? Chen Shangyun admitted it openly, and her mouth moved closer again. You can't blame her. Who could blame her for being attracted to Changqing's good looks, which she could never get enough of? Alas! It is a sin to be so good-looking. Changqing said with a sigh, when I was young, the young girls and young wives who saw me would either kiss me or hug me, and their faces would break out in rashes. Changqing still remembers that when he was a teenager, some middle-aged women would hold him in their arms. He would blush every time and avoid those people. Chen Shangyun didn't think that Changqing was bragging. Even if it were her, she would probably want to hug a boy who was so clean and pretty. A handsome, fair-skinned little boy can arouse a woman's desire to protect him. The natural way to show affection is. Chapter 103, Your love for me is not 100% anymore. In the morning, Changqing took Chen Shangyun to buy some thicker clothes and shoes. After all, it was almost October, and the weather was already slowly getting colder. He also bought some gifts for her parents. After all, he was half a son-in-law, so he had to show some filial piety. In the afternoon, he took Chen Xiangyun to a Western restaurant. At this time, Chen Xiangyun was confident and elegant, no longer feeling the previous awkwardness and discomfort. In the afternoon, Chen Xiangyun went to the company. Chongqing went to pick up Shan Guanyu and Han Jingjing to handle the new company's affairs. As the company's scale expanded, it was urgent to set up a holding platform, otherwise it would have to wait until after the holiday to do so. And this time, he couldn't hide it from Guanyu anymore. Even if she didn't care about it, Qing's attitude had to be correct. At the entrance of the former university, Guanyu sat in the passenger seat with a pout on her face. "Honey, you can make the decision yourself. Why did you have to drag us along?" She crossed her arms and looked displeased. "It won't take long. Just sign the papers." "What? You have something to do." Chongqing leaned over to help her fasten her seatbelt and rubbed her face. Guanyu then smiled happily and said, "You're the hostess. The school's dresses are too revealing. I want to go with Jingjing to buy one. The dresses in the art department either show the shoulders or the chest. How could she possibly wear that kind of dress?" The change this time is that Chongqing has set up an investment company solely funded by himself, and now holds the controlling interest in the company. Han Jingjing is still the legal representative, but the name of Chongqing has been changed to Guanyu, with a 4% shareholding, and the rest is held by the investment company, so Chongqing is now one step further behind the scenes. After the company's internet cafe billing project is completed, it will no longer work on any projects, but will only work on a shareholding management platform, and the number of people will be reduced to less than 30. When the time is ripe, each project will be spun off to form a subsidiary, and then each will raise its own capital. The two girls were not interested in this, so they just signed the documents. Han Jingjing was more experienced and skilled, after all. Seeing that Guanyu had more shares than her, she didn't feel anything. After all, she had taken the shares earlier than Guanyu. She gets paid that much every month for doing nothing, which she didn't get before. After the matter was settled, Guanyu sat in the car and pouted again. "I only get 4%, but Jingjing gets 3%, so I should get 96%, and you can keep 1%. She felt that Chongqing's love for her was no longer 100%. "You silly girl." Chongqing touched her hair sideways and smiled lovingly. "The greater the shareholding, the greater the risk. If I didn't have anyone I could trust, I wouldn't have let you take on the risk. Besides, I could just give you all the money I earned." Guanyu didn't feel that there was less of a stake, but that there was less of Chongqing's love. She pouted and a dimple appeared on her face. "Oh, it's not about the money." Guanyu turned her head away, looking as if she was angry and wanted to be comforted. Chongqing pinched her cheek playfully. Her face was delicate and white, soft and plump. "I know what you mean. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm like a little worm in your stomach. I know what you're thinking." Guanyu still doesn't understand. It's just a way to find an excuse to be spoiled. "Oh, you're so disgusting." Guanyu turned around and twisted his arm, disgusted with his words, but with a bright smile on his face. Han Jingjing sat in the back row and watched the two of them get so mushy, feeling a layer of goosebumps all over her body. She was different from Guanyu. Guanyu had her parents to rely on, but she had only Chongqing. If the truth ever came out, she was afraid that Chongqing would abandon her for Guanyu. What would she do then? Every time she thinks about this, Han Jingjing's heart aches, even her arms. However, Chongqing's recent behavior has made her feel much more at ease. In the past, Chongqing was always led by the nose by Guanyu. Now, Chongqing is confident and mature, and he acts like a middle-aged man. The big change is unbelievable to Han Jingjing. But this change in Chongqing is good, because it makes her feel more secure. Chongqing drove them to get Han Jingjing's driver's license, which she could have gotten long ago, but she had never bothered to do so. I have a driver's license now. Don't you want to take the test?" Han Jingjing held up her driver's license and showed it off to Guanyu. Guanyu, however, waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need one, kissed her boyfriend, and gave her a sly wink, as if to say, "I have Xiao Changzi, don't I? Driving is too rough for a fairy." "Humph." Han Jingjing was immediately disarmed, pouting and tilting her head to the side. With the person she knew best, Guanyu was more active than usual, finding her favorite song from a stack of CDs and humming along. Changqing has no artistic talent, so he usually just listens to the radio. These CDs were all bought by Guan Yu, including various pop songs and world-famous piano music. He even took Changqing to a photo booth and had a big headshot taken and put it on the passenger seat. Han Jingjing said that Changqing was in business, and if he picked up a customer or something, it would be bad. Guan Yu thought about it and took it down again, and put it on the water bottle he bought for Changqing. When they arrived at the mall, Changqing naturally became a laborer. Looking at the increasing number of bags in his hands, he really wanted to complain. "Do you remember why you came here?" Fortunately, in the end, they didn't forget to buy the evening dress. After half an hour of intense selection, they chose a more low-key, pink-colored long dress with a small V-neck design and lace flowers in the same color on the collar, covering the little bit of skin that was originally exposed. The skirt is ankle-length, with a layered lace design that is fresh and playful, not so serious. Guan Yu walked up to Changqing, twirling the skirt and asked, "Honey, what do you think?" "Of course it looks good, my baby. You look good in anything," Changqing said with a somewhat greasy tone. Guan Yu was a little embarrassed to be called baby in front of so many people, and glared at him before going into the dressing room to change into the clothes she had worn before. After Guan Yu had gone in, Han Jingjing came over and looked at him with contempt. "You're disgusting." Changqing saw that she was actually trying to turn the world upside down, so he took advantage of the salesperson's inattention and gave her a hard slap on her butt. "Ah!" Han Jingjing was suddenly hit and couldn't help but let out a cry. When she saw the salesperson looking over, she quickly shut up and hid behind Changqing. "You're going to die." She didn't forget to stick out her finger and pinch a piece of meat on his waist. She was so strong that Changqing gasped in pain. He glared at her and said, "You wait, I'll get you back." "Who will kill who?" "It's not certain yet." Han Jingjing naturally knew what Changqing meant, and although her face was a little red, her mouth was very stubborn. Chapter 104: Nightlife in the Bar. Guan Yu changed her clothes and came out. She saw her blushing and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "You. Changqing hit me, you have to do something about it." Han Jingjing ran over and hugged Guan Yu's arm to complain. "Oh, you too." Guan Yu rolled her eyes at her boyfriend, and was speechless at these two people. They were always fighting and never took things seriously. After sending the two back to school, Changqing drove to a street stall and bought clothes, gloves, hats, masks, and other small items. He then bought a camera, binoculars, a climbing rope, and drove back to the Jinshan community and parked the car. He took out 100,000 yuan in cash from the safe at home and put it in his backpack. He walked out of the community. He took a taxi to a second-hand car market in the suburbs and bought a nearly scrapped car for 2,000 yuan. Then he went to the Julie Construction Company, parked the car, and walked in from the side of the parking lot. Changqing had limited knowledge of Fongli, and the internet was not well developed at the time, so there was little information about small people like Fongli. However, the boss's cars are basically the best in the company, and even if there are visitors with nice cars, they won't stay for long. After locking onto the target vehicle, Changqing left the parking lot. At around 6 o'clock, a middle-aged man with a crew cut, about 165 centimeters tall and thin, was holding a woman half his height. Long wavy hair, a deep V-neck red dress that reveals half of her curves, high heels, and a wobbly walk that is very flirtatious, but her high-tech look is off-putting. He was followed by two burly men, both over 1.8 meters tall, very muscular. After everyone got into the car, they first went to a seafood restaurant. After dinner, which was around 8 p.m., Changqing was in the car, eating a few cookies. At this time, you should eat less and drink less to avoid missing the opportunity because of the three urgent needs. After the men with the flat-top haircuts finished eating, they drove to the front of a bar and waited for the men to enter. Changqing parked the car a little further away. He changed into a black t-shirt and found a bottle of temporary dye in his bag. He dyed his hair yellow, combed his hair into a more flamboyant style in the mirror of the car, and got out of the car and walked into the bar. The smell of alcohol and tobacco, deafening music, and blinding neon. There were many women dressed in cool and colorful clothes. It was as if they were in their own bedroom. Several dancers in revealing costumes stood in the middle of the dance floor, wildly swinging, and the passionate and dynamic music attracted screams from the audience from time to time. The men looked at them wantonly, the women were reluctant but welcoming, and the seemingly unintentional physical contact was a repeated test of ambiguity. Everyone who comes here knows exactly what they want, seeking excitement in this damn ambiguity. The interior space is large, with booths along the walls, a stage in the middle, and a bar at the back. Changqing came in and looked around, but didn't see the bald guy and the others. Since there was no one on the first floor, they must have gone upstairs. Changqing followed the corridor to the second floor. It looked like a private room area, but the doors were not the kind of doors of later times, and one had to be able to see inside. Changqing was looking around aimlessly, and it was easy to attract attention. He wanted to look along the corridor to the third floor, but unfortunately it was locked with an iron door. It looked like a private area. Changqing leaned over and looked into the keyhole. It was shiny, indicating that it was always open. In that case, the flat-headed few people must be either in the private room or on the third floor, or even higher. The building looks like it has 5 floors from the outside, but only 2 are open for business. What are the other 3 floors for? There was no time to think about it. Changqing returned to the lobby on the first floor, sat down at the bar and ordered a beer. After sitting for a while, a woman in a revealing outfit came over to chat with him. "Handsome guy, are you alone?" The woman was in her late 20s, with shoulder-length hair and wearing a pair of tiny shorts. There was a glimmer of light on her navel, and the 2 thin straps of her inner swimsuit were exposed on the side of her waist, making her look sexy as hell. It seemed that she frequented such places. Changqing didn't want to talk to her at first, but then thought to himself, why not be friendly? "Now there are 2 of us, right?" "Ha ha. You're quite humorous." The woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly, but glanced over to a few women of similar age not far away, probably showing off their success in hunting for men. After all, Changqing is good-looking in his own right. His yellow hair is a bit messy, giving him a bit of a boy band look, which is still quite eye-catching. "Little handsome guy, my name is Lily, what's your name?" It's not possible to say your real name in a bar. This kind of occasion is nothing more than flirting, so Changqing casually said. "Jia Chang." Lily was very proactive, and she didn't say much before she was all over him. The cool little suspenders revealed the curved edges, which rubbed against him and were deformed by the pressure. It seems that she is also skilled. Changqing had no interest in playing games with her, and said, intentionally or unintentionally, "I just came from somewhere else and heard that you have a guy here named Li Gu who is very powerful. Do you have any connections that can help me pay my respects to him? Are you talking about Fong Li?" Lily frowned and her tone became resentful. "He's a scumbag who does whatever he wants because of his brother-in-law's influence. He even ruined a girlfriend of mine last time. Don't get involved with him, or you won't know how you died." Lily was obviously drunk. After a few words, she became attached to him, and her hands began to wander into his clothes. Changqing had no choice but to rub her shorts with his palms and hold her tighter, so at least she would behave. After all, Lily, a woman who has long been involved in the entertainment industry, has the most information and asks about Fong Li's brother-in-law. Lily didn't know much about this, only that her brother-in-law's surname was Qin and that he was a big boss in real estate. Changqing couldn't ask too obviously, and it took a while to guide him indirectly. He whispered a few words in Lily's ear. Lily bit her red lips and kissed him, then walked to the bathroom with a blush on her face. After Lily disappeared around the corner, Changqing paid the bill and left the bar. The layout of this building must be problematic. Changqing took a big detour before finally reaching the back. Sure enough, there was a hotel sign, leading to the third floor from a narrow hallway. There was a 2-meter-long counter in front of him, and on the other side was a narrow corridor. The first room had its door open, and a group of 20 or 30 women were sitting inside. When Changqing looked into the room, they all posed, waved, blew kisses, and pulled at their collars. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man came out and said with a smile, "Sir, how would you like to play?" He introduced a whole bunch of things, from a few hundred to 1,000, including back massages and other nonsense. The women in the room were still shouting, "How about me, handsome?" Chapter 105. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Changqing didn't turn around and leave. After listening quietly for a while, he smiled and said, "I heard from a friend that there is a direct passage to the bar at the back. I don't know if it's true, so I just came to take a look." The middle-aged man, hearing Changqing say this, asked warily, "Who is your friend?" Changqing just made up a name. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said he didn't know him. In fact, the middle-aged man's hesitation already showed that his guess was true, and The front and back were connected. After Changqing came out, he didn't go back to the bar. He walked across the street, squatted by the flower bed, smoked a cigarette, and stared at the hotel exit. Several people came out one after another, but Changqing ignored them all until a young man in his 20s came out. He tapped the young man on the shoulder and said, "Buddy." The young man was startled and looked at him with a look of vigilance. Changqing took out a cigarette and said with a smile, "Buddy, I just came from a different place to work. I was bored at night and wanted to find a place to have some fun. I heard that this place is good." He pointed in the direction of the hotel, "But I'm a stranger here, I just got here, I don't know the area, I didn't dare to go in, I want to ask you about the service, is it a scam?" The young man heard that he was a fellow traveler. He also became more enthusiastic, took the cigarette Changqing handed him, lit it, and said, "You've come to the right person. I know all the fun places in this area. Let's talk about this hotel. It has 3 floors, and the higher you go, the more expensive it gets. The quality is also better, but the price is a bit expensive. But there are benefits to being expensive. It's safe here." "Oh? Why is that?" "It's because of the connections." The young man spat out a puff of smoke. "This is 6th place. Who is brother 6? Changqing pretended to be confused. "You really are a rookie." The young man became more and more enthusiastic. "Even brother 6 doesn't know that brother 6 is the right-hand man of brotherly, and he is very powerful." For some reason, young people always have some inexplicable admiration or fear for these idle people in society, which also helps to fuel the arrogance of these scum. Changqing then asked some more questions about Fongli. By this point, Changqing already had a pretty good idea of what was going on. "Old man. Ah, pooh." Xiao Guowo was basically sure that he had been wronged. A scumbag who runs a place like this, covered in mud, and then goes and reports on others, that's really funny. But I heard that his brother-in-law is a big shot, so it seems that the water is very deep. Back at the bar, Changqing saw Fong Li's car still there, so he got in. He replied to Guan Yu and Han Jingjing, and then called Chen Shangyun to say that he would stay at school for 2 days. Chen Shangyun didn't ask any more questions, and just told Changqing to eat on time and take care of herself. At around 12 o'clock, there were more people leaving the bar. Some women were helped out of the bar, some were passed out, and 1 or 2 were picked up dead. Changqing was used to this kind of thing. Everyone is an adult, and coming to a place like this means that they are prepared for it. Lily, who had previously flirted with Changqing, also walked out of the bar, walking a bit unsteadily, but still looking sober. She was accompanied by 3 women and 4 men, who were hugging each other intimately. One man couldn't wait to grope her, and the woman giggled, as if she was very happy. It seems that their mutual flirting was very successful, and tonight will be a sleepless night. At 3 a.m., Changqing was wide awake. He had no idea how many nights like this he had spent in his previous life. With his current physique, he was young and energetic, so even if he had to stay up for a few days in a row, it shouldn't be a problem. It's just that this method is too stupid. He has other more direct methods, but he can't use them. There is no one around who can be used. He could only use this clumsy method to first find out his life trajectory, and then find a flaw to strike with certainty. At 9 a.m., the shutter of the bar was pulled up from the inside, and Fong Li came out. It was the same woman, wearing a white miniskirt. Fong Li had also changed his clothes. This shows that the two usually live here, or this is one of their residences. After seeing Fong Li and his group walk into the Julong Construction Company, Changqing drove to a small hotel in the suburbs where they didn't need to register. He washed the color out of his hair with a bleach and took a shower. He then went to bed at the hotel. In the afternoon, Changqing got up, changed back into his usual clothes, left the car near the hotel, took a taxi back to Jinchang Community, drove his own car out, and found a 5-star hotel in the city. The young girl behind the counter had a very friendly smile. "Hello, sir. Do you have any presidential suites left?" "Yes, sir." "Are you checking in now or making a reservation?" "Checking in now." Changqing handed over his ID card. "Okay, sir, this is 6,888. Would you like to pay by cash or credit card?" "Credit card." "Sir, would you like to apply for one of our VIP cards? You can enjoy late checkout and priority booking." After paying, the young lady handed back the card with both hands and enthusiastically introduced it. "Next time. Chongqing took the room card and got into the elevator under the guidance of the doorman. The suite has a living room, 2 bedrooms, and a recreation room, each with its own bathroom. The overall feeling is not bad, but there is no sea view or river view. However, in front of the main building of the hotel, a huge fountain is beautifully made. In the customer service section, he found the number of the flower shop and called it. When the florist came, Changqing paid and asked them to set it up. He took one of the bouquets of roses and left the hotel. He went to a milk tea shop and had the staff prepare a few cups of milk tea, and then bought some cakes on the way. When he arrived at the parking lot, Chongqing thought about it. If he went directly to Guanyu, Han Jingjing would definitely throw a tantrum when she saw it. It would be better to appease Han Jingjing's mood first, and then give it to Guanyu. Thinking of this, Chongqing picked up the phone and dialed Han Jingjing. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Nana is performing tonight, and I'm watching her practice in the dance studio. Come out for a moment. I'll wait for you in the parking lot." "Okay. Honey, wait for me." The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously very happy. Chongqing waited in the car for a while, and then Han Jingjing appeared in the left front. She had a pigtail hairstyle, a loose-fitting large-collared plaid shirt, and navy blue high-waisted denim shorts, with the black and white plaid shirt tucked into the waistband. Between the round-toed shoes and the shorts, there were long, snow-white legs, which were cute and sexy at the same time. She probably doesn't even know what she's wearing. She's trying to be cute or sexy, but she's got her hair all wrong. She wants to look mature. Chapter 106, You're wearing too much, aren't you? In the original parking lot, Han Jingjing looked around, and when she saw the black car, she quickly ran over. As soon as she got to the car, she was surrounded by a small waist, and then her body was lifted into the car. Han Jingjing didn't struggle, but instead found it very exciting. Her boyfriend was bursting with strength, and she sat on him and said happily, "Honey, you missed me so much. Are you cold?" Changqing felt her legs were cold. "I'm not cold." Han Jingjing didn't feel cold at all. She had been running all the way over, and she was still a little warm. "When is the party starting?" "After dinner." "Why do you want to come?" "Of course I will." Today, Guanyu is hosting the show, and Chongqing is his boyfriend, so he's definitely going to be there. Humph. Han Jingjing pouted a little unhappy, but when she looked to the side, she saw the roses in the passenger seat. "There are flowers. Are they for me?" She picked it up and looked at it with a smile on her face. She couldn't hide her joy. Although it was inappropriate, Evergreen still said, "What do you think?" "You're biased." Han Jingjing immediately quit her job and bit him on the shoulder. "Damn it. You're a dog. This little girl is really biting." After scratching her waist a few times, Han Jingjing couldn't stand the itch and reluctantly let go. But she still threatened with her tiny teeth, "You have to buy me flowers in the future, you hear me?" "Okay, I'll open a flower shop for you." "You're not sincere." Han Jingjing pouted, but Chongqing quickly changed the subject. "What are your plans for the holidays? Are you going back to your hometown?" "I don't want to." Han Jingjing's eyes darkened, and she slumped into his arms, deflated. The face of her stepmother was a nightmare from her childhood, but what made her feel the most sad was her father's indifference. She really couldn't understand why her father loved his stepson so much, but treated her like a weed. Alas! The damage of the original family will almost always accompany a person for the rest of their life. It is not something that can be forgotten just by wanting to forget. Chongqing hugged her a little tighter, feeling a little guilty, and said, "Don't think about it anymore. We have our own family now. If you don't want to go back, you don't have to." Seeing that the girl's expression had eased, Changqing said, "Today, you is going to be the host on stage, so I came to give her flowers. And since you is going to be home on vacation, I'll take 2 days off and go on a trip with you." "Really?" Han Jingjing's face immediately lit up with joy. She had never traveled with Changqing before. "Of course it's true." Changqing's tone was certain. "Honey, I love you so much." Han Jingjing hugged him excitedly and smeared his face with saliva. "Oh, I don't know who it was. He was about to bite me to death." Chongqing wiped his face while shaking his head and sighing. It's because you're biased and don't take me seriously. Han Jingjing bit her lower lip and looked resentful. After some more persuasion, Han Jingjing, who was very happy, took the milk tea cake and returned to school first. This is all about family, and you can't please everyone. It was still early, so if they went in now, there would be nowhere to go. They went out to find a place to have dinner. When I returned to the original playground, it was already packed with people, and even the front row of leadership seats were already full. Guan Yu stood in the center of the podium. From a distance, her hair was piled up on the back of her head, and she was wearing a new skirt with layers of flowers on the hem, looking beautiful. Next to her stood a male partner, also dressed in a suit and looking very handsome. Dear leaders, teachers, and students. The loudspeaker came out with Guan Yu's clear, royal sister's voice, very formal and solemn. This voice really has a lot of energy. Changqing Cat crouched down, sneaking around to the backstage, ignoring those who were preparing to perform on stage, and then passed through the simple backstage to the exit in front of the stage. From this angle, you can see Guan Yu standing at the back of the stage. Just looking at her back, you can see that she has a graceful posture. Joyna was sitting in the backstage, bored and playing with her phone. She glanced over and saw a bunch of red roses floating past her. She naturally looked up and saw it was Changqing. She was delighted and said, "Hey, Evergreen, are you here to give Yaya flowers?" Changqing looked at Guan Yu on the stage and replied without turning his head. "You're quite romantic." "Not bad. I'm going to dance on stage later, so you have to cheer me on." "Okay." "Damn it. You're too casual. You're more interested in girls than your friends." Joanna was speechless. She had been talking for a long time, but Changqing had not even turned his head. You'll be able to see me when you dance on stage later." He turned to look at her, and then he was stunned. Joyna was dressed in an exotic style, with painted eyebrows and lips, and a fiery red lipstick. Her hair was braided into many small braids and then gathered up on top of her head, with some shiny accessories. The red silk cloth around her chest was embroidered with gold thread and only covered her upper body, leaving most of her lower abdomen exposed. A red waist chain with two small bells hung from her slender waist, making her look sexy and messy. The lower part of her body is a long skirt made of red strips, the kind that reveals her thighs whenever she moves. Fortunately, she is wearing shorts underneath. This outfit shows off her skin like a piece of creamy butter, making her look like the evil Sudaji who ruined the country and brought disaster to the people. Changqing was so excited that his heart was pounding. "You're wearing this too provocative, right?" She subconsciously pursed her lips. "Do you like it?" Joanna didn't care at all, and she even opened her arms and spun around. The jingle of the bells and the dangling tassels revealed her long, slender legs, which were indeed beautiful beyond words. But somehow, Changqing felt uncomfortable seeing her dressed so lightly. "It's beautiful. But you're wearing too little. Cut it out. I'm not your girlfriend. You're afraid I'll be seen by others." Joyna raised her pretty little face and raised her eyebrows playfully. "You're right." Changqing was too lazy to argue with her anymore, and turned back to look at Guan Yu. "Hey, who do you think is more beautiful, me or Yaya?" Joyna, wearing this outfit, was very confident that she could at least match Guan Yu. Changqing turned his head again and looked down at Joyna. "I have 4 words for you." "What are the 4 words?" Changqing made a mouth shape. "Humiliate yourself." "Damn." When Joyna raised her middle finger and wanted to say something else, she was interrupted by a burst of applause. The stage ended with a performance by Guan Yu, and after reading the uninformative opening remarks, the audience burst into applause, one after another, very enthusiastic. Changqing was speechless. If Guan Yu hadn't read the official opening speech, there probably wouldn't have been much applause at all. Chapter 107, You Look Really Pretty Today. The two hosts introduced the programs to be performed and then turned and walked off the stage. The male host walked down the steps quickly, then stood on the side of the steps and reached out to Guan Yu, making a gentlemanly gesture to help her down the steps. Guan Yu froze when she saw this. There were 3 steps in total, so where did she need help? "Even if you need help, you can't help me." "No need, sir. I can go down the stairs myself." Guan Yu politely refused. "It's okay, little sister. It's not safe for girls to wear skirts and go down the stairs. I'll help you." The boy's face was still smiling gently, and he was still holding out his hand. Guan Yu was thinking of a way to refuse. Suddenly, a bouquet of red roses appeared in front of her, and then she saw the man who made her smile at any time. Guan Yu was surprised, and reached out her right hand to accept the bouquet. Then she opened her arms and looked at the man in front of her, who she loved to the core of her being. Her waist was held, and then her body was lifted into the air. His arms were so strong. She felt so safe in his arms. Guan Yu hugged Changqing's head, her heart filled with sweetness and happiness. When they landed, they had already reached the exit of the simple backstage. This scene was seen by countless students in the audience, and there was a lot of discussion. Changqing gently put Guan Yu down and said with a smile, "Do you like it?" "Yes. The flowers are really beautiful. Not as pretty as you. I think I'm going to throw up." Joanna, who was standing at the backstage exit, couldn't bear to watch any longer and made a gesture as if she were going to vomit. Guan Yu finally came to his senses, but there were still many people watching. She blushed and took Changqing backstage. This is how Guan Yu is. Just now, Changqing gave her flowers, and she was so moved that she forgot about everything else. She was only thinking about Changqing. If it weren't for Joanna, she would have been lost in her thoughts for a while longer. They didn't notice that the boy who was left out in the cold looked at them as they walked into the backstage with a gloomy look on his face, and there was jealousy surging in his eyes. Guan Yu took Changqing to a corner of the backstage, hugged his arm and asked, "Did you see me host?" "Yes, I came as soon as you went on stage." "How did I do?" Just now on stage, Guan Yu was still very nervous. After all, it was the first time she had hosted an event with so many people. "Very good. Both the voice and the rhythm were perfect." Changqing always praises Guan Yu without any limits. Guan Yu was also praised, and she was a little embarrassed. "You're not as good as you say." She blushed and pressed her body against him. "You are so beautiful today." "I'm always beautiful." "You're especially beautiful today." "You're so corny." "Can I be honest?" Changqing lifted her face and pretended to take a bite. Today, Guan Yu, for the first time, had her hair up, exposing her delicate oval face to the air. Her tall and graceful figure, coupled with the pink dress, was dignified and noble, cold and beautiful. At this moment, when Changqing held her face up, the clear peach blossom eyes were filled with his reflection, and the rosy lips were close at hand. Changqing really couldn't help it, but Guan Yu blushed. "No. There are people everywhere." "It's okay, I'll block you for just a moment." Changqing gently persuaded him. Guan Yu agreed with a blush on her face, and she stirred her fingers. No matter what time it was, she could never refuse him. Changqing took Guan Yu to the back corner of the stage, then used his body to block her, quickly lowered his head, and Guan Yu also looked up to cooperate. They went in two directions and kissed firmly. "Guan Yu. It's time to go on stage." The two of them hadn't finished yet. They heard the male host shouting, and Guan Yu quickly buried her head in his arms and replied, "I know." After calming down a bit, she pouted and snorted at him, put the flowers away, and walked towards the stage. Joanna, who had been watching the whole time, was a little upset that no handsome guy had come to give her flowers. In fact, there are many people chasing after her, and there are many people who send flowers. It's just that in a woman's heart, as long as it's not her favorite, no matter how much she does, she won't remember it. Guan Yu soon returned. The host was on stage for a long time, and the time for the next announcement was very short. As soon as he entered the backstage, Guan Yu ran over to him in small steps, as if they had been apart for a long time, and rushed into his arms. Guan Yu is really simple in love, and she has always been full of him. Faced with such a Guan Yu, Changqing couldn't help but ask himself, does he have to be so ambitious in this life? Isn't it good to spend the rest of my life with Guan Yu? But it's too late now. There's no turning back. Should he just leave Han Jingjing now? Or Chen Shangyun? And that pure, innocent girl, Xiao Yiman, who seems to change the weather for her? There is no turning back. All Changqing can do now is to take good care of Guan Yu and keep the bubble from bursting. He was feeling very emotional. The boy who co-hosted with Guan Yu also came over and looked at him and asked, "Classmate, are you from our school?" "No, I'm from the school next door." "Oh." The boy smiled gently and said, It's like this, classmate. I'm not targeting you, but since you're not from our school, it's fine to come to the performance, but it's really not appropriate to stay in the backstage. The boy looked like a gentle and refined gentleman, but his cunning eyes did not escape Changqing. He had seen many such smiling tigers. However, the words were well-founded, and as a student from another school, Changqing really had nothing to argue with. Guan Yu, who was standing nearby, was furious. Lu Mingdong. How could you do that? How is my boyfriend in the backstage bothering you? She never fights, but when it comes to her boyfriend, she can't help but lose her goddess image. Younger sister. It's not that I'm targeting him, but even if he were from our school, look who's backstage. You. Guan Yu was so angry that she couldn't speak. It's okay. He has a point. I'll go watch the show and come back for you when it's over. Okay then. Guan Yu escorted Changqing to the backstage and the exit to the playground, and reluctantly returned to the backstage. Jiaweina watched the whole scene and felt a bit of contempt in her heart. This Lu Mingdong is the student council president and is rumored to be the former #1 school beauty. He's also a super rich second generation. I just didn't expect him to be so petty. He had even shamelessly asked for her phone number. Luckily, she was smart enough not to give it to him. She walked out of the backstage. Changqing searched the crowd for Han Jingjing and her friends and went over to them. He walked behind Han Jingjing, reached out and covered her mouth with his hand from behind her ear. Han Jingjing was startled and quickly turned her head to look back. Seeing it was Changqing, she slapped him and rolled her eyes, then got up and let him sit down. Changqing pressed her shoulder and indicated that she didn't need to, and just squatted next to her to watch. Su Yuqing, who was standing nearby, saw the two of them acting like this and frowned slightly. From the moment Changqing covered Han Jingjing's mouth to the moment Han Jingjing saw it was Changqing, the moment she showed her joy. Then she rolled her eyes at Changqing, and no matter how you looked at it, it looked like flirting, very charming. Chapter 108, The Stunningly Beautiful Joina. Seeing Changqing and Han Jingjing playing around, Su Yuqing felt strange. These two people are too close. They don't look like friends. They are more like a couple. But these are not things she should worry about. Adjusting her mentality, she said. Changqing. Doesn't your school have a performance? Yes. I didn't go. Changqing said casually, as if she was uncomfortable squatting, and put her arm on Han Jingjing's leg. Su Yuqing had been observing them the whole time, and this action of Changqing's made Su Yuqing even more shocked. This is her thigh. Han Jingjing didn't even react? Su Yuqing thought she was too engrossed in the show and poked her with her arm. What? Han Jingjing turned her head and looked confused. Nothing. Su Yuqing was quick on her feet. Why haven't we seen Nana on stage yet? It's still early. She's the finale. Han Jingjing said, pulling Changqing's arm towards her. She let Changqing's arm rest on her legs, so that Changqing could rest his weight on her and she could rest her weight on him. In this way, Changqing's hands were on Han Jingjing's legs, and Han Jingjing's hands were on Changqing's shoulders. Such an intimate gesture directly stunned Su Yuqing, who was standing nearby. If you say that the two of them are not in a relationship, no one under the age of 3 would believe it. You can't have too high expectations for a student-organized party. It's okay to just go along for the ride. The kind of programs that sing praises are really boring, and the audience is also listless. The language-based programs were much better, although they were awkward, but after all, they were watchable. After Guan Yu had gone on stage for the umpteenth time to announce the next act, it was finally time for the solo dance by Jiaweina. Joina, wearing exotic makeup, a cool outfit for exotic dance, and red dance shoes, walked gracefully onto the stage. Wow! As soon as she appeared, she attracted a burst of gasps, and some of the more daring boys even whistled and screamed. This outfit immediately lifted the spirits of the audience, it was so attractive. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes were as charming as a picture, and her posture was graceful. As she walked up the stage, the sexy and charming exotic style came to her face. Especially the little bell on the waist chain, which jingles as she walks, is simply mesmerizing. Even Han Jingjing was amazed, with her hands on her face, so beautiful. Yes, it is beautiful. But it is a bit too revealing. Su Yuqing also thought it looked good, but she didn't dare to wear it like that, so she could only admire it. Changqing had just seen it up close backstage, and it didn't look too bad. Joanna stood in the center of the stage, cupped her hands over her chest, and bowed to the crowd. Crack! Suddenly, there was another burst of cheers and applause, and the sound of people swallowing saliva was unending. Joanna was very pleased with the audience's performance. She smiled, adding a touch of charm, and some of the more introverted boys blushed. The girls' reactions were different. Some girls envied Joanna's good figure, while others spoke harshly, calling her shameless, a vixen, and a slut. Who are you calling a fox spirit? Han Jingjing glared at a girl not far away who was talking about her. Han Jingjing's character was also very wild and hot-tempered. But now, she has become a woman from a girl, and she spends all day with Changqing. After a long time, she has become more and more feminine. She has hidden her former wildness, but that doesn't mean it's gone. When she heard someone say that her best friend was a good girlfriend, she couldn't help but say something. The woman was in the wrong, but she didn't say anything back. Su Yuqing said, "Forget it, Jingjing. Don't argue with this kind of person. She's just jealous. She thinks that people who say such things are all inferior and pitiful, and she would never argue with such people." In fact, men generally hold a positive attitude towards women who dress up in sexy clothes, but it is women who are more likely to verbally abuse and slander others. On stage, Joanna, with her left hand on top and her right hand at the bottom, looked at the crescent moon with her eyes and held her fingers in the shape of an orchid. She bent her back, moved her feet lightly to the left and right, and swayed her body. The fringed skirt began to flutter slowly, and her long, white legs were barely visible. The skin, like a piece of jade, is reflected in the fiery red tassels, making her look incredibly sexy and enchanting. The voices in the audience gradually died down, and everyone was watching intently, afraid of missing any spectacular scenery. Joanna clasped her hands together, swayed her waist, and slowly moved back, as if a beautiful woman abandoned by her king was in her deep chamber, longing for the king's favor. Her expression is sad and pitiable, arousing sympathy. Then her dance moves change, her hands shake lightly, and her body turns. The fringed skirt, following the movements of Joanna, quickly turned into a round transparent curtain. The long, straight legs swing back and forth with the rotation, full of tension. Even though she is wearing shorts, the impact is too strong. The young boys in the audience had never seen anything like this before, and they were all transfixed. Their minds were filled with images of long, white legs, and their mouths were watering. At this time, no one spoke or commented, they just watched intently, afraid of missing a single moment. As the fast-spinning Joanna gradually slowed down, it seemed as if she had exhausted herself, and she was left alone with the loneliness and melancholy of being alone. The dance moves changed, and Joanna jumped up, stretching her legs back and forth, embroidering the clouds in her hands, flying up and down, and leaning back with her waist, like a celestial maiden from Dunhuang, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. She landed lightly, her toes lightly touching the ground, and her dance style changed from fast to slow, and then became agile. It seems to be telling the king of her longing, and it also seems to be expressing her joy. The hearts of the boys in the audience also seemed to beat with Joanna every time her toes touched the ground. They were so absorbed in the dance that they forgot themselves. Towards the end, Joanna leans forward with her right foot on the ground, her body bent like a crane, her eyes showing a fierce expression. She extends her left foot behind her head, then bends her toes forward, a perfect scorpion tail. It seemed as if she was leading the king into the abyss of desire, to be buried forever. This extremely difficult move, combined with the previous enchanting dance, completely amazed everyone present. The applause and cheers were endless, and even the school leaders on stage applauded enthusiastically, recognizing Joanna's dance skills. Changqing was also very surprised. Usually, she saw Joanna as a carefree person, but she never expected that she had such solid dance skills. With one dance, she made it seem as if the king had not come to court for a long time, and Sudaji was still alive. If she had danced in front of me in my room, I would have definitely. Just thinking about it makes my throat feel a little tight. Oh, my God. I'm drooling all over the floor. Han Jingjing looked at him with contempt, holding her mouth, a little unhappy. It's okay. She's only good at dancing, but she's far worse at everything else. Changqing quickly tried to salvage his image. Really? Then tell me, where am I better than her? Han Jingjing looked at him with a teasing look, as if she was waiting for him to continue. Cut it out. Can you really fool him with this? Look. This Joanna is not as pretty as you, not as cute as you, not as fit as you, and most importantly, she is not as. Changqing leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. You rascal! Han Jingjing's face instantly turned red, and she glared at him, but she wasn't angry. Chapter 109, Dreams Come True. In fact, Guan Yu's talents are also very good. He can play all kinds of instruments and sing. Especially that soft, low moan. It was even more soul-stirring, but it was unique to Chongqing. Tonight's Guan Yu is undoubtedly the most beautiful, and the host is also very brilliant. Unfortunately, the way she performed was not as shocking as that of Joyner. The dance tonight was too outrageous, really stealing the show, and her figure was even more sexy and hot. The enchanting dance moves, coupled with the exotic charm, are so beautiful and aggressive that it seems that every movement is stirring the hearts of the audience. It really deserves the name, as graceful as a startled swallow, as graceful as a swimming dragon. This is evident in the faces of the boys in the audience, and the rest of the show is probably not necessary. For men, simple beauty only stirs up their possessiveness. Innocent and cute will arouse a man's desire to protect. And sexy and charming not only arouses a man's desire to conquer, but also stimulates the most primitive desire in a man's heart. So, there is a saying that cuteness is vulnerable in the face of sexiness. After today, the number of people pursuing Joyna is estimated to reach the school gate. After Joyna stepped down, there were 2 more programs, but the audience was in no mood to watch them because the gap was too great. Although Joyna stole the show, she also offended many people. For example, the other performers on the same stage and some girls with strong jealousy. It is estimated that her reputation at school will not be any better in the future. Chongqing didn't have the heart to watch, and just sat there, not knowing what to think, and just muddling through the last 10 minutes. When the program ended, Guan Yu made a long speech, which was just a long-winded speech. Changqing stood up, touched Han Jingjing's face, and then walked backstage. After Guan Yu had gone backstage, Changqing picked up the flowers on the table, took her hand and ran out. Xiao Yana shouted, "Where are you going?" "We're about to take a photo." Changqing said without looking back, "Tell him Guan Yu is not filming anymore." He took Guan Yu and ran out. Guan Yu was also very curious and asked as she ran, "Honey, where are we going?" "Don't ask, just follow me." Changqing was wearing a shirt, holding flowers in his hands, and holding Guan Yu's hand as they ran around the playground, attracting a lot of attention. After all, a handsome man and beautiful woman combination always attracts people's attention. Guan Yu was wearing a pink dress and was being pulled by Chongqing. Her long hair was flying about and her peach-colored eyes were bright and full of spirit. Although she didn't know what Chongqing was going to do, she had some guesses and was full of anticipation. Guan Yu had never run like this before. The hem of her skirt was hitting her calves and it was uncomfortable, so she simply grabbed the skirt with her hand and lifted it a little. She held the hem of her skirt in one hand and turned her head to look at Chongqing's profile. Looking at this man she had loved all her life, a beautiful smile slowly formed at the corner of her mouth. The 2 of them ran through the vast playground, and from a distance, it looked like a couple running away together, desperately trying to escape the shackles of fate. Or, newlyweds about to enter the marriage hall, the husband holding his wife's hand, walking on the green grass towards happiness. The man is handsome, with broad shoulders and a tall figure, and just looking at him makes your heart beat faster. The girl is beautiful and noble, her long skirt fluttering in the wind, breathtakingly beautiful. The 2 of them are so sweetly matched. Isn't that the boy who played basketball the other day? A girl recognized Chongqing. It seems so. She was the hostess just now. It seems like the game was for her. Another girl said. Yes. They are a perfect match. One girl covered her cheeks with her hands, as if she were in love. I'm so jealous. If they have a baby, it'll be so cute. Han Jingjing, Su Yuqing, and the others naturally saw it too, but there was no change on Han Jingjing's face. She was happy about what Chongqing had promised her, and she didn't have time to be jealous. Su Yuqing looked at her with a faraway gaze, not knowing what she was thinking. When they reached the parking lot, Guan Yu was already panting, leaning on her knees with her hands, gasping. "Honey, what are we going to do?" "Just follow me, I have a surprise for you." Changqing opened the passenger door, helped Guan Yu sit in, and then closed the passenger door. Along the way, Guan Yu couldn't help but ask a few times, and Changqing just said, "Don't worry about it, just follow me." It wasn't until they reached the hotel that Guan Yu realized that Chongqing had actually brought her here to check into a hotel room. Guan Yu's face immediately turned red. She was led by Chongqing into the hotel, and she was a little embarrassed. But now they were in the lobby on the first floor, so Guan Yu didn't dare to speak. When they got into the elevator, Guan Yu angrily hit her boyfriend. How could you do this? You brought me to this place. Don't you want to? Changqing couldn't wait to hold her, his breath heavily suppressed. No. I don't want to. Guan Yu pouted with a proud look on her face, but her trembling body betrayed her. How could she not want it? It's been more than 2 months since the last time. But I miss you so much. Changqing switched to a deep affection mode. The door was opened with the room card, and the room was already lit with dim lights before the card was even plugged in. Above the room, a sea of colorful little red lights, connected by hearts, twinkled like stars in the sky. The ground is covered with rose petals, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. There are also courtship lights, a heart-shaped composition, and a large bouquet of colorful flowers that form a central flower cluster. Then there are all kinds of decorative patterns made of ribbons on the surrounding walls, some of which even have words, such as, I love you for 10,000 years, I only love you in this life, and a bunch of other romantic phrases. For Evergreen, this kind of thing doesn't mean much. If he has to say something, he'd say it's a bit childish. But this is different for a little girl like Guan Yu, who is full of deep feelings, romance, and emotion, and is surprised to see the big mouth of Zhang. Her eyes were full of stars, and her gaze at Changqing was also moist. She had longed to experience such a scene. In the past, when she saw this kind of scene in a TV drama, Guan Yu would be envious. Then she would fantasize in her head about when Changqing would be so romantic. Now that her dream has come true, how could she not be happy? Guan Yu was moved to tears, and with a deep affection, she took him in her arms. Honey. I love you. Honey. I love you too. This was the first time that Changqing formally called Guan Yu his wife. At this moment, Guan Yu's heart was already filled with sweetness, happiness, emotion, and tenderness. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with spring tides. Chapter 110, I Will Love You Forever. The Mid-Autumn Festival has passed, the yellow leaves have fallen from the branches, and the dry grass is everywhere. The little bit of green that remains is also swaying in the autumn wind, like an old man in his twilight years, knowing that he will leave, but unwilling to do so. In the hotel room, Guan Yu sat on the sink with her eyelashes flickering, and hung a crystal drop of water. I will love you forever and ever. You will love me forever and ever, too. With the most tender tone, Guan Yu said the most touching words of love. These 2 months have been a torment, a joy, and a sweetness for Guan Yu. In her own bedroom, she gave the best things in life to the man she loved most. For her, it was a farewell to her first love, and a perfect ending to a dreamlike first love. It was also the most romantic and memorable day of her life. In Guan Yu's heart, high school was her first love, and in college, everyone was an adult. It should be a more passionate and sweeter love, and then graduate together into the marriage hall, give birth to the fruit of love, and enjoy the ultimate romance of growing old together. But just when Guan Yu thought that everything would get better, Changqing left. This made Guan Yu, who had just tasted the forbidden fruit, feel uneasy and melancholy. It was as if the man she loved had flown away from her. During the 2 months in the county seat, every day felt like a year. After arriving at the university, seeing Changqing again finally relieved the pent-up longing. But the emotions in her heart could never be fully released. Although the two of them spent every day together, it was very sweet and happy. But I always felt that something was weighing on my heart. Until now, Guan Yu, who felt as if her body was melting in flames, didn't know how to vent her emotions, which had been pent up for a long time, and she was only awkwardly demanding them. This made Guan Yu, who was usually cold and elegant and had a pure heart, a little crazy. On a late September night, the breeze was already a little chilly, blowing through the streets and alleys where the leaves were falling. The quiet night sky makes people feel a little lonely, and also makes people more eager for a warm embrace. In the hotel room, Changqing coaxed Guan Yu gently. It's okay, my dear, my sweet baby, don't cry. Go away. I don't want you anymore. Guan Yu covered her head with the quilt and angrily told her boyfriend to go away. Changqing went over to lift the quilt. Guan Yu tightly held onto the quilt and wouldn't let him lift it. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I'll be more careful next time, okay? Dating a girl like Guan Yu, who loves to be spoiled, is not for the impatient. It's not a problem for a short time, but if you have to coax her for the rest of your life, it's a real test of your patience. Guan Yu's voice was a little hoarse and nasal. No. I don't want you anyway. I don't know who it is. When you first came in, you said, "I love you so much, I'll love you forever." Now that you've used me up, you say you don't want me anymore. Seeing that he couldn't coax her, Changqing switched to a different approach. "What are you talking about?" Guan Yu suddenly threw back the quilt, staring at him with red eyes, as if to say, "If you dare to say anything else, I'll make sure you can't coax me for 5 minutes." "Okay, I won't say it." Changqing, with great patience, hugged the sitting Guan Yu and said softly, "Okay, honey, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Okay? I've cried, but you didn't stop. You don't love me anymore." Guan Yu was a little aggrieved, and rested her chin on his shoulder, complaining that her boyfriend didn't know how to treat a woman with tenderness. Changqing was also a little confused. He hadn't gone too far. "Last time, you didn't cry. Why are you crying this time?" "Last time it was just for a little while, but this time it's been for so long. You just don't care about me anymore." Although this is a huge insult to men, when you think about it, it's true. Last time, he was still a real novice, but this time he had more than 20 years of experience, plus he was young. Thinking about it, I was a bit too harsh. What do you think? I'll do whatever you want, as long as you're happy. Changqing quickly apologized. Guan Yu pouted and began to think of a punishment. "Well, then, you're not allowed to eat pudding anymore." "Ah." Changqing had a long face, but in her heart she was overjoyed. "I'd been waiting for this." But he still said, "Baby, this punishment is too severe. Forgive me." "Humph. You're a smart girl." It took a while to coax Guan Yu into lying down and going to sleep. But just as soon as she had stopped moving, she sat up again. "Honey, come sleep on my side." "Oh, okay." Changqing thought that Guan Yu wanted to sleep closer to him and hold her. He happily moved closer, but Guan Yu rolled over and landed in his original position. Changqing was a little confused, but soon he knew what was going on. Guan Yu was standing nearby, looking smug. At first, she thought she wanted to change the sheets. But then she thought, since Changqing was bullying her so much, she would let him sleep on her side as punishment. Changqing got up helplessly and took the thick towel that was spread out at the end of the bed and spread it over the bedsheet. He looked at Guan Yu and said teasingly, "Do you know why hotels put thick towels at the end of the bed? It's just a bath towel. After taking a shower, you wipe the water off the bedside and then go to bed." Guan Yu didn't know about this, but Changqing asked herself, "I can't show weakness," and as she kept on talking, she began to think that what she was saying was reasonable. "You're partly right. Guan Yu's argument is not completely wrong." "What part?" "It's obvious." Guan Yu thought she was right, and Changqing felt embarrassed and said that. She was a little smug. Changqing, however, pretended to be serious and said, "It also has a very important use." "What is it?" Guan Yu asked curiously. "Ha ha ha." This time, Changqing really couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "Ah. You're going to die." Guan Yu is not stupid. Seeing Changqing's mischievous smile, she quickly understood the meaning and was about to fight with Changqing, her face turning red. But she was just a little girl, and she was too young and delicate to get the better of Changqing in a fight. Before long, Changqing hadn't done anything yet, but she was already blushing. Changqing didn't mess around anymore. If she scared Guan Yu and she didn't come out with her anymore, wouldn't that be a small loss for a big gain? Chapter 111, Getting Married Twice. It was already past 2 in the morning. After helping Guan Yu dry her hair and holding her in his arms for a while, he finally fell asleep. Changqing felt that Guan Yu, now, might not even wake up if she played DJ music in her ear. She got up, tidied up, dressed, and drove to the bar where Fong Li lived. Fong Li's car was still parked in front of the door. From what he had observed over the past 2 days, Fong Li often stayed here. Gu Changqing didn't believe in people like Fong Li. So it means that there is something in here that he is nostalgic about, and his business, his daily income, also needs to be taken care of. Changqing is here now to confirm whether he is resting here every night. Now that he has confirmed it, he naturally went back to the hotel to sleep. At 9 a.m., Changqing had a good sleep, and when he slowly opened his eyes, he heard the sound of someone turning over. He turned his head and saw Guan Yu with his back to him. Changqing smiled to himself. He must have been watching him, and when he woke up, he turned around and pretended to be asleep. Changqing turned around and hugged her waist, whispering, "Baby, you're awake." I wasn't awake. Guan Yu's voice was clear and crisp, and she had obviously been awake for a long time. Changqing laughed and said, "If you weren't awake, then who was talking to me?" "It was a dream." From Guan Yu's tone, she was still angry. "Baby, come over and show your husband." "No." Changqing was helpless. Guan Yu was not the type of person with a delicate physique. She is also tall and full-figured, so how can she have such poor stamina? Maybe it's a matter of mentality. Or is it a special physical condition? For example, some people will feel a lot of pain when you pull out a hair, while others won't feel anything when you pull out a hair. Changqing doesn't really understand this area. After coaxing her for a while, she finally turned around, but with her hands covering her face. "Why are you covering your face?" "I haven't washed my face yet." "Don't look." Guan Yu was afraid that her goddess image would be shattered in front of her boyfriend, and she felt that she had just woken up in the morning and had not washed her face, so she must be ugly. "Oh, my baby is a fairy." Even if she hasn't washed her face, she's still the most beautiful. After all, Guan Yu was still an 18-year-old girl, and she couldn't resist the sweet talk of Changqing. Before long, she let go of his hand. "Last night, you took me away without telling Changqing and the others. I wonder what they think of me." Guan Yu thought that her best friend would have called to check on her if she hadn't returned to the dormitory that night. "You forgot that Jing and the others knew you left with me." "Oh. No wonder. You made me worry." Guan Yu pouted, her mood improved a lot, and she became arrogant. "Honey, I forgive you this time, but don't ever bring me to a place like this again." Seeing that Changqing didn't respond, Guan Yu pretended to be angry and said, "I'm talking to you. If you do it again, I'll definitely ignore you for a day." "Oh, no, I'll ignore you for a week." Guan Yu's appearance and temperament make her a true iceberg goddess, but in private she is so simple and arrogant that Changqing always feels that it is not real. Especially in his previous life, he was always very careful around Guan Yu, and he did whatever she said, even going to great lengths to make her happy. Now that he has had 2 lifetimes of experience and has met so many different people, he has slowly come to understand one truth. In this world, there are no people who are the same on the inside and outside. If there are, then please call him a saint. "Honey, when we get married, should I wear a Western-style wedding dress or a Chinese-style wedding dress?" Guan Yu leaned back in Changqing's arms and asked sweetly with her 2 index fingers pointing at each other. "I think you look good in anything." Changqing answered the question in a perfunctory manner. Because he felt that Guan Yu was thinking too far ahead. She was only 18 years old, right? How can you get married in the prime of your youth? It's so confusing. "I think Western-style weddings are very romantic, but the phoenix crown and the red robe are so beautiful. I really want to wear them." Guan Yu looked forward to it with a happy face. This is her personality, she always imagines everything in a beautiful way. "Then we'll have a grand Chinese wedding in a phoenix crown and a red robe, and later, when we have time, we'll go to the castle and wear wedding dresses. Then I'll just run out with you holding my hand." "Husband, you are so smart. How come I didn't think of this? We can get married twice." Guan Yu was full of surprise, and gave him a hard slap. Then she worriedly said, "But honey, isn't this a bit bad? What's wrong? What's so bad about it? No one gets married twice. It's only done once. Wouldn't it be bad to get married twice?" Guan Yu felt strange, as if she were getting married for the second time. "It's just a ceremony. As long as the 2 of us truly love each other, nothing else matters." "Well, that's true. But which should come first, the Chinese or the Western?" Guan Yu was once again in a deep dilemma. Changqing touched the little head resting on his chest. "It's late. Get up." "No." Guan Yu felt as if all her bones were broken and she had no strength left. She just wanted to stay like this on her boyfriend's body and not get up for a whole day. Changqing had no choice but to carry her to the bathroom, squeeze toothpaste for her, and brush their teeth together. Guan Yu rubbed the foam on his face, and he went to tickle her. "Oh, you're so annoying." The young couple were playing in the bathroom, full of warmth and sweetness. After washing up, Guan Yu was truly radiant, bright and beautiful, with a touch of elegance and nobility. It is true that women are born to be nurtured by men. After Guan Yu finished washing up, Changqing took her back to her room. "It's almost vacation time. Will your father come to pick you up on the 11th? Yes, he's coming this afternoon, honey. I won't see you for many more days. What if I miss you? Guan Yu hugged him and said she didn't want to go home at all. It won't be long, it'll be over soon. Your parents haven't seen you for a long time, they must miss you, don't you think? Changqing never had the chance to experience the warmth of family love, so he hoped that Guan Yu would cherish it. Okay then. Guan Yu also felt that Changqing was right, but she just couldn't bear to be separated from him. Changqing felt that Guan Yu was becoming more and more clingy. Although they had been dating for a few years, Guan Yu was never as clingy as he was now. Last time, after breaking the bottom line with Guan Yu at his home, Changqing came to the provincial capital, but he didn't feel any change. Later, Guan Yu also came to the provincial capital, but he was always very restrained in public. This time, with the opportunity to be alone, he can finally let his hair down. Chapter 112, It's Really Romantic. When checking out, Guan Yu was a little reluctant to part with the flowers. Changqing picked up the large bouquet and asked the waiter to help carry it to the car. In the afternoon, they went to a Western restaurant. The romantic piano music and the thick atmosphere made Guan Yu very happy. Changqing cut the steak for her, and the two of them sipped red wine together, enjoying the warmth and sweetness. This feeling made Guan Yu feel very comfortable, and very relaxed. In fact, Guan Yu's romantic heart doesn't mean that she has to keep creating surprises, buying flowers every day, and decorating. It is to be able to see Changqing every day and do romantic things together. It is also romantic to eat together, and it is also romantic to clean up your own home together. There are many kinds of romance. In life together, there are many romantic things to do. The key is who you do them with. Eating together every day, going to work together, getting off work together, taking a walk together. Holding hands. Guan Yu imagined in her mind that Changqing was holding her hand as they walked through a maple forest, their footsteps making a sound on the yellowing leaves. The dim light of the sun shines on the two of them, and the long shadows they cast are really romantic. After dinner, Changqing took Guan Yu shopping. That afternoon, Guan Yu's father was coming to pick her up, so she had to buy something to show him that she was doing well. With Guan Yu's help, Actually, Guan Yu chose everything herself, and Changqing just paid for it. She bought a set of clothes for Li Sisho. Guan Yu said that her mother bought all her clothes, so she bought some for her mother this time. As for Guan Yuhai, he likes to smoke and drink, so Guan Yu naturally didn't buy him anything, but bought some smoking cessation products instead. It's actually a tax on intelligence, so Changqing naturally didn't say much, as long as Guan Yu was happy. After buying everything, he drove Guan Yu back to school. This time, Changqing drove directly to the girls' dormitory. Then Guan Yu called the girls in her dormitory to come down and help carry the flowers. As for how Guan Yu planned to deal with it, it was not a matter for Changqing to consider. Luo Peini seemed to have a boyfriend and was not in the dormitory. Only Su Yuqing and Feng Ye came down to help. Feng Ye's envy was never hidden. Changqing was surprised that Su Yuqing had also written envy on her face this time. This surprised Changqing. He knew Su Yuqing well, and she was a very calm person. She is the type of person who is introverted and self-disciplined, and the probability of her emotions appearing on her face is very low. But then again, it's normal to think about it. After all, she's just an 18-year-old girl. She must be longing for love. Su Yuqing, what are your plans for the 11th? Me? Su Yuqing didn't expect Changqing to talk to her, and she was a little happy. She smiled softly and said, I'll just go home. I'll read some books and rest at home. How far is your home from here? Well, it's about half an hour by car. You live on campus even though it's so close? Changqing naturally didn't know about Su Yuqing's family situation, and this was the first time he had talked to her about her family. It's so boring to always live at home. My parents always control me. Living in the dormitory is so much more free. I can also make good friends. At home, if I make friends, my parents will always control me. Although Su Yuqing looks dignified and has a very stable personality, she is still a teenager and is rebellious, just not so obvious. Changqing thought about it, and if it were him, he wouldn't want to live at home either. If you have time in the future, you can come to my house to play together. Su Yuqing extended an invitation. Great. Changqing and Guan Yu both agreed. After they took down the flowers and gifts and chatted for a while, Changqing drove away from the front of the girls' dormitory. His face also turned gloomy in an instant. It's not that difficult to investigate Xiao Guo's case, but the main problem is that he is alone. Even if you want to investigate the life trajectory of a single person, it takes a lot of time. And he can't use two violent methods, which is the most troublesome. First, he went back to Jinxiang community, changed his clothes, took a taxi to a small hotel in the suburbs, got into the used car, and arrived at Julie Construction Company. Fong Li's car was not there. Changqing originally wanted to drive to the bar to take a look, but as soon as he started the car, he saw a familiar face. It was the woman who was with Fong Li, driving a red car. Changqing hesitated for a moment, then drove after her. After about 10 minutes, the woman pulled over to the side of the road and a man opened the door and got in. This man, whom Changqing had seen before, was one of Fong Li's bodyguards. Changqing was a little confused, but he didn't have time to think about it. The car started moving. Changqing followed from behind, not too close and not too far, and after driving for about 10 more minutes, the car stopped in front of a small supermarket and the two got out. Then they walked into the supermarket together. During this process, the man pinched the moon with his hand. This scene was also captured by Changqing on his mobile phone. It seems that these two people are having an affair. It is not known what the woman's relationship with Fong Li is, whether it is an emotional lover or just a financial relationship. Not long after, the man came out with a shopping bag and the woman holding his arm. It seemed that the two were in a good relationship. The car continued to start and then drove into a residential area not far away. Changqing parked the car not far away and quickly ran over, entering the community with the aunt who had just returned from the market. The community is not big, with only 7 buildings in total. The parking lot is on the first basement level. Changqing had not yet reached the parking lot when he saw the two people coming out of the exit. Changqing did not stop and continued walking forward. As they passed each other, it seemed that the man said, "Are you going back tonight?" The woman had just opened her mouth when a loud horn sound cut her off. Changqing was helpless. When they had gone a little further, he turned around and followed them from a distance. This kind of ordinary residential area not only has no strict access control at the gate, but even the gate to the building is wide open. After the two entered, Changqing followed them. As soon as he entered the doorway, he heard the elevator door close. Changqing walked quickly over, took a look, and then walked into the fire escape. There are 16 floors in the building, and the two live on the 15th floor. There are 6 households in the building, and the two live on the far left side of the back floor. Having confirmed this, Changqing walked down the fire escape. Back in the car, Changqing drove to the outer perimeter of the two buildings, a straight line distance of about 100 meters. He took out his binoculars and began to observe. The view was very clear. The structure of their home should be like this: the kitchen and living room in the middle, and the bedrooms on both sides. He could tell from the windows and air conditioners. Chapter 113, Jean Baobao makes an appearance. During this time, Han Jingjing called and said that Guan Yu and the others had all left, and asked Changqing to take her home. Although it seems that there won't be any changes here, Changqing's outfit and car would be a hassle to get through, and he would still have to come back at night. He said that he had been busy the other day and could not accompany her. Han Jingjing was naturally very unhappy, thinking that now that Guan Yu had left, she could have Changqing all to herself for a few days. Changqing thought for a moment and said, "You can move in these few days. Didn't you say that you weren't satisfied with your new home? Why don't you just redecorate? Otherwise, you won't have time later. You can plant some flowers and plants. Didn't you say you wanted to keep fish? You can also go and take a look." Han Jingjing was very excited when she heard Changqing say this. After all, it was her own home, so she definitely wanted to decorate it well. After chatting for a few more minutes, she hung up the phone. At 11 p.m., the neighborhood was mostly quiet. Changqing wore a mask and a hat and carried a backpack. He climbed over the iron fence and into the building. He entered the building, put on his shoes and a garbage bag, and then climbed up to the roof along the corridor. Adjusted his position and slowly slid down. After half an hour, Changqing returned to the car by the same route and played the content. The scene of fists pounding flesh in the bright room lasted more than 10 minutes. Then Changqing drove to the entrance of the bar, but Fong Li's car was not there. A man like Fong Li can't possibly have only one woman. It is very likely that Fong Li went to see another woman, and this woman came out to have an affair. Otherwise, she would not have been so obviously hungry, as if she had not eaten for a long time. But the strange thing is, even if Fong Li went to see another woman, what about the bodyguard? Does Fong Li have other bodyguards? Or maybe the bodyguard was on leave or something? If someone could help, they would have been able to get a basic idea by now. It's still a matter of manpower. At the beginning, Changqing entered the parking lot and heard the man ask if he would be back that night. It was almost midnight, so he definitely wasn't going to be back. Fong Li hasn't returned either, which means that this woman knows Fong Li's whereabouts. So what should we do next? Changqing, who had returned to the car, was deep in thought. Earlier, Su Yuqing came to the original parking lot, where a black SUV worth over 1 million yuan was already waiting for her. When she approached, the window lowered automatically, revealing a beautiful face with a mature and charming look. Her long hair was tied up at the back of her head, she was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and a white skirt that hugged her hips, and she was elegant and charming. Her name is Jean Baobao, she is 36 years old, and she is an independent businesswoman. Auntie, why did you come so late? Su Yuqing sat in the passenger seat, using a tone of voice that no one else had ever heard. Jean Baobao looked at her niece and said in a tone of endearment, I got held up at the mall. Were you waiting for me? I'm fine. It's just that everyone else in the dormitory has left, and I'm the only one left, so I feel a little lonely. You wanted to leave home and be independent, so why? Are you regretting it? Jean Baobao chuckled. Su Yuqing had grown up in her care, and she was still very worried that she would be so far away from her for the first time. No. I've had a really great time. I've even made a good friend. Su Yuqing thought of Guan Yu. Guan Yu is a generous person who doesn't care about trifles. He is also good-looking and easygoing. I feel like I get along well with him. Oh? Jean Baobao asked curiously, where is he from? What is his character like? From childhood to adulthood, she had never heard Su Yuqing talk about her friends. Since she was little, Su Yuqing has been driven to and from school by car. At most, she has been in contact with some classmates at school, and she has never heard of having any friends. It hasn't been long since she said she had a friend, and Jean Baobao is afraid she's being cheated. He is from a county town, very nice, and very handsome. Jean Baobao heard that she came from such a faraway county, so she shouldn't have any problems. But when she heard Su Yuqing say that she was very pretty, she asked curiously, how pretty can she be? Could she be as pretty as you? She's much prettier than me. Su Yuqing couldn't help but be convinced about Guan Yu's appearance. Even if she didn't want to admit it, the truth was the truth, and she wasn't the kind of person to deceive herself. Oh? There's a girl even prettier than Xingqing? Jean Baobao looked puzzled. You're not trying to trick me, are you? There are many beautiful women in the world, and she is not saying that she can't accept it. It's just that she finds it a little hard to believe that someone is prettier than Su Yuqing. Really? Not only is she prettier than me, but her boyfriend is even prettier. I've never seen such a good-looking guy before, not even on TV. Su Yuqing has no defenses against her aunt, and she always says whatever comes to her mind. If it were anyone else, she would never say such things, not even to her own parents. She would never say many of the things she thinks. Really? The more you talk, the more mysterious it sounds. Now Jean Baobao really didn't believe it, and felt that the little girl was making fun of her. Really? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, take a look. Su Yuqing said, taking out her cell phone and finding a photo of her in Guan Yu. The background was the pond not far from the dormitory, and the two little girls were smiling at the camera and making the cutoff sign. This little girl is really pretty. Jean Baobao, who was driving, took the phone that Su Yuqing handed her. Looking at the photo on the screen, even her confidence was shaken when she saw Guan Yu's stunning face. Right. When I first saw Guan Yu, I thought I was seeing things. It didn't feel real. Only my sister-in-law can compare with her. Su Yuqing said, she really thought that only her aunt could compete with Guan Yu. Jean Baobao flipped through the phone and asked, Hey! Who is this guy? What? Su Yuqing was still thinking about whether her aunt could compare with Guan Yu. Hearing her aunt ask the boy, she leaned over to take a look, and was so scared that she quickly grabbed back her phone and turned off the screen. "It's nothing, just a few boys playing basketball. I just took a picture," Su Yuqing explained with a forced calm. "You child. How could you be so clumsy?" Jean Baobao frowned. She was looking at a photo of the two girls, and she was flipping through the photos when she came across a photo of two boys on the court. She hadn't had time to take a closer look, and was snatched away by Su Yuqing. "Qingqing, go to my office first. I still have some things to do. I'll take you home later." The car was parked in the underground parking lot of a shopping mall. Jean Baobao unbuckled her seatbelt and said, "Okay." "Okay." Su Yuqing also got out of the car. Chapter 114. Do you like him? The two of them walked into the shopping mall together. It had 3 floors and was in a good location. The basement level is a parking lot, plus a supermarket chain. The first floor sells watches, jewelry, electronics, cosmetics, etc. The second floor mainly sells clothing, underwear, shoes, bags, etc., and then sports goods, with many types. The third floor is for large items, household appliances, fitness equipment, etc. The two of them walked into an office in the back. Jean Baobao sat down in an office chair. "Qingqing, you pour yourself a glass of water. I'll finish signing the list and then we'll go back." "Okay." Su Yuqing was very familiar with the place, so she took out her own mug from the cabinet and went to the water dispenser to fill it up. "Auntie, why do you feel that there are so few people in the mall?" "Yes." A large shopping mall opened across the street, and business was definitely affected, but it was a little worse than expected. Jean Baobao was also very worried about this. She had expected that the opening of the new mall would affect her, but she had not expected it to be so serious. If things continue like this, it's estimated that the business will have to close down. Is there any way out? Su Yuqing has been closest to her aunt since she was a child, and she is very worried when she sees her in trouble. There is no good way to deal with this kind of thing. There is always a way out of a mountain, so let's take it one step at a time. Jean Baobao sighed. She had already made the worst-case scenario and was ready to start working on other projects. Although Su Yuqing is very smart, she has never done business before and can only worry. Just as she was worrying, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind, and her eyes lit up. Then she thought, maybe I'm overthinking it. Although Changqing's company is very large, it's not in the same industry, so it may not be able to help. Jean Baobao has loved Su Yuqing since she was a child, and she often looks at her when she looks at the purchase list. Seeing Su Yuqing sitting on the sofa with a changeable expression on her face, she thought she was worried about herself. Feeling a warmth in her heart, she said softly to comfort her. "Qingqing, don't think about it. If the worst comes to the worst, I'll quit. I still have some savings, so it won't affect my life." "Auntie, remember the boyfriend of Guan Yu that I told you about in the car?" "Yes. Didn't you say he was very good looking?" Jean Baobao asked in puzzlement. How did we suddenly start talking about someone else's boyfriend? "That boy is called Changqing, a freshman at the college next to ours. He is from the same county as Guan Yu." "Oh." Jean Baobao asked blankly, "Why are you telling me this?" Then she thought that she had heard that name somewhere before, but she couldn't remember. Interrupted by her sister-in-law, Su Yuqing said in a petulant tone, "Oh, come on. Sister-in-law, please let me finish." Okay, I'll listen to you." Jean Baobao couldn't stand it when his niece acted spoiled, so he quickly sat up straight and listened carefully. "That Changqing is Guan Yu's boyfriend. He runs a big company in the science and technology park. He's very smart and capable. Auntie, do you think he can help?" What Su Yuqing didn't notice was that when she talked about Changqing, she unconsciously smiled happily and her eyes were very bright. With Jean Baobao's rich experience, she sensed something was wrong from the moment Su Yuqing snatched the phone from the car. Now, when she saw Su Yuqing talking about a boy, she saw a look of love in her eyes, which made her think of something. "Qingqing, the photo on your phone is of that guy Changqing, right? How can a freshman start a big company?" Jean Baobao didn't care about this. What she cared about was whether Su Yuqing liked this boy named Changqing. "Ah." Su Yuqing was taken aback by her aunt's question and blushed, not knowing what to say. "Is that boy really that good?" Seeing Su Yuqing's reaction, Jin Baobao knew that she was in love. She wanted to know everything about the boy. Su Yuqing was her favorite, so what if she was deceived by a bad man? Su Yuqing nodded, her tone a little despondent. Jin Baobao leaned closer and put her arms around her shoulders, whispering. Then tell your auntie what is so good about him. Su Yuqing rested her head on Jin Baobao's shoulder and said what she saw in Changqing. Su Yuqing said that Changqing was exceptionally good-looking, and her heart had been pounding non-stop since she first saw him, feeling that he was the person she had always wanted to meet. She said that Changqing was a very good player, and that the day he had bet against the school in a football match had shocked the whole school. Is that the one in your phone? Yes. Su Yuqing took out her phone and showed it to her aunt. It really is very good-looking. Jin Baobao looked at the photo carefully. Although it was only Changqing's profile, she could still tell that he was really good-looking. Even a mature woman in her 30s would think that this kind of appearance is really attractive to women. Then Su Yuqing said that Changqing had started his own company when he was a freshman and had earned tens of millions of yuan in a month. They also went to visit Changqing's company together. It already had 2 buildings, and was still hiring employees, saying that it would have more than 500 people. Su Yuqing said with a beaming smile that Changqing was so good and so outstanding that there was no one like him in the world. Seeing Su Yuqing's appearance of a budding love, Jin Baobao was already convinced that her little niece was secretly in love with him. She also became curious about this boy named Changqing. Su Yuqing had grown up in her eyes. Although she usually appeared very approachable, she knew best how proud she was inside. If he can make Su Yuqing fall in love with him like this, he must be a very good boy. Changqing. What's his family background like? What family background? Su Yuqing didn't react, and her aunt suddenly asked this question. The boy you were talking about, what's his family background like? What do his parents do? Jin Baobao didn't hear anything else, she was only concerned about the man's situation, afraid that Su Yuqing would be deceived. How would I know? Su Yuqing really didn't know, and Guan Yu had only mentioned a few things about Changqing's family background. You child. You can't just look at the outside when you're in a relationship. The inside and the family background are also very important. How can you do that if you don't understand any of that? Jin Baobao felt that Su Yuqing was too hasty. She didn't know anything, and she liked him just because he looked good. She was really a little girl who hadn't grown up. You know that living together, it's not just about looks. Su Yuqing said irritably, Oh, I already said that they are a couple. Seeing that Su Yuqing was a little upset, Jin Baobao asked in a different way. Changqing. You just said that the boy you were talking about runs a big company. What does he do? He makes software. When the topic was brought up, Su Yuqing was lively again. She continued to tell Jin Baobao about how powerful Changqing's company was, and Jin Baobao listened very carefully this time. She was also a little surprised to hear that the company had a large staff and earned tens of millions of yuan a month. She owns a large 3-story shopping mall, although she doesn't operate it all herself, she does some selling and some renting. But after all, the scale is not small, and she only earns about 20 million a year. This Changqing is only a freshman, and he can make so much money in a month. It seems that she needs to find a chance to meet this young man and help her niece investigate. Chapter 115, Asking for Joina's Help. The following morning. It was a bit gloomy, and the woman's car drove out of the residential area. Changqing quickly followed her car. The woman's car stopped near where it had stopped the first time yesterday. The man got out of the car, and then the woman drove off. Fong Li has his own car, so the possibility that the woman will pick him up is very low. Therefore, Changqing decided to continue following the man to see where he was going. After about half an hour, Fong Li's car appeared on the side of the road. The man opened the door and sat in the passenger seat, then the car drove off. Changqing continued to follow them until they reached Fong Li's construction company, and watched as their car drove into the parking lot. The woman and Fong Li's car were both in the same place. The fact that the man was picked up there suggests that he probably lives or works nearby. Changqing also saw the woman's car in the parking lot. It seems that after dropping off the man, she came directly to the company. Changqing returned to the car, took out a video camera, hung it around his neck, put on a pair of glasses, and looked a bit like a gentle scoundrel. When he arrived at the company gate, 2 security guards in their 20s were on duty. Changqing took out a cigarette and handed it to him, saying, Brother, you've worked hard. Have a cigarette. What do you do? The thinner security guard looked at him with caution. I'm a photographer. Chongqing patted his chest with the camera and smiled with a face full of flattery. What's the matter? Asked the skinny security guard. It's like this. Chongqing leaned forward and whispered. I am a body photographer. I saw a very beautiful woman driving a red car into your company on the road. I just wanted to ask if she is someone from your company? Oh. The skinny security guard thought for a moment and said, she is very pretty and drives a red car. Are you talking about Ms. Yon? Maybe. Chongqing stuffed the rest of the cigarette into the security guard's uniform pocket. Brother, what do you mean? The thin security guard's expressionless face softened a bit. Tell me about this Mr. Yang. Chongqing's face was full of flattery. The skinny security guard looked around, pulled Chongqing aside, and whispered. This Yang Zong, her name is Yang Yan, she is the manager of the purchasing department, are you interested in her? I tell you, there is no chance, she has someone backing her up. From what he said, the skinny security guard thought that Chongqing was trying to pursue Yang Yan, so he made up the story about being a photographer. After all, someone had disguised themselves to inquire about her before. Chongqing did not argue, and followed the conversation. Yang Yan is indeed very pretty. To be honest, I'm itching to see her. I don't know how to get close to her. Young man, I advise you to give up on this. Beautiful women are all for the big bosses. We ordinary people should forget about it. The skinny security guard was a sincere person and advised Chongqing not to have any improper thoughts. At first, Chongqing thought that this woman was just Fawn Li's lover or secretary, but he never imagined that she had a specific position. The current progress is that the whistleblower Fawn Li is the owner of a construction company and also runs a bar and a grey hotel. He is in a relationship with Yang Yan, the purchasing manager of the company, and Yang Yan is also intimate with one of Fawn Li's bodyguards. A few days ago, Fawn Li had been behaving very regularly, but yesterday he did not return to the hotel, and Yang Yan was not with him, but instead went to meet with the bodyguard in private. This shows that Fawn Li was going somewhere where Yang Yan was not needed or could not follow, and it is not certain whether the bodyguard could go with him. If the bodyguard cannot be taken, it means that the person to be met is higher in rank than Fawn Li, because even if he meets other lovers, the bodyguard can also be taken. Back in the car, Chongqing, who had not slept all night, was not tired, but just a little impatient. If things continued like this, it would not work. They must find a breakthrough in Fawn Li or Yang Yan. After careful consideration, Chongqing finally called Han Jingjing. The little girl was looking at furniture in the furniture store. It seems that she is very concerned about her own home. Han Jingjing asked for the number of Qiao Yana, and Han Jingjing was a little reluctant at first. Chongqing made up an excuse, saying that he just wanted to ask about her sister's work. Han Jingjing finally let her guard down, and after some sweet talking, she hung up. According to the number Han Jingjing said, Chongqing dialed it. After waiting for a while, thinking that no one was answering, a somewhat lazy voice came from the other end of the receiver. Who is this? It's me. Joina, who are you? Who do you think is the most handsome guy? I'm him. Chongqing made a joke. Joina, damn. Are you sick? I'm hanging up now. She was in a bad mood. She had finally gotten a chance to sleep in on her day off, and she didn't know who had the nerve to call her. What's the most handsome? A bunch of words of blessing rang in her heart. Chongqing. Joina, you? Why are you calling me? I need your help. Joanna, what kind of favor? Can we meet up and talk? Joanna, what do you mean? You're not trying to ask me out on a date during the holidays, are you? You scumbag. After scamming Jingjing, you still want to scam me? She got so excited that she sat up in bed, and she was much more sober. This evergreen really was lusting after her beauty. Get out of my way. I'm looking for you for something serious. Just say whether you'll meet me or not. Chongqing was speechless and directly swore at him. What kind of people are these? He thought he had a crush on them just because he called them? Does he look like a scumbag? Joina was hesitant, but she still agreed, okay. Where should we meet? Nanshan District, opposite the Julie Construction Company. Joina, Nanshan District? How can I get there from here? You can just take a taxi over, I'll pay for it. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyina quickly got up, washed up, and got dressed. Her mother wasn't home, and her younger sister had gone to work. She was bored at home alone. Just as Changqing had asked her out, she was hesitant and reluctant to say yes, but in fact she was very happy. But when it comes to men, you have to play hard to get. She spent an hour washing her hair, putting on makeup, rummaging through her closet, and finally got ready to go out and take a taxi. When Changqing saw her get out of the taxi in the rearview mirror, it had already been 2 hours. With this efficiency, he regretted calling her. Changqing opened the car door and walked over. After paying the fare, he turned to leave. Joina hurriedly followed him and asked, "What did you want to see me for?" "Get in." Changqing didn't reply, opened the back door and let Xiaoyina sit in. Joanna was a little reluctant, but she still sat in the car with a pout. As soon as she got in, she looked around and said with some disdain, "Hey, aren't you the one who drives a car like this? Why are you driving this broken-down car today?" Chapter 116, A Girl with a Fierce Look. Joina was wearing the same clothes that Han Jingjing had worn twice before, a pink t-shirt and a gray pleated skirt. She also wore a pair of white knee-high socks, which looked very sexy. Joanna's legs are naturally long, and she deliberately raised the pleated skirt a little higher, covering only a quarter of her thighs. Now she's sitting in the back seat, and it looks even shorter. I don't know if it was intentional. At this time, Changqing had no interest in admiring it. He took out his camera, found a few photos he had taken, and handed them to Xiaoyina. "Do you recognize it?" "No." Joanna shook her head, wondering why Changqing was showing her this. "I've been watching them for a few days. I want you to keep an eye on them for a while, so I can take a break." Changqing had been thinking about asking someone to help for a long time. Han Jingjing had been used to hardship since she was a child, so she would not find this a problem. And she would be happy to stay with Changqing, but Changqing could never let her take the risk. As for Xiaoyuman, if she came, she would definitely be very obedient, but her personality is too soft, and Changqing was afraid that she couldn't stand the psychological pressure. After thinking it over, it could only be Joina. This little girl is fierce and should be fine. Hearing Changqing say this, Joina was surprised and opened her mouth wide, looking at him in disbelief. "What the hell? What are you staring at them for?" "Oh, I know." Joina showed an expression of "I understand." "You're looking at this girl because she's pretty and you want to rape her? That's not right either. She's not even as pretty as me. If I'm going to rape someone, it's going to be me." "Ah. Pa. That's not right either. You're already a month away from your period. You must not be attracted to ordinary people. If it's not for sex, then it must be for money." "I see. No wonder you were able to start such a big company in your freshman year. You didn't get all that money by robbing people, did you?" While saying this, she also changed her facial expressions and gestures. Changqing's words made her head buzz, and she couldn't bear to listen any longer. "Shut up. What do you mean by robbing for money or sex? This brain hole is comparable to Guan Yu's." "Hey, I was just joking." Joina was smiling. She didn't believe that Changqing was that kind of person. He just liked to joke around. Changqing was exhausted and had no time to chat with her. He pointed at the photo and said, "I haven't slept in a long time. Keep an eye on this man, this woman, and their car." "Hey, why are you doing this? Are you some kind of secret agent or something?" "I knew it. No wonder you're so handsome." Joanna was gushing like a schoolgirl, talking nonstop. What does being handsome have to do with being an agent? Changqing suddenly felt a deep sense of fatigue and regretted letting Joanna come. But if he didn't explain the situation clearly, Joanna would never stop asking questions. After all, this was spying and following, and a normal person would still associate it with a lot of bad things. After thinking about it, Changqing decided to get straight to the point. "Do you know Qiao Guohua? Do you know my father?" This time, Xiaoyina was truly shocked. Changqing pointed to Fong Li's photo and said, "This is Fong Li, the one who reported your father." "Damn! It was this son of a bitch who framed my father." Joina gritted her teeth. "Where is he? I'll go kill him." She had heard of Fong Li, but had never met him. When she heard Changqing say this, she couldn't hold her temper and her face turned red as she was about to kill someone. Changqing shook his head helplessly, pointed to the office building of Julie Construction Company, and said in a flat tone. Fong Li is in the building in front of you, with only 2 bodyguards around him. There are only 2 or 3 security guards on duty. If you want to fight him to the death, I suggest you take a gun. Maybe you have a chance. If you use a knife, your chances are slim. If you go unarmed like this, you're a sitting duck. Ha! Joyna is not a fool, but she was just a little too excited when she first heard that the person who framed her father was a little too excited. After hearing Changqing's words, she slowly calmed down and asked. How do you know all this? What exactly do you do? Are you really an undercover agent or something? I was just joking before, but this time, Joyna really thought so. No. I just want to help you. Changqing lit a cigarette and looked out the window, his eyes deep. Joanna was completely confused. Help me? Why would you help me? I consider you a friend. When something happens to your family, I naturally want to help you. Changqing exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke in a flat tone, as if he were telling a family story. Joanna felt it was incredible. How did you know something happened at my home? Changqing said with certainty. I have my ways. It's like I know more than you do. If you trust me, just listen to me. I'll do everything I can to help you rescue your father. Can you really save my dad? Joanna was excited to hear that her father could be rescued. I can only say that I will do my best. Changqing looked at him with a firm gaze. Joyna also put away her loose manner and met his gaze, whispering. Thank you. If you can really do it, I will definitely repay you. She had just seen sincerity, confidence, and a sense of security in Changqing's eyes that she had never seen before. Okay. You keep watch, I'm going to take a nap. If you see anything wrong, wake me up. Okay. Joyna hurriedly promised that she would definitely do a good job. Since Dad's accident, not only did no one offer to help, even relatives who used to visit often stopped coming. But Changqing, who she had only just met, said that she considered her a friend and was willing to help her save her father. She was deeply moved. Looking at Changqing, who was leaning back in the driver's seat, her handsome profile had a few thin stubble hairs and her hair was a bit messy. It seemed that she hadn't taken care of herself for at least a few days. Joyna's nose grew a little bit sour, and her eyes began to water. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Changqing opened her eyes and looked back in the back seat. She saw that Kiyoana's nose was only 1 centimeter away from the window glass, staring intently outside. Changqing thought there was something going on. He looked out the window, too, and after a while, seeing no movement, he asked in confusion. Hey, what are you looking at? What? Nothing. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on it? Joanna was staring at the tailgater with all her might. She was a little taken aback when she heard Changqing ask her. Seeing her nervous, Changqing advised her helplessly. Relax, just lean back in your seat and casually observe the outside. Besides, even if they come out, they won't disappear in a blink of an eye. Oh. Joanna replied dumbly. Did you not eat lunch? Yes. Then you watch for a while, I'll go buy you something to eat. Changqing went to the nearby store and bought some bread, milk, water, and some snacks. Chapter 117. Hey, be honest. Aren't you a little jealous? Changqing couldn't possibly eat all this by himself. After all, he had to keep his stomach full in case he needed to work at a critical moment. Now that Joyna was here, he didn't have to worry about being hungry. When she saw him coming back, she asked, Why did you buy so much? Don't girls love snacks? I didn't know what you liked, so I just bought some. Changqing put the bags in the back seat and got into the driver's seat. Then I won't be polite. Joyna was really hungry. She hadn't eaten anything in the morning or at noon, and seeing that Changqing was sleeping soundly, she didn't want to disturb him. If she went to buy something herself, she was afraid that she would miss something, so she just kept on enduring it. Seeing that Joyna was eating like a wolf, without any regard for her appearance, Changqing shook his head and took out some water from the bag, unscrewed the lid and handed it to her. Thank you. Joanna smiled sweetly. She didn't expect Changqing to be so considerate and felt a little overwhelmed. Changqing took a bite of bread and asked casually, Is there anything going on? No. None of the people you mentioned came out. I thought they would come out for lunch. Joanna stared at her for hours, but she didn't find anything, and she was a little frustrated. That's what it's like to do surveillance. You need to be patient. I've been doing it for a few days and only now have I found these clues. This kind of thing is all about being careful and having patience. Why did that bad guy Fong Li frame my dad? Joanna bit her bread angrily, as if Fong Li were the bread itself. Do you know what your father was accused of? They said my dad was corrupt. How could my dad be corrupt? Joanna was indignant. Dad was usually very frugal, only spending money on himself and his sister. The world is bustling with people coming and going for profit, and it's all because of money. Chongqing looked at her with a faraway look in his eyes. No one in the world can escape the word money. Joanna still didn't understand, but my dad didn't embezzle any money, so what's the point of reporting him? What if someone was corrupt and your father found out? What if someone tried to get your father to be corrupt and he refused? There are many reasons. We'll know for sure when the investigation is complete. Chongqing didn't say that your father might have taken the money, but at the moment, the chances of that are slim. These people are really bad. Joanna complained. You dance well. Did you learn it in elementary school? Chongqing changed the subject to something lighter. Joanna was very proud when she heard this. Of course. I've been practicing for over 10 years. She was extremely confident in her dancing and figure, and her eyes lit up when she talked about it. Chongqing felt a bit speechless, and felt that it didn't fit at all with the Chinese people's modest and tactful way of chatting. Joanna leaned in and said with a smile, Hey, be honest, aren't you a little jealous? What are you jealous of? Chongqing didn't understand what she was talking about. What are you pretending? No one can handle the dance I do. You saw the boys drooling in the audience. Don't you feel jealous, you big jerk? Joanna looked at him with a look that showed she had seen through him. I'm jealous of you? Your legs are good, but... Chongqing looked at her not so impressive bag of grain and stopped talking. He must be a little bit jealous. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a seductive dance? But he could never admit it. When he saw her staring at her chest and not saying anything, she knew he was laughing at her small breasts. She puffed up her chest and angrily said, You jerk! My breasts are so big that they can fill up your whole hand. This chick is really something. Chongqing was embarrassed by the situation and quickly moved back, putting some distance between them. Don't call me a scumbag anymore. I'm not a scumbag, and I didn't scumbag you. He is very sensitive to this title. Still trying to trick me? Jingjing already told me that you, a scumbag, cheated on her. Joanna only guessed that the two of them had an unclear relationship, but she didn't have any concrete evidence, so she wanted to blow up Chongqing to see if there was any explosive news. What did she confess? Chongqing was also taken aback. Jingjing is not the type of person who would let her guard down. That night, Jingjing went out to meet you, and I saw her. Joanna's psychological quality is still very strong. When she lies, she doesn't blush at all. She even looked confident, which made Chongqing feel a bit stunned. She thought to herself, oh no, did I slip up? But she quickly calmed down and said in a flat tone. Really? I don't remember. Maybe you're wrong? Still pretending. Jingjing even admitted it herself and begged me not to tell anyone. Joanna had the look of someone who was sure of herself. Chongqing was a little bit guilty. Did Jingjing really tell Joanna? Chongqing thought the possibility was very low. Even if she really saw it, Han Jingjing would never admit it. If she doesn't admit it, she can still play around, but if she admits it herself, the situation changes. He slapped his forehead and said, Oh, I remember. Was it the day when Han Jingjing wore your skirt? That's right. No more denying it? Joanna was full of smugness. Alas. Chongqing sighed and said with a desolate tone. I was by the pond that day and saw Han Jingjing wearing your dress. I thought it was you, so I quietly walked over and hugged you from behind. I actually wanted to scare you with a joke, but you seemed to be scared and didn't say anything. I turned around to see your face, but for some reason, you suddenly buried your head in my arms. It was dark, you smelled so good and you were so soft, I couldn't help myself. I didn't think you would avoid me. Later I realized I had mistaken you for someone else. It wasn't you, it was Han Jingjing. We were both embarrassed, so she ran back to the dormitory and I left. Changqing said, while looking at Joyna with a pity that it wasn't you. He had no choice but to make a fool of himself and talk nonsense to get through the situation. Although he believed Han Jingjing, he wasn't sure what she had said. Joyna was stunned. What the hell? What do you mean, as if it were me? If you think of me, can you hug me from behind? No, not only did I not avoid it, I took the initiative? Are you kidding me? Even if you really thought I was her, you could just hug me? You're such a deadbeat. The point is, did this dead scum really do this? He really hugged her from behind and touched her. Joanna felt her brain was not enough to use. The CPU is already at 100 degrees, all red, and it's about to explode. And Evergreen described it in such detail that she had a visual image of it, as if she had really kissed him. You. Joanna, you haven't said a word for a long time. Changqing saw that he had successfully confused Joyna, and he let out a sigh of relief and continued to eat his bread. Chapter 118, Holy shit. Spider-Man. This is so exciting. Joanna stopped talking, her face turning red like an apple. She took small bites of bread, as if she had suddenly become a lady. She only looked up at him from time to time, not knowing what was going on in her head, but from Changqing's experience, it was not black and white. In the evening, Changqing suggested that Joyna go home, but the little girl was very stubborn, saying that you can work so hard for my father, why can't I? She wouldn't budge, so Changqing had no choice but to say, if you want to stay, then stay. This time, Fong Li's schedule returned to normal, and the woman named Yang Yan and her 2 bodyguards followed him. After eating, they went back to the bar. Changqing followed them, but he didn't see anyone. It should be the same as before, going upstairs. 11 p.m. Changqing changed into a set of clothes for a wall painter in the car, and Joyna was right next to him. She didn't know how to avoid suspicion at all, and her eyes were shining. Changqing was also speechless at this little girl who didn't know what restraint was, and rolled his eyes. Keep an eye on the surroundings. If anything goes wrong, call me on my cell phone. I have it set to vibrate so I can feel it. Oh. Okay. Joanna came back to her senses and replied, I just couldn't stop looking. What a great figure. Changqing got out of the car and walked along the building, which had 5 floors. The bottom 2 floors are wider, and the top 3 floors are narrower, just like when you build a house. The bottom floor is the size of 5 rooms, and the top floor is the size of 3 rooms, leaving a large platform. This is the case with this building. The first and second floors are more spacious, and are used as bars and private rooms. The space above the 3rd floor is smaller, and is used as a hotel. Changqing climbed up the 2-story platform from the side and walked to the front of the main building. There was an iron gate. To the left was the direction of the street, and to the right was a vacant lot in the distance. Walking along the platform, he saw what looked like a repair shop below. On the 2nd floor platform, there was an iron ladder reaching down into the factory below. It looked like it was a prepared escape route. After looking around, there was no place to go in. Changqing wiped some dust off the ground and started climbing up the pipe. This kind of building, with protruding window sills, pipes, and air conditioning units, has many points of leverage, so it's not difficult to climb, but it's also difficult to stop and observe, so he just climbed to the roof in one go. Since Changqing left, Joyna had been observing him with binoculars. Now she saw him climbing the building along the outer wall. The feeling of nervous excitement was indescribable. She was so excited that she was shaking the car seat and her face was flushed with excitement. Holy shit! It's like Spider-Man. This is so fucking exciting. Oh no! I can't do it. Joanna patted her chest, feeling as if she were going to suffocate. As she watched Changqing climb up the wall, jumping from one air conditioner to another, she almost had a heart attack. She felt like she was going to urinate, and if she had to go again, she thought she would probably urinate. Joanna loved this kind of thrilling experience, and she couldn't express it in words, so she just said, damn it. An hour later, Changqing returned to the car, and before he could sit down, he was embraced by a soft body. Changqing! You're so handsome. How did you do that? Are you the legendary martial arts master? Joanna hugged him and was so excited she couldn't stop talking. Shut up. Changqing quickly raised his hand to cover her mouth and said sternly, "If someone notices us, we'll be completely exposed." Joyna pouted and whispered, "I was so excited." But she was still flushed with excitement. She had watched the whole thing. Changqing had gone up and down again and again, and he was simply handsome beyond the sky. In Joyna's eyes, there were stars of adoration. Changqing didn't care about her and started to change his clothes. From the beginning of the climb, plus the many times he slid down, his clothes were already covered in dirt. This time, Changqing's performance made Joyna admire him a little. Seeing those tight muscles again, she couldn't help but get her hands on them. "Damn it! Can't you be more restrained?" Changqing was changing clothes when suddenly a cool little hand touched him. He turned to look at Joyna and was speechless. "It feels like I'll go crazy if I stay with her." "You're so petty." Joanna rolled her eyes and thought Changqing was making a big deal out of nothing. "It's just a little tummy rub. What's the big deal? How about I let you touch my legs?" she said, extending her long legs, in an attempt to make a trade. "Not interested." Too lazy to deal with this female hooligan, Changqing changed into his clothes and tightened his belt, as if he was guarding against someone. "Stop pretending. You men all like legs." Joanna looked at him with disdain, thinking that Changqing was a bit of a show-off. She grabbed his hand and pressed it against her leg. "I'm not as stingy as you are. Get lost, I don't want it." Changqing was really speechless by this tiger girl and slapped her thigh hard. "Pop." "What? Why did you hit me?" Joanna felt a burning pain in her thigh. She had never been hit like that before in her life. Changqing ignored her and took out a cigarette to light it, looking out the window. Seeing that Changqing had hit her and was acting as if nothing had happened, Joyna muttered in a pouty voice, "I don't care. There are plenty of people who want to touch my legs, you're not the only one." "What did you say?" Changqing turned his head and looked at her, his tone unusually stern. "Straighten your tongue and speak." His sudden display of power and the coldness in his voice scared Joyna, who said sheepishly, "What? What's wrong? I didn't say anything." "Forget it, I'll take you home." Somehow, hearing that many people wanted to touch her legs made Changqing feel uncomfortable and even a little irritated. He was a perfectionist with a serious mental obsession and a strong sense of paranoia. "Aren't you going to keep following her?" Joanna was too distracted to be angry, and asked blankly. "I'll take you back and come back to keep an eye on you. It's not good for a young girl to stay up late." "I don't want to. I want to stay with you." Joanna directly hugged his arm and refused to leave. Changqing tried to persuade her, but in the end, he had to give in. Seeing that Changqing had given in, Joyna smiled proudly, curled up in the back seat and prepared to sleep. After lying there for a while, she rolled her eyes and said, "Changqing, what is it now?" Now that he heard her voice, Changqing felt a little irritated. Joanna looked up at him with a cute and adorable expression. "It's uncomfortable. Come sit in the back and I'll sleep on your lap." "Oh, my ancestors." Changqing scratched his head in annoyance and sat on the back seat. Joanna lay on her side, her long legs folded together and bent, her head turned inwards and resting on Changqing's lap. In this position, her back was facing outwards, and the short skirt she was wearing naturally moved upwards, revealing the white cotton hem. Changqing took out a shirt from his backpack and draped it over her waist. He held her head with his right hand to prevent it from slipping down, feeling the gentle and considerate actions of Changqing. With her eyes closed, Joyna's face revealed a smile, a very sweet smile. Chapter 119, Addictive Like Poison. Changqing sat in the back seat, holding Joyna's furry back of the head with his hand. After hearing even breathing, he turned on the camera. The content is a very spacious recreation room, where several people are playing mahjong, and several young girls are serving them, including Yang Yan. Changqing didn't know any of the four men playing mahjong. They were wearing thin bathrobes that weren't fastened properly, exposing their beer bellies and other body parts. Including Yang Yan, there were 6 women in total. Yang Yan was the only one wearing a neat skirt, the others were half covered, half revealing, and it was better not to wear anything at all. This little life is a bit corrupt. A fat man with glasses would occasionally reach out and grab Yang Yan's body, revealing his yellow teeth and the muscles on his face twitching. Changqing felt a bit sick and lamented that it was not easy for Yang Yan to make money. Although Chang-Ching didn't know the fat guy with glasses, he could tell from his swaggering that he was either rich or important. Otherwise, it would be impossible to move Fang Li's woman so blatantly. After a few minutes, the door opened and Fang Li walked in, wearing a shirt that was still considered formal. He walked up to the men, bowing and scraping to please them. The men were playing cards and didn't pay much attention to Fang Li. It seemed that Fang Li was not as important as they were. After watching for a while, Chang-Ching pressed the screen. If the information recorded this time is handled properly, Fang Li is a dead man, but whether he can save Xiao Guohua is still an unknown. Chang-Ching was in some torment that night. He was sitting with his legs folded, unable to move, and it was really hard. I don't know how long it was, but then Kiyowana muttered something, her mouth slightly open, with a faint smile on her face, which was somewhat cute and lovely. Perhaps only in her sleep would this tiger girl reveal this side of herself. As he watched, Chang-Ching slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ah! Chang-Ching, who was sleeping soundly in the morning, was awakened by a piercing scream. He asked sleepily, "What's wrong?" Joyna covered her face with her hand, her face was red and hot, and she pointed at Chang-Ching and said, You're a pervert. Damn! Is that how all men are in the morning? What's the big deal? Chang-Ching looked at his pants in the direction she was pointing, and felt a little helpless. Ignoring the red-faced Joyna, he got out of the car and stretched. He hadn't moved all night, and felt stiff all over. He did a few stretches, and the car was still there. He took out his phone and looked at the time. It was just 7 a.m. After driving her to breakfast, he took 500 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to her. Go home and get some rest. Remember to change your clothes and don't wear a skirt. No. I have money of my own. Chang-Ching didn't care what Joyna said, and just handed her the money and drove off. This man, when he is gentle, can melt you like a piece of ice. When he is overbearing, he can make your heart beat so fast that it feels like it is going to explode. He is like a drug that is so addictive that the more you take, the deeper you fall. As she watched the car drive away, Joyna thought to herself. Chang-Ching drove to a remote copy shop and told the girl that he wanted to burn a few discs, but they were all company secrets and it was inconvenient to let others handle them, so he would do it himself for an extra fee. The girl readily agreed, as she didn't have to do any work and would be paid more. After burning the CDs and printing a few photos, Chang-Ching left the copy shop. He found an internet cafe, searched online for information on various positions in the city, then compared it with the person he photographed yesterday, and finally confirmed the information on one person. The fat guy with glasses is the second in command of a district. Back at Fang Li Construction Company, Chang-Ching parked the car and took out his cell phone to check his text messages. There were messages from Guan Yu, Han Jingjing, and Chen Shangyun. Guan Yu's messages were basically about how boring it was at home and how she missed her husband. Chang-Ching naturally replied that he missed her too, and there was a whole lot of mushy stuff. Han Jingjing said that she had bought some furniture and flowers and asked Chang-Ching for his opinion. Chang-Ching said that he trusted her aesthetic sense and was looking forward to her decorating the house and surprising him. Han Jingjing was naturally very happy to hear this and replied that she would. Chen Shangyun's core idea is that the feeling of coming home is not as good as imagined, and she also tactfully expressed that it is difficult to sleep without Chang-Ching at night. Chang-Ching naturally said that he was reluctant to let her go home, and he also missed Yun very much. At around 11 a.m., Xiao Yana called to ask where Chang-Ching was. Chang-Ching said he was at Fang Li Architecture, and Xiao Yana hung up without saying anything. About half an hour later, Xiao Yana opened the door of Chang-Ching's car and got in. This time, Kiyowana wasn't wearing a skirt, but rather a pair of tight jeans and a white t-shirt. She must have put on her clothes in a special way, because the t-shirt was tied in a knot at the side of her waist, revealing a small belly 2 fingers wide. With her long legs and tight jeans, the curve between her legs and waist was simply perfect, and Chang-Ching couldn't help but take a second look. Joanna naturally took in his gaze and smiled slyly. Do you want to take a break? No. We'll eat soon. Eat this. My mom made it. Joyna took out a lunchbox from her bag and handed it to him. It looks good. Chang-Ching took the lunchbox, which contained fried lotus root and crispy pork. The lotus root was made by sandwiching some seasoned minced meat between 2 slices of lotus root and then coating the lotus root with flour and deep frying it. Pork floss is made from lean pork, marinated in seasoning, coated in starch and then fried. That's right. Xiao Yana said with a proud expression, my mother's cooking is, to put it mildly, excellent. Chongqing ate 2 pieces. The taste was really good, but it was still a long way from being extra special. Joyna took out a steamed bun from another lunchbox and handed it to him. The two of them had lunch eating a mouthful of steamed bread and a mouthful of fried pork. After eating, Chongqing lit a cigarette and looked out the window at the scattered passers-by. Xiao Yana came over and asked, "What are you thinking about? This is too slow. We have to find a way to speed things up." Chongqing felt that if things continued like this, there would be no results in the short term. So what should we do? Joanna was also anxious to rescue her father, but she didn't have any good ideas either. You? Changqing whispered something in Joyna's ear. Will this work? Joyna was a little worried. It was already shocking enough to see Changqing climb the stairs yesterday, and now Changqing was asking her to do this. It was getting more and more crazy. But for the sake of her father, she agreed. Chapter 120, Changqing's Crazy Side. After receiving the anonymous phone card from Changqing, she put it in her own phone and dialed the phone number of Julie Construction Company. Joanna took a few deep breaths and said in a calm tone, "Hello? Is this Julong Construction Company?" "Yes. What can I do for you?" A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's like this. Some time ago, I had a business deal with Manager Yang from your purchasing department. This time, I have some business matters to discuss with Manager Yang, but my phone was stolen a few days ago, and I didn't save Manager Yang's number in the new phone. I just called your company to ask for Manager Yang's phone number." "Oh, I see. Manager Yang's phone number is..." After asking for Yang Yan's phone number, Xiao Yana dialed it. With an anonymous card. "Hello, who is this?" The sweet voice of Yang Yan came from the receiver. Xiao Yana got straight to the point. "I know about your affair with Fong Li's bodyguard." Who are you?" Yang Yan on the other end of the phone was obviously panicked and stammered. "You don't need to know who I am." Joanna was very calm, slowly getting into character, and she found it very exciting and enjoyable. After hanging up the phone, Joanna let out a long sigh of relief, her face flushed with excitement. When they arrived at the park, Changqing took a mask and a cap out of his backpack and put them on. He also gave a set to Kiajina. Soon, a red car appeared in sight, and then Xiao Yana dialed Yang Yan's number, asking her to pull her car over to the side of the road and get out and come to her car. Yang Yan had no choice but to follow the instructions and get into Changqing's car. "You said you knew about my bodyguard. Do you have any evidence?" Yang Yan had seen it all before, and she couldn't believe everything that Joyna said just because of a few words. Changqing didn't say anything, but took out a video camera and played a video of Yang Yan's fierce collision with the bodyguard. The intense scene in the camera not only made Yang Yan's face change, but even made Joyna blush. "Tell me, how much do you want?" Yang Yan tried her best to suppress the panic in her heart and started to negotiate. "There are too many people here. Let's go somewhere quiet and talk." After Changqing finished speaking, he drove to the outskirts of the city. Yang Yan wanted to object, but she couldn't. After all, if someone has this kind of leverage, you can only be at their mercy. They arrived at a forest area in the suburbs, parked the car, and Changqing opened the back door and pulled out Kiawina, then got in the car himself. "I'm not interested in you, I'm interested in Fong Li. If you do as I say, I promise I won't hurt you. Think it over carefully. There's no one around here. If you dare to play tricks, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow." Changqing wore a cap and a large mask that only revealed his eyes, but his deep and cold eyes still scared Yang Yan into stopping her cries. Changqing turned on the camera. "What is your relationship with Fong Li?" Yang Yan hesitated. Changqing said with a fierce look in his eyes. "You'd better answer honestly. I know more about you than you think. You should have realized that from the video I showed you earlier." Yang Yan thought of the video she had seen before, thinking that Changqing had even filmed such intimate things, and maybe he knew other secrets about her. She simply told the truth. "I just graduated and joined Fong Li's company. One night, I was working overtime and Fong Li tricked me into his office and took advantage of me. I wanted to report him to the police, but Fong Li said he would treat me well, give me some money, and promote me. I thought that even if I went to the police, I wouldn't necessarily get any benefits, so I might as well get something practical and agreed to him." Changqing nodded, feeling that it must be the truth, and then found the video recorded on the 5th floor, pointing to the men playing mahjong inside and asking, "Who are these people?" Yang Yan was shocked to see the video and opened her mouth wide. She really didn't expect that Changqing would have such a video and didn't dare to hide it. She told the truth about the identities of the men. They are all big shots. At this point, the situation is getting more and more complicated. Changqing turned on the camera and continued to ask, "Do you have a close relationship with them?" Yang Yan hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "I've had intimate relationships with them all." "What do you mean by sort of?" "It was just once, a few of us. During the process, only Sun Xiaobo, before mounting, just." Yang Yan was unable to finish her sentence. Changqing naturally understood what she meant. A middle-aged man. It's normal to feel a bit out of shape. Does Fong Li know about this? He's the one who sent me away. Yang Yan said with clenched teeth, "He is a beast, not even a man. He used her as a tool to please these so-called big shots all these years." Changqing didn't have time to study this and continued to ask, "Do you know Qiao Guohua?" "Of course I do. Fong Li even asked me to seduce him. But it didn't work. He's a man who doesn't know how to appreciate a woman." Yang Yan had a deep impression of Xiao Guohua. It was rare for her not to be attracted to him, and Xiao Guohua was one of them. "Do you know why Fong Li framed him?" "Because of the demolition project." The contractor was Qin Huaixing, Fong Li's brother-in-law, who partnered with several other companies to develop the project. The demolition part was subcontracted to Fong Li. The compensation plan was more than 2,000 yuan per square meter, but Fong Li only gave them more than 1,000 yuan. There were also some project purchases that could have been completed at once, but Fong Li split them into multiple times and raised the price each time. This way, each time it is not much, but when added together it is a large number. Later, Xiao Guohua discovered this and was about to hold them accountable, so Fong Li and the others came up with this plan to frame him. Yang Yanzhu poured out the beans and said it in great detail. "It's you bastards who are setting me up." Hearing Yang Yan's words, Xiao Yana, who was standing by the car, exploded. She climbed into the car and tried to grab Yang Yan. "Shut up." Changqing quickly covered her mouth and looked at her sternly. Xiao Yana realized that she had been too impulsive, quickly got out of the car, and stood by the side of the car without saying another word. Changqing continued to ask, "Why are you so cooperative?" "Ha ha. Why?" Yang Yan's face was a little crazy, and she asked Changqing with a sneer, "Do you know who the bodyguard who was with me was?" "Oh? Who is that person?" Changqing asked cooperatively. It turned out that the two were high school classmates and each other's first love. They had originally planned to work together, but the man did not come with Yang Yan because of some family matters. As a result, Yang Yan encountered Fong Li bullying her at the company. Later, the man came to her after dealing with family matters. After learning about it, he planned to kill Fong Li, but was stopped by Yang Yan. Instead of fighting, it would be better to take the opportunity to make more money. Later, through Yang Yan's introduction, the man became Fong Li's bodyguard.